Hello, hello, everybody who is or maybe will watch this in the future. I wanted to just go over some of my recent videos, the comment sections in the video. It's interesting to say the least of just how many people will come to the defense of slavery and even worse, genocide, which was what my last few videos were on. Um, And of course, it's me, so I'm not prepared for any of this. So bear with me while I try to dig up some of these comments. And I mean, there's just been so many on these last few videos. Hey, YouTube punk, what's up? PC, welcome. Thanks for stopping in. I'll probably be opening up the room in a little bit because I'm actually really curious why. I mean, Punk Master Flex. Hey, Yaz, what's up, bud? I'm gonna open up the room. Most likely, gonna open up the room here in just a little bit, as if you want to jump on. But yeah, I mean, the amount of comments I get just coming in and defending uh, slavery is one thing, but I mean, I didn't expect to get quite so many comments defending the actual slavery as or the genocide aspect of the Bible. I think we'll do the genocide comments first. I just wanted to kind of throw some feelers out there, get some opinions, and see what you guys think of why some people apologists is one thing because excuse me, apologists get paid to do this. But why would you come in the defense? Like, just don't say anything at all, if that makes any sense. Tribalism, yeah. I hope BS Lewis pops in because I just got a comment. BS Lewis did a video on what was it? I think it was Frank Turk. You know what? I hope BS Lewis doesn't mind. I was looking up his channel because I was gonna tag him in this, but I figured if he jumps on, BS Lewis. I haven't checked out his latest video, but this video right here, oh my god, yeah, it's the featuring Frank the Tank Turk. So I hope BS Lewis pops in. I hope he doesn't mind me watching his video here.
This video is my free gift to you.
But somebody put a comment.
As long as you like and subscribe.
And the comment was so on par with what Frank Turk would actually say that it may have been Frank Turk himself. But he mentioned moist robots to me, and now every time I hear moist robots, which Frank Turk does say a lot, every time I hear moist robots, I will never not think of
cancel all your other subscriptions and only watch my videos.
Hey, Patricia, welcome. I love that intro.
When the Bible says you're made in his image, it doesn't mean you look like God because God is an immaterial being. It means you're a person like God, that you have mind, emotion, and will, that you feel and you...
Oh, shit. Well, all right, YouTube punk, if you insist. Sorry, I forgot to switch back. I never go into this view because I don't like looking at my own face. So I forgot to switch out of it. But yeah, you're right. Let's share the screen.
You want. When the Bible says you're made in his image, it doesn't mean you look like God because God is an immaterial being. It means you're a person like God, that you have mind, emotion, and will, that you feel.
Yeah, you have to, as
desire. Think about that. Regardless of what sort of attractions you might have, we're nothing but moist robots.
Oh my God.
No procreation. Moist, no procreation. Moist robots.
Say moist robots. Moist robot. Moist robot. Say moist robots. Moist. Say moist robots.
Oh my goodness, that's BS Lewis for you. For the first time I saw this, I was literally in tears. But anywho, I hope BS stops by because I need to let him know that now every time I hear this, every time somebody mentions the moist robot, that's exactly what pops in my head. Yeah, that video is risque, right? I'm surprised it didn't get taken down. But it's funny to hear for him to put that kind of imagery to Frank Turek is, I mean, BS Lewis is a genius. He needs more subscribers. I thoroughly enjoy his content. All right. You know what? Hold on. Give me a minute. I'm going to go ahead and pop the link in the stream. Now that I learned how to pin a comment, I'm going to open up the room. I feel like I'm pretty boring just by myself. So let's open up the room. Give me just a moment. All right, that should be the link. I'll pin it at some point. I haven't watched a lot of Dark Matter's videos, but I've seen quite a few, and his are hilarious too. The War on Christmas one. I remember that one got me. All right. Okay, so the room's opened up. Anybody's welcome to come. Hey, Trees, welcome. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Anybody's welcome to join in. I'm going to go over some of these recent comments that I've gotten on my last just few videos, which for me have done really well. In the grand scheme of things, they've done very poorly, but for me, they've done really well, and I'm excited about that. They're getting some good engagement. We're not going to listen to me, but we're going to go over. Oh, here's this guy right here, Roberto Funk. He's the one that mentioned the moist robots. Hi, Stephanie. Welcome. Thank you so much for stopping by. All right. So some of these comments are really... Hey, there's Aso right there. Some of these comments are really long, so I won't go into the long ones. But I'll read some of these out loud, and let me know what you guys think. What would compel somebody? This one right here. So the video is on how God commands genocide. Not sure you want me live. I'm easily triggered today. Hey, this is a show. This is a judgment-free zone, so you can come on. You can be triggered. I'm trying not to get my stream taken down, but you're welcome to come on. So, in regards to God commanding genocide, this person says, I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it how I think it was meant to be typed. I don't think English is their first language, so I'll be charitable. It says, well, it's God's right. If humans don't follow the rules, he has the right to destroy them because he has given them the time to repent. Sorry, that was really rough. It's very poorly written, but like I said, I don't think English is the first language here. So in regards to genocide, it's God's right. If humans don't follow the rules, he has the right to destroy them. He has given them time to repent. So I've never been a believer. I've never once even remotely come close to anything that could be considered belief in any type of deity. So any former believers out there, what would you have ever have said something like this? That a God has the right to commit and command genocides? I'm curious. Defend genocide and indoctrination by religious leaders about the Bible. Well, I mean, that seems like the most obvious answer, no doubt about it. But no longer never. So I could understand that as to why somebody may just believe, why somebody they might be indoctrinated into the religion, but why would somebody specifically defend the genocide? As opposed, I mean, they could have just not commented at all, right? And I know why apologists would defend these types of things because, well, they're paid to do so. Trigger happy. Is that you, as? And so is that you? If you join, yeah, all right, yeah, you're on.
Oh, sorry, I didn't even notice I was on. Yeah, I'm on
Yeah,
my
you're in
brand
the
new
room.
computer, and I don't have a single avatar on this computer,
Oh boy,
so I feel naked.
I wish I could change that for you.
Nah.
Patricia, I want to bring you on sometime if you'd be willing, because like I said before, you're so far removed from typical, from even you're so far removed, not just from like the extremists or the fundamentalists, you're far removed from just like
Sorry.
a moderate Christian. You have a new type of Christianity.
I actually dig it better than I do conventional or the fundies.
Oh well, yeah,
And
absolutely.
Patricia's easy and great to listen to, especially I'm sure when I first met her, I went at her. I can't say that 100%, but usually I do, just to troll people and have a little bit of fun. And then, oh wow, Patricia's actually kind of nice. Really,
Yeah,
Patricia's my wife. I didn't tell you that. She's really an atheist. Ain't that right, girlfriend?
It would. I mean,
I hope that didn't offend you, Patricia. But
it wouldn't be surprising. I mean, that's how far removed from the typical Christian. I mean, Patricia, let me ask you this: are you a Christian?
yes, I guarantee she says yes. Just
I'm
with my talks
assuming
with her.
so. I just want to just to clarify. It's almost as if Patricia looks at the Bible, takes parts of it to be true, but only the parts that she likes, and then kind of dismisses the rest.
No, not at all. Let me stop you there. From what I get, I hate to talk for you, Patricia, but since you're in text, the way I get it is, she doesn't buy into the literature, the Bible, and that's one question I've got. Maybe you can answer this for me as I'm trying to explain. And if I'm way off base with explaining you, Patricia, please, correct me. But she follows the teachings of Jesus. But see, my question would be, where do you get your ideas on his teachings?
Right.
Does that make sense, Patricia?
That's kind of where I was. That's kind of where I was heading. Is why do you think the teachings of Jesus would be true if the teachings of Jesus are from the Bible, but by and large the Bible isn't necessarily true?
Well, she believes in God. She believes, Jesus was sent by God. We've had these conversations on some of your comments, I believe.
Mm.
But I'm just waiting for her to make sure that, if I said something wrong or not quite accurate, but that's basically how
that's
I
why
got it.
That's why I want to I'm curious. I'm very curious. So, as let me ask you, would you even
Hey,
at
there's
your,
KA. Hey,
your,
KA, how you doing, buddy?
yeah, welcome, Kentucky Atheist. It's an open. Yeah, hold on, let me pin the comment.
Yeah, I was getting ready to go up there
gonna-
and grab it and bring it down.
I was gonna wait, but man, it's gonna take me forever to pin a comment.
Jesus Christ. I can't believe I said Jesus. Usually it's Jeebus. I found God. Patricia got it. I'm not saying they are true. I am saying. Oh, okay. That's fair enough.
I think they have value. Well, sure, they have value, but they come with so much baggage. A lot of books have value. Hold on. Let me find my pin message. Bam. Look at that. I'm a YouTube
Boom.
wizard.
You are, yeah. Just don't ask you to do anything else.
Please. Please don't ask me to do anything else. I've got the pinning the comments down, and what else did I learn how to do?
Admins or mods.
Oh,
sorry,
make admins. Yeah. Make mods. Yeah. Make mods. Yep.
So he's a pro, but don't ask him to do anything
Genius.
else. That's it.
I wish. Oh man, I wish these comments were so long. That's another question I have. Why
Just
do
don't
people?
read mine.
I like your comments. You know what? I really appreciate when other people jump into the comment section because I like engaging, regardless of whether or not you agree with me or disagree, whatever. I enjoy the engagement,
Right,
but I
do
can't
too.
look at the size of this comment. I can't respond to that.
Why can't you?
Who
That's a
has
rookie
time for
one.
this?
Oh, I can find the one I did today was longer than that. Well, of course, it had a bunch of scriptures in there, but
There's I mean, well, okay. Also remember that I have my computer's upstairs, so when I'm reading these comments, I only have my phone.
oh, okay.
So on the phone, when the screen is this narrow, that comment is like this long. Like I don't have time to read all these, so I do the best I can.
How long is my comment on this one? That's what I'm kind of. I may have to look it up
Hold on, let me.
because you just had it. But if you can't find it, I'll look for it while you're talking. KA, get your butt in here, unless you can't.
Yeah, anybody's welcome to join. I don't know what we're up to today. We're going to. Excuse me. We just had pizza, so I'm a little.
Patricia, these people think slavery is okay. Nothing sounds silly coming for you compared to that.
Patricia, you do not sound silly. I wouldn't describe it as silly. It's just
I think it's reasonable to a point. I mean, other than I don't believe in God, but
yeah, but it's like I was trying to run down an analogy. And again, I'm not comparing Nazis to Christians in any way. I'm just using it strictly well, hey. Yeah. Just strictly as an analogy. It would be like saying I'm a Nazi. And then somebody's like, well, why do you hate Jews so much? And I'm like, no. I don't hate Jews. What do you mean? Jews are just fine. And they're like, oh, okay. Well, why do you support fascism and nationalism? I'm like, no. I don't support fascism and nationalism. And then you go down all of these things that most Nazis support.
right.
And it's like at the end of it, why are you still calling yourself a Nazi? And you're just like, well, because I just love Germany.
Or I don't want to get killed by
mean?
Hitler. Well, look at it though, and see, and that's why I don't like blanket statements. And I'm not saying that you're, yeah. Let's make a video of Nara just saying I am a Nazi.
Yeah, I'm clipping Nazi. Yeah. I always worry about that, but I literally have 140 subscribers.
Yeah, but think about all the Nazis that did positive things, like Schindler, Max Schmeling. He hated the Nazi Party, but he had to do it because he was a boxer. Otherwise, he couldn't box, and he got killed.
Yeah, but imagine still identifying as a Nazi, like in modern times. And essentially, the Nazi Party genuinely did love Germany.
Oh yeah,
they felt a literal connection to it.
Right, but most of those people, or some of those people, didn't love Hitler.
I'm sure.
But
once you had the ability, once you had the ability to safely no longer identify as a Nazi, like why would you still continue to identify when the only thing you have in common with them is none of the bad stuff and just the fact that you're proud of your country? Like at that point, just drop the Nazi label. You're so far from
Right.
the Nazis that I don't know. I was just trying to think of an analogy that I could run down with Patricia.
Well, I better be careful because with KA around, I'm not going to sit there and tell everybody I'm a cross-dresser just on the weekends, though. He might take me serious. Not that there's anything wrong with it.
Man, I wish I would have prepared just a little bit better, because now I gotta go through these. It's just there's just so much defense of genocide, and I was expecting to see a lot of, well, that didn't actually happen, or that's hyperbole, or that's like symbolic, or this or that. But the amount of people that just came on and said that God, yes, did do the genocide, but here's why it's okay. It's
I forgot
it's
which
bizarre.
video is this? Not to interrupt, I'm trying to find it myself.
The what did I title it?
Oh, this is the genocide one?
Yeah, the Bible commands death and condones slavery. I had genocide in the title, and I don't think YouTube was pushing it out, so I changed genocide to death. But yeah, I mean, the comments on here are
ridiculous.
I was not, I mean, I'm not going to say I was surprised or shocked, because, I mean, come on.
Oh, I hate this thing. Why is it? Here we go.
Hi, Maya. Welcome. Thank you for stopping by if you're still around. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome to clip me. Kentucky atheist. I don't care.
Yeah, I'm trying to look just at some of the comments. I know it's going to get this. I can't remember if this is the spoiler alert one or that was the one.
Oh, yeah. I got you. Here's the spoiler alert.
Oh, here it is. I just found it.
Yeah, here it is.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of long. Well, not as long as that one. Oh,
Yeah.
This is just the one where I defined what genocide was. I'm basically making fun of JWW, the friggin' idiot. Which I'm sure I've got other ones on this. If I only got one, that's a slow day for me. You know that.
I think I just saw the one. But look at this. Look at the size of this comment.
There's PC. Okay. Oh, there's one more. Oh, wait. That's not mine. There's Patricia. You talking to Patricia.
Yeah, Patricia.
Man, we can't keep her quiet, can we?
No,
I love
Patricia's
it.
welcome anytime. I mean, anybody and everybody is welcome anytime. It's just some of these.
Okay, get out of
Lord Az, is this you? Did you make a fake account, Lord Az?
No.
Lord or Azamethus? Azamethus?
Oh, no, that ain't me. I don't have one yet. I was going to do that baby Jesus one, but I never did. But I need baby Jesus and diapers.
Oh, yeah, you might get canceled for that one. But what Lord Azamethus did was said, hey, here's why the genocide is okay. Because essentially, you can just go with the Canaanites. You can compare them to a cancer, and God was just cutting the cancer out.
Oh my God, yeah.
And that analogy fails so hard because you don't cut the cancer out, you cure the cancer.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
It's more analogous. So what he's saying is you cut the cancer out, but what's more analogous is you just kill the patient, which in turn does kill the cancer, but you've also killed the patient. That's more analogous to the Bible's genocide, if you will.
Okay, you done now?
Hey, Antichrist, welcome. Yeah, yeah.
Well, and the problem I have with that is the fact that when God decided to destroy and flood everybody, he has this great big symbol, in the sky every time it rains, or the refraction, called a rainbow, that he swore he'd never, do that again.
Hmm.
What's the difference between, a global flood and destroying a whole, God, I can't think of the word. I'm so tired. The whole, like a nation, genocide, is what it boils down to.
Yeah, it was genocide
You
just
know,
on a larger level.
right. So he actually, broke his own word. Of course, the flood wasn't a very good idea anyway. If he's all knowing, would he have known that all these nations would, go against Israel? Wouldn't he
The
know that
story,
the Nazis would
yeah,
kill 6 million Jews plus other, nationalities? That's what I was trying to think of earlier.
yeah.
Nationalities.
If you think about it for more than just a moment, the entire flood narrative, the entire theology really does start to crumble
Right.
if you just put more than a few moments thought into it. Because yeah, I mean, God, if you believe he's omniscient, then he would have known all of this was coming anyway. So if you know you're going to do a flood, and then you know that you are going to regret it, why would you still continue through with the flood?
Correct.
You could just not do the flood. It makes no sense. All right,
Yeah, but it makes the story better, though, doesn't it? Think of what the Old Testament would be without, 20 million deaths.
Like, yeah. I actually looked it up one time. I can't remember because I was wondering if it was like the largest genocide in history, but it actually wasn't. If you think about the population at the time, even if everybody died,
had hundreds of millions of people killed. Was it not Croatia? One of those little wars over there that's always going on. They're trying to wipe them out. Gosh, what the hell are they called? Anyway, forget it.
Yeah. All right. I was kind of just trying to get some insight on why these comments, but as I'm going through and trying to find the comments, I'm realizing that this is probably not the best thing to do for a live stream, because the comments are in between, far and few between. And I'm not going to read all of this. That's just too much. I didn't even read it when they commented it to me. I'm not going to read it on stream.
Okay, I just found a website. I haven't fact checked it. There's another one I'm going to want to look at. The top 10 largest genocides in history. And it starts at number 10, so I don't know what the first one is, but Bangladesh, 300,000 to 3 million in 1971. Genocide in Utah, roughly 500,000, give or take, and that was during the war, and it was the pretty much Nazi driven. The Circassians, anywhere from 400,000 to 1.5 mil. I'm trying to get to the big ones. Rwanda, Armenia, that's the one I'm thinking of. Kazakhstan, or Kaza, whatever, 2 million. Cambodia, 3 million. Holdeman, up to 7.5 million. And according to them, the number one thing is the Holocaust is anywhere from 5 to 17 million people killed. According to this site.
The number one is the Holocaust?
Yep.
I was almost certain that more.
I figured Russia
under Stalin, yeah.
Yeah. And that might just be within a year, because
you know what?
A few years.
It depends on how they're calculating it, because Stalin didn't outright murder his people. He just they just starved to death. Well, the majority of them starved to death because of the policies and all the things that are going on. So maybe that wasn't considered.
Well, a lot of them got sent to Siberia, and that's where they died, in work camps.
Yeah.
Maybe even Wikipedia isn't very impressive. I mean, as big as I thought it would be anyway.
Yeah, maybe they're it depends on how they're defining the Holocaust. Because I mean, Stalin didn't well, it's hard to argue that it wasn't intentional because what else could happen? But he wasn't
what do you expect?
outright
He was an
ordering the
atheist.
killing of his people. Yeah, damn Stalin.
So was Hitler. Gosh, what are you thinking? Oh my gosh. I should be in bed.
Patricia, not all Christians are Bible believing Christians. Catholics, for example. Well, Catholics are Bible believing Christians. Those fundamentalist denomination.
No, it comes down from the Pope. Trust me, half my family, over half my mom's side of the
Yeah,
family is
but
Catholic.
they still believe in the Bible. Like, I guess, what do you mean by Bible believing?
You talking about Patricia or me?
You, I guess. They believe that the Bible is true. I know they have all these.
It's kind of like the Jehovah's Witnesses. When I studied with them, they believe the Bible, but certain scriptures, and they couldn't understand it by themselves, according to the Watchtower, that only they can properly interpret the Bible for, the rest of the world. Same thing with the Pope. It's the same damn thing with the Pope. He says, that's why every time he apologizes for something or something changes, it's just like, boom.
Stalin executed 50. I need to brush up on my World War II. I won't get into that. I won't get into the World War II, but yeah, I don't know if I think just his policies just caused basically a mass starvation. But I don't think he actually ordered the execution of millions of Russians. I could be wrong. The Catholic Church was pissed about King James commissioning the Bible in English. Well, yeah, I bet.
It was, yeah. So they could end up understanding it. Then even got more pissed off when they removed the Apocrypha later on with the revised KJV.
All right. All right. Well, what are we doing? I'm kind of thinking that going over the comment section, unless I was a little bit more prepared, which I am not because I don't prepare for shit. But I'm kind of thinking that it's not going to make for the best live stream. Where's that? What's that one channel? Was it the Word that you recommended as? Oh boy.
The
What was
Word.
it called? Yeah, you sent me a couple of links on.
Oh, hold on.
On Discord, the Word, the Living Word, something stupid.
Is it the Comfort one?
No, it
Living
was
Waters.
him.
Okay.
No, not Living Waters.
Hold on. Oh, come on. What do I gotta? Oh, here we go. I don't know why it takes so long to log into DC. Oh, here we go. It was actually pretty quick this time. I think I sent it to your. Oh my God! I send you a lot of crap, don't I? No wonder your channel's blown up. You're welcome. Okay, that's Freedom. Let's go back down. Oh, we could do the rapping for Jesus, but that's got bad word in it.
Yeah. If the one specific word
I know,
absolutely,
and that
had me rolling.
It's kind of funny up until that point, but it's just like, oh my gosh, okay, there's slavery,
and
examination, Got Questions Ministry, Time of Grace Ministry, the Ark. There's the Kentucky Atheist, Gus O.G., Jacqueline Glenn. Oh God, she's funny. I can't find it surely it ain't at the beginning, is it? I barely talked to you then.
It was a bit ago. It was.
I'll keep talking and I'll look for it. There's my earbuds and my mic. You reprimanded it. Martin Bender. House Form Apologetics. Oh, is it the Faithful Word Christ Channel Mirror? Rabbi
No,
something
I'll-
something. The
I'll know when I
disciple
hear it.
Discipleship Hour.
Oh,
there's
the
Martin-
American Hate Preacher. God,
Yeah.
I did when I first
here.
started my channel.
The Word Room. Is that
The
the
Word
one?
Room. That's it. Yep, and I just came across it too.
Oh, I
Word
was gonna
Room.
post it. Okay.
Maybe we'll do a little
I
bit.
don't remember
of
it. That's sad.
dive
I
into that
send you
one.
so much crap. It's like,
No, I did a very early on in my channel. I did a video on that I can't recall his name now, but I did a video on that guy. Man, the stuff he says. Good Lord.
yeah, Kentucky Atheist. When we're talking about the Jesus rapper,
Don't patch.
it's from like 10 or 12 years ago, and I come across it again, and I had to watch it, and it's like I got to send this to him. And the more I got to thinking about it, that's something you probably wouldn't want to, put in a room, without pissing a lot of people off. It's racist. I mean, that one, we'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get offended by
Yeah.
words, so I was able to find some humor in it, but I can't play it on the stream.
Yeah, I mean, and for me, I mean, it's weird because I get offended by racist stuff just for the fact that in high school and even Florida, like before we moved up here, I ran around with mostly black guys forever. And I mean,
Yeah,
it was always
I don't-
funny because they would call me the N-word, and I'd call them cracker. And everybody said, "Oh my God, there's gonna be a fight." Say, no, we run around, we battle together.
Yeah,
There's Eric.
I don't find it inherently racist just to say the word itself. And I don't find that particular video to be racist. I think I find it to be
Stupidity.
stupid. Just stupid.
It is.
I don't think I wouldn't call it racist though. Like I said, the word itself.
No,
is not,
but see, that's what makes it so bad because
hey, Eric,
the fact
welcome.
that it's the fact that they've said, they say it and they act like it's no big deal.
Yeah.
Because I mean, Jesus is what's the point of that?
I don't know.
To get the younger, audience, 12 years ago.
Ever
a
since I
different day
played
and
that
age.
video, ever since I played that video, I got recommendations of videos about that video. Yeah, it's a comedy act. I'm curious. There was one channel that was like the real history behind rapping for Jesus, and I didn't watch it, but I would like to watch it. I'm curious what it was. If it's a comedy act, I mean, I can find the humor in it. I guess I don't.
Well, and that's a good point. Well, what is it?
I
Would
just
be
don't
more or less
think-
offensive if it was really
Yeah.
done or done by. To me, it's racist and offensive either way.
Yeah, I don't think the goal of the video was to be racist. I think it was to be.
Oh no! I don't think it
I
is,
don't know
but it still is
yeah.
racist.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a comedy act. Yeah, it's not real. I would hope that it's. I would
Oh, I do.
really
Yeah.
sincerely hope that it's not real. But I don't know. It's It is what it is. I got a little bit of a.
Well,
kick out of it.
they're part of the church, and he is a preacher, and that is his wife. That's what's bad about it. Well, as comedy satire. I guess it's just the
Okay.
sides of the fence that we're on. I mean, as Aaron, my black buddy, that was my best man at my second wedding, said, I'm blacker than he is, just because of the way I act. But see, for me, that word isn't a color. It's basically an attitude, or I think a lot of white people are just by the way they act. Especially like the trailer trash ones. And I know that could be offensive to people, but it's the same damn thing. In my opinion, anyway.
They're actors. Yeah, I would assume it's. I would really hope that it wasn't an actual.
Now I'm gonna have
for
to
church.
research it, but if it's just, then to me that makes it even worse. And if they're just actors, what's the point? What's the first thing that's going to happen with something like that? To me, it's going to be offensive, especially to African Americans. I still say black to my buddies, but let's be PC or why I'm on here.
Mhm, mhm.
And if I was an African American and I saw that, I'd be definitely offended as hell.
I don't I guess I would never know what it would be like. But
Right.
I don't know. I don't know if I see myself being offended by it.
But see, now
I don't
I can
know.
watch David Chappelle and he can drop it all day long, and I think it's kind of funny.
Yeah, see, but I don't know. I'm conflicted.
Okay,
I'll
put it
say
this
I'm
way.
conflicted.
Say, oh gosh, I gotta find a different example. That's just not a very good one.
The church
Especially-
video doesn't really exist.
Well, I mean, say you're autistic, and doesn't mean what group it is. If they're doing some sort of skit, whether music or not, even in a comedic
Sure.
look,
Sure, but
that's
I think-
offensive.
I think there is a clear line between using it offensively and using it in a way that, let's say, like a black person would use it to another black person. That's not the same way to use it. I guess I'll go with Frank Turek. You got to look at the context.
Let's define.
Context matters.
Let's define that word first, right?
Well, what do you mean by that?
Yeah. What do you mean?
Yeah, I don't.
Well,
I don't know.
Is that true? Is that your
true?
opinion? Okay, next video. I need to get off that topic too.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess overall, like I'm conflicted as to whether or not African American black with a capital B is accepted terminology.
Oh yeah, and that's why I said
African-American can be iffy.
with my black friends, they're black. That's what they want to be called. Because they always bring up the point, like with me, I've got Italian heritage, but I don't walk around calling myself an Italian American. But if so it's in the community itself, as far as I've seen, it is iffy. But there's things that you just don't call them. I wouldn't say them, just out of respect. But there's other things I wouldn't call, white people or Chinese people or blah 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 blah.
Man, how have we been live for 42 minutes already? Well, the time absolutely flies. We've
Because
said
I'm
nothing.
here, baby. Gosh, I carry your ass. I don't know what you did before I found you.
Well, actually, I think I've only done a live with Ember and then you. I mean, other people have joined, of course, but
Right.
yeah, it's
Yeah, I hate doing people dead. That's kind of sick, but just keep doing them alive.
oh boy. Yeah, it's interesting. We've said nothing, we've gone over nothing, we've done nothing, and we've killed 42 minutes.
And the room is empty.
We got a solid 10, 11 people watching.
Yeah.
10,
They're all
11,
tuned in
that's
the news right now.
for me, more than one. If me and you and I in a room is what I expect. So if I have 2, 3, 4 people watching, I think that's pretty amazing.
Well, you're welcome. And when you monetize, I get 50%.
50%. Yeah, you can get royalties. How about that?
Yeah, 50% of nothing is what? I'm not good at math.
Those are the best live streams. Yeah, well, KA, I did have, oh Jesus, Lord
Yes.
Jesus, I did.
Oh, Lord.
Yes, my child. Oh Lord, I did have a goal here, but I'm new to live streaming. I don't have experience live streaming. Let's just put it that way. So in my head, it was this grand idea to go over all of these ridiculous comments, and there are literally hundreds on my last few videos. But when you
This
go,
is like Seinfeld.
it's exactly like Seinfeld. It's about nothing. We've done nothing. It's a show about nothing.
Wait, I got dibs on Kramer.
Well, he's a fan of the word, so
Oh, and I thought we were buddies. Oh my gosh. I'm going back to the
50% of
theist
nothing
side.
is as
Maybe I'll try Islam.
Hi Maya. Andrew, welcome. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, I did have a goal, but when you put your ideas into, like, when you actually apply them, you realize quickly that it was just a bad idea. Like I was going to go over Frank Turek's whole book what was it called? Correct, not politically correct. I was like, man,
Right.
this is going to be a great idea. And I did one video on it, and I realized how incredibly dumb that idea was.
Well, I mean,
Kind of
actually,
like this one.
I like the idea that, but you're just not prepared. You should have cut and pasted them all, or
Well, I
highlighted them,
wanted. So one thing I don't like
Screenshot 'em.
doing. One thing I don't like doing is not playing. Is like taking clips, because then people are like, "Oh, well, you just clipped out." What I was going to do is just read it, the whole book, and I had the book up on screen as I was going along with it. But excuse me, it just doesn't make for a good video. It just doesn't.
Oh, though Kentucky has a good point. Atheists don't exist anyway. We're
Atheists
just
don't exist.
pissed at God.
Yeah,
We
deep
just want to
down,
sin.
We all believe.
We believe, but it was written on your heart when you were
Islam
born.
looked at Christian God and said, 12 years old. I'll cut that in half and call it a day.
Oh my!
Oh boy.
Oh my God!
I mean, you're not wrong.
Dominus hominis.
Not Frank.
Oh, not Frank. No Frank. No FF Frank or FF Turk.
Okay. All right, let's do something. Let's accomplish some goal on this stream. I
Pick a
think we
topic,
could go.
somebody. you
I've
can you
done-
can search a topic and then look at the recommendations and play a clip or play a video, but not Frank.
How about we do? I watched the first half. God, there's a part 2. He just released part 2 of that slavery video that you recommended.
Oh,
4 days ago, he
Brandon?
did the part 2. Is
Yeah.
that the Word Room, whoever that is?
Oh, I thought you were talking about. It looked like Brandon for a second because he just did one too on that.
No, I did
Oh,
watch
yeah,
the first
I
one.
see. What
And it was really
I know what you're talking
stupid.
about now. Yeah. Yes, yeah,
So
and
we
that's
can
what
do
I kind of started looking at them and then I'll stop because I don't want to watch it and then later have to watch it again and be like, oh,
Yeah, realistically, with the slavery ones, you really don't have to watch them, and you can enter it fully prepared because it's all the same thing.
right. I'm saying you could do a video on it and I can actually defend it as a Christian and probably be spot on with what they're going to say or when
With
they
what
say
they're
it.
gonna, yeah,
I
it's
mean, it's
all
the
the
same script, the same answers, and
And you know what's funny is, but most apologists, they all in all, they say yes, the Bible does condone slavery. Now, of course, they don't say that, but that's what you could take away. They just tell you why it was a different kind of slavery. It was a better
Right.
kind of slavery. It wasn't chattel slavery. It wasn't race-based slavery. It wasn't this slavery. It wasn't that slavery. But all in all, it's still slavery. They just
And
say,
it
well,
was-
it was the good kind of slavery.
right. And it doesn't matter who does it. It's the same shit. I mean, it could be Frank. It could be Matt Powell. It could be, well, not Hovind or what's his face? Dr. Dickhead. I think Eric might have
anyone.
done some. Yeah. Yeah. And it's all the same thing.
And,
Well,
and sure.
The atheists are not reading it right or misreading it, but yet, like in today's one that I got teed on, it's like, how can you, pick 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 verses that are questionable, but yet ignore the ones that flat out, talk about,
Mhm.
if you the master, frees a slave or a male, of course, that if he was married while he was a slave, he can't take his, wife or children with him.
Yeah.
That's clear to slavery. Clear.
Yeah. And see that when that verse that you just referred to, there was a perfect comment that somebody wrote, because that was one of my replies. Like, well, slavery was voluntary. Well, if a father sells his daughter into slavery, what part was voluntary for the daughter? But I can't remember what that was. One of the comments I was going to bring up on stream, because he said it was some type of I'll never be able to remember what they said.
The one that triggered me today was the one that sat there and said, well, what if you owe the government or you're in debt to the government and you have to do community service? And I even turned around and said, well,
I saw that one.
Yeah. First off, if you owe the government, you don't go and do community service for that. That's for, for like people on probation, blah, 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 sort of thing.
Mhm.
And I said, the difference between that and slavery in the Bible is, at least even if there was some kind of community service attached to the debt, you still get to go home. You still get to work when you want to, or when you can, or, you know, do your community service, because you still have a life outside of that. You know, you have your own home. And then, and I don't, they never replied back as far as I knew. And I thought it got taken down. I thought that all my comments in that one today would have been taken down because I got so heated. But, you know, it's just ridiculous. They're thinking,
Yeah.
you know, how can you actually think that way? Well, it's not slavery. Well, they own you for 7 years. You do what they say, when they say it, and why you say it. And they still don't understand that, like Kentucky atheists, that the indentured servant is never used in the Old Testament. And they changed it later on into the New Testament. I think, the bondservant. But how many other times the verses in the New Testament are talking about slaves? Even Jesus said, you know, slaves, be nice to your masters. You know,
Yeah, I got
right?
a couple of defenses for that one too.
Yeah.
If I could like find a way to streamline those responses, I think they really would be worth going over. But I'm not going to sit here live on stream and dig through all of them. I got to respond to Aunt Jur real quick. The Word Room logo is terrible. No, I have to disagree. This is incredibly creative. The color scheme goes very well. They got black and they got white. And then it's clever because it's the Word Room and they got a W and an R. This is a very intelligently designed. This is an intelligent design.
I bet you it took 6 months to get that sucker that perfect.
At least.
And probably hundreds of thousands of dollars to a ad agency.
This was outsourced for sure. This was somebody created this. I'm of course kidding, and yes, it was a stupid logo.
You see, I thought it meant white race.
I mean, you know,
Oh
yeah,
my God,
Kentucky
calling
atheist
different-
owning other people is wrong. It's so easy for us to say, right?
Right.
It's just it's
And
so easy for us to say.
And it's spot on. Calling biblical slavery indentured servant is like pissing on me and telling me it's raining.
Maybe we'll check that out, Antichrist.
Oh, wait a second. I got something.
Patriarchy in the Bible? No, there's no patriarchy in the Bible.
Why wouldn't there be? God's your
Indentured
father.
servitude. There was
He's your
indentured
daddy.
servitude in the Bible. It's dishonest and try to act like that was the story.
Oh.
Yeah, I think in the most charitable reading, I guess you could call it indentured servitude, but I still don't think it's quite as good. Hey, you're jamming.
No, I'm trying to find. I downloaded a soundboard on my, and I did the favorites, and I got one that Nara Ember didn't have, but I'm trying to. Oh, there it is. Wait a second.
I love
'Cause
Ember.
I kept wanting him to get this. Wait, I'm not gonna friggin' hold on. Damn it! I'm technically. I don't know if you can hear it.
Yeah. Yeah. For if you want to read it in the most charitable way possible, it's not worth arguing that it wasn't the same as indentured servitude. I think it's an argument that you could just grant because it's just not an important argument.
Well, either way, they didn't get to go home.
Give away.
They didn't get to walk around free. They didn't go to the marketplace unless the master sent them. So yeah, that's not slavery. That's indentured servitude.
I think you're going to get an autographed Bible for the giveaway, UC Love.
No, it's the Shroud of Turin replica.
Where you go? Are you under here? Are you in here?
I haven't been able to put out some videos, but I am back on my regular schedule of getting out videos, and I'm so excited in an entire year. And just so everyone can see it, if you take it out of the box here, this Bible, it's this brown Bible right here. It's an incredible.
What does he mean by brown Bible?
incredible Bible. So it's a brand new Bible. Excited to give this away. And I do want to let you know that the way I did this giveaway,
Yeah, he's giving away a Bible, you see, love.
And somehow he won it. Well, what I don't get though, actually, now that I think of it, even if they're, the Hebrews became indentured servants, doesn't the Bible talk about forgiving your brother his debts, to wipe them out, move on? That might actually be in the New Testament, but either way, there shouldn't be any sort of bondservant or indentured servitude, unless God changed his mind from the New Testament, from the Old Testament. But even in the New Testament, they're still promoting and condoning slavery, or say bondservant.
The main takeaway that I get is God condemned a lot of stuff, quite literally hundreds and hundreds of things. Murder, lying, stealing, cheating on your wife, cutting your sideburns, the whole mixed fabric thing, the planting your crops thing, working on certain days, who you can sleep with, all of these things he condemned outright. But the Bible never, from beginning to end, condemns slavery. Old Testament, New Testament. I think that's the overall point. And the reason that it's important, not slavery, but the reason that slavery in the Bible specifically is important is because of this whole omniscient, omnivolent, omnibenevolent God that they believe in. And trying to see the mental gymnastics that they do to try to square away an omnibenevolent God who also allowed slavery. Yeah, Patricia, you're not a Christian. Why do you care about slavery? Like, oh, yeah. That was good.
Yeah.
Why do you even care about slavery? You're not a Christian. Yeah, Kentucky Atheist, it is still slavery. It is still slavery. There's a reason that we don't have indentured servitude, that we don't have debt slavery, because we as a society have done better than God did and called all of these things immoral, and we did away with them. But God just couldn't quite get there. So even if you took out the actual chattel slavery from the Bible and just gave them all of their arguments, okay, fine, yes, you're right. It's still immoral. It's still a form of slavery. It's not the worst kind of slavery that you can imagine in your head, but it's still slavery.
Yeah, this is like my favorite verse in the whole Bible once I became an atheist, especially when, the theists want to start throwing you're a fool. The Bible says only a foolish man denies God. So I always love the 1 Corinthians 13:1. When I was a child, I used to speak like a child, think like a child, reason like a child. When I became a man, I did away with childish things. So I did away with the toy of God and Jesus and traded it for porn. I mean, if I'm going to look at a woman in lust, I might as well have a visual.
That's the same as cheating.
I'm not married.
After 7 years,
I'm
you're allowed
not
to keep the slave
dating
children
anybody.
if you let them go.
Oh, they're going to make
It so clearly says that the women were not to go free as the men do, but there's no patriarchy in the Bible.
Where is that at? Oh, you son of
Go to any hotel and steal a Bible from it. Yeah, but Aunt Jer, that'd be a sin. Thou shalt not steal.
It's only a sin if you get caught. You must not be a very good thief.
God sees everything. Hold on. I want to look. Is there anything special?
next you're gonna tell me-
Bible,
Is it autographed? Hold on.
Next, you're going to tell me that he watches me while I poop. No, I'm not going to be able to poop for a week.
Christ is in all things, even your toilet.
Yeah, he's in my
Going to
shit because
butcher
he's
your-
full of it. Sorry, Patricia.
or actual name here, it's at Leary May Rubble. I'll put it on the screen here. I'm sure I
Wow, Jessica Morton. Give him your address so he can send you the Bible. I'm sure he will not be showing up at your house.
butchered that. But Jessica, I'm so excited you won this Bible. If you would do me a favor, you can notify me. I need to get an address from you that I can ship it to. So if you can send me your address, you can either
I would never give this fellow my address. That's crazy. That's
He's probably a
absolutely
Jehovah's Witness in
crazy.
disguise. I got its address. I'm gonna go to
Yeah.
just south of Chicago, knock on this door.
Could you
offers
imagine
the Bible
giving
living
this guy your freaking address?
And he's probably going to tell her to
Do
pay
it
for
via
shipping.
Just $5.95 for shipping, whatever the Bible
Email
costs.
at the word room.
Is
Give
it-
me a DM.
I mean, did he autograph it or anything? Or is it literally just a Bible that you could steal from any hotel room? If it was a signed copy, then I would.
Well,
probably
it
be
looked like it
in
was a leather bound one, so that's a little bit more.
hot diggity damn.
Man, I just opened this. I was looking for damn scripture.
Right,
And
you
I
got the
can't
first
remember what the hell I
commandment
was
to how to
looking
properly
for.
kiss his ass, but left out. Don't own people. Yeah, yeah. Most there's a lot of comments about how he's the bestest, most coolest, greatest God, and there's a couple of ones that people would have already known not to do, seeing as how they were propagating, they were growing as a people all throughout the world. While God was taking credit for thou shalt not kill, there were people in countries thousands of miles away also not killing each other. I don't know how. Well, I guess it's written on their hearts. That's true. Yeah.
And I can't believe you would even suggest somebody write in a holy text. You know, some person that's not even worthy to hold the Bible, nevertheless sign it. You repent, Nara.
I shall not.
You shall
I am a
repaint
heathen.
and sin no more.
Okay. So when I last made the comment that we've done nothing and we've said nothing, that was 18 minutes ago. And we still have done nothing and said nothing. So let's get into something.
Speak for yourself. Anything I say is worthy of pondering.
That's true.
Like
Hey,
pond
Andy, welcome.
Okay,
It's an
everybody get out
open
of the chairs
stream.
and do the nitty.
Is that a new dance? Is that a new TikTok dance?
Yeah, it's a takeoff of the gritty. You probably don't even know what the
Okay.
gritty is.
I have no idea what the gritty is.
You don't watch
I don't
football, I
have-
guess.
I don't know. I hate sports. I don't have TikTok. I don't have Facebook. I don't have
Wow.
Instagram. I don't have.
Wow. I'm giving
am
this
not
guy my
online.
address. He's going to be my new friend.
All right, let's do something.
I've already got my own
The
personal
nitty-
Jesus. It's a doll.
Ramon. Let's do the patriarchy in the Bible one. I absolutely proof that misogynists translated the Bible. Okay, so I'm going to just take a quick foreshadowing. I'm going to guess what they're going to say just based off the title. Is that anything and everything that seems like it might be anti-woman was mistranslated. They got that wrong.
Do I get to guess? Do I get to guess what they're going to say? I predict
Yeah.
this guy's going to sit there and say, blah, 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 blah. Praise Jesus.
Yeah, I get it. I've seen quite a few of the videos where they're just like, well, that was wrong. Where it says like a woman, what did you say? A violator? A violator must marry his
yeah.
victim. A violator, an R wordist. Yeah, that's
Yard wordist. I hated
that's
that.
the that's the most common apologetic I've seen to that. Not I get to that, but that I've seen to that is that it was mistranslated. It's not supposed to say that. To which I reply, well, that's God's problem. Why would God allow
What
his
mis-
book to be mistranslated and sold in the tens of millions, and his word to be spread, and it's incorrect? That is not
And
my
Kentucky, unless he's Kentuckian, unless he is Catholic, most Protestants disregard Mary. And even the Bible only mentions her, like 3 or 4 times total? I mean, it wasn't like she's a main figure in the New Testament at all, other than she popped out a kid that supposedly God raped her, violated her.
Violated her. Yeah, I hear that a lot too. Is well, the Bible isn't misogynistic because it puts women up on a pedestal. The people, the women were the ones who found the tomb, and yeah, Mary and all of the other women of the time were being beaten and tortured and killed in the most horrible things. They were being treated as property. But the Bible says all people should be treated equally. Or, I've heard that quite a bit too.
Well, but then why does it list women right next to cattle and other things not to covet in the Ten Commandments? Why are they supposed to remain silent? And obviously, thank goodness our girls don't remain silent, because this would be an awful boring stream. There's too many verses. Once again, you have to overlook. And I know I'm missing a whole lot of them. The short version, because this guy's beard is growing while he's waiting.
They are literally listed as spoils of war. Alongside the cattle and the gold, you also get the women. Now, what, may I ask, would you do with women as a spoil of war? I don't know.
I heard they
It's
can
pretty
cook
disgusting.
sometimes, because I'm not going to say the violator word.
Yeah, we all know. We all know why warring men would want to take virgin women for themselves.
Right. That's why I was being sarcastic.
Let's befriend yourself.
And in my house, I always did the cooking because I love to cook. I just don't do dishes very well. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, is there any He said let thou just be property. Yes.
That ain't nice.
He did.
You were talking
He did.
about like female cows, right? I guess that's kind of cow.
female dog.
It's like male bulls. I'm such an idiot.
Yeah. All right, let's get into this one. I'm probably not the best. I've done a few of these, but not enough that I'm going to probably quickly pull from memory the misogynistic Bible.
Wait. I also figured out what the difference between a Christian and an atheist is. His hat is pointed forward. That's a godly man.
Mm-hmm.
You're rebellious.
There. I'm a Christian now. Oh wait, it's a flat build head. I got to wear it off to the side.
Oh, I hate flat bills. Oh,
I do too, honestly. But this is the only hat that I can find.
thank you, Antichrist.
Let's switch off. There, it's better. Got a good curve to this bill.
Oh, don't talk about curve. Oh, that's a fact. Now you got a ring around
All
your
right.
head. Mary is a modern translation to Marian from the Hebrew or Greek. Of note, the narratives start with a Mary and a Joseph and end with the same Mary Magdalene and Joseph of Amithia. Look at both the names as been. Oh, I keep forgetting. Sorry. I read out loud usually. I'm not used to having a mic when I read out loud. I do this when I'm by myself. My cat looks at me.
That you're narrating for me.
Oh, no, I could. Sorry. Patricia. I'm going to. No, wait. I'm going to get on her butt over this one. If you're so anti-Bible, you better start typing it Babel like I do. I am so anti-Babel that I take offense at the idea that I can only be trusted to tell the truth if I swore to do so with a hand on the Babel.
Yeah.
Okay. I hope you're with the program now, Patricia. Repent.
I think Nitty, if I ever bring Patricia on, would you be interested in coming onto that stream, Nitty? I think as an fully devout believer, and somebody is far removed from Christianity but still identifies as a Christian as Patricia, I think that would be a really good conversation. And
I think it'd be a good conversation, even just her alone.
Sure, why not? All right, I'll try to set.
I just find her interesting, just like James that on Ember's resident theist.
I lost my
Because you're not-
resident theist.
No, you didn't. Patricia's your resident theist.
Not
Oh.
that kind of theist.
Oh,
My
it's the other
actual
kind?
King James only,
the kind you don't want to associate with, kind of
the
theist,
kind
or
I
the
don't
one you
want
do
to
want?
associate. The kind I don't. Yeah, the King James only. Absolutely. Infowars.
She just said she
Alex
would.
Jones. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Well,
Beautiful.
we'll try
Love
to
it.
set that up sometime. Okay. So, what do you say we actually hit play on this video?
Yeah, because his beard's 3 inches longer now. Way to go.
Okay. All right. Let's get into it. Let's see. I don't know how much value I could add to this as commentary to this, but we'll give it a shot.
Well, then just be
I
quiet. Let me do the
understand
commentary.
Things are going on in our culture. And sometimes,
What, do you think
that
this is your
likes to
show?
Creep into the church. In today's video, we're going to address
The patriarchy.
feminism has actually crept into the church.
God.
Just check a
We
couple
need to
of these
exorcise the
things
demons.
Let us go into the house of the Lord. I'm
Speed
so
it up a
glad
little
to
bit.
be in the house of the Lord with you this morning. Would you mind going ahead and praying with me now, Mother God, Creator God, loving God, Holy
Mother
God?
God.
You got preachers up here talking
Mother
about
God?
they are against abortion. Good, so don't have one then. But don't impose your feelings on other people because your patriarchy is reckless.
But
That's fair. Who's that
Stephanie, bite your tongue. Bite your tongue, Stephanie.
guy? P-Town?
Yeah.
No, I don't have much I haven't had much interaction with P-Town. From what I see, I don't know. He seems relatively reasonable, but I like the theists who are just. I don't like them. I don't. I'll rephrase. I like
They
the
home.
comments from the like the real fundamentalist
Oh,
King James only crowd. Those are fun. But I lost my what was his name? Daniel Blair, I think. He was my resident.
Oh,
theist. He
yeah.
hasn't commented in a long time. I miss Daniel.
oh yeah, because I think
If
I
you're out
chased
there,
him
Daniel,
off.
come back. Come home.
I'll be
Maybe.
nicer to you, I swear. Oh, I can't stand that guy.
No, I can't stand them either. But I like. It's fun. It's fun. To me, it's fun. All right, let's keep going.
in this video, rather than addressing that nonsense, I'm going to address a claim about the book of Genesis and how when the Bible was translated into English, they wanted to downplay God's plan for Eve because patriarchy. Let's go. All right, welcome back to the channel. If you haven't already, click that subscribe button down below. Give this video a like. At 500 subscribers, we're going to be doing a giveaway, so you don't want to miss that. Stick around to the end of this video to hear those details. But for now, let's...
I predict that a woman named Jessica is going to win that giveaway. I'm prophesying.
You are a prophet. And
We'll
if
see.
P-Town isn't available, maybe you can get Sunflower or whatever that other. Ugh. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
jump right into this
Yeah.
video we're going to respond to today.
You've heard that Eve was made to be a helper for Adam, but the reason behind that translation choice might be androcentrism.
Now, before we keep going with the video, to clarify what androcentrism is, if you don't know, androcentrism is the practice of placing a masculine viewpoint at the center of one's worldview, the culture, the history, which results in culturally marginalizing femininity.
Topple the patriarchy!
So what he's saying here is that the translation of helper, that Eve was a helper, or in the King James translation, a helpmeet, that translation is a result of masculinity marginalizing femininity because patriarchy.
Stephanie, would you like to come on and do this video? I
I-
just don't feel, or I don't think I've never seen Aunt Jur or is that wow, I
was just going to say, I was going to have my prediction was Stephanie is going to come on to do the stream and start the, oh no, he didn't shit. Waving that finger and cranking that neck.
I don't think there's anybody else in chat that I've ever seen come onto a stream. So if you'd like to, I think the comment still pinned? If the link still pinned?
Yeah.
It ought to be, right?
It doesn't go
I
away.
just don't know how
until
much
you
value
take it down.
I can add to this.
And I couldn't from a man's
Well,
point
that's-
of view because I totally agree with Stephanie on this one.
Yeah. Well, I think regardless of who you are or whatever you may be, I think there's always value that you can add to a conversation, regardless of whether you are affected by that or not. I'm just saying for patriarchy in the Bible specifically, I just don't know how much I don't have a lot of knowledge on it, aside from like the basic stuff, like, you know, the women don't speak in church. Women were basically women were treated as property.
Right.
They were probably like fourth class citizens.
Yeah,
But as far
to
as the
me,
actual details, I guess if he were to bring up a point, I don't know a Bible verse that I can immediately jump to that would be like, well, what about this verse? As I'm sure somebody else would.
and a woman would have a different perspective of stuff that we wouldn't even realize as men.
Right.
You know.
Right. So we'll keep going. Stephanie Helms,
Oh,
if you
there's
want to
BS.
jump in. BS Lewis.
BS Doofus is here.
BS, I hope you don't mind. I played a clip of your video at the beginning of this stream.
No,
because
shut
I
him
got
down.
a comment.
Copyright infringement.
Copyright infringement. I got a comment, and the person, I mean, he's a Frank Turek clone. So much so that if it turned out to actually be Frank Turek behind the keyboard, I would not be surprised. But he brought up the moist robots, and it immediately made me think of your video. So we played that video, and it's hilarious.
And
was
his beard
literally
is 2 more inches long.
all right. We got some value added here. Okay.
Welcome, Steph. Good
Oh,
to see you,
hi.
man.
Sure, I'm up for a few more minutes. Yeah.
Sure.
I'm waiting for it.
Roll 'em.
Hold on.
Roll the tape.
Is it just me, or is Stephanie's mic really, really low?
You're low, Steph. Yeah, I can hear her, but
Yeah.
I got buds in, so
Just
well,
Yeah, hang on. I'm on my iPad, so it's kind of effed up, but I can F around with that. Hold on.
Okay. You're gonna copyright strike me. Yeah. Well, we didn't play much. I think we'd definitely fall under fair trade, or we only played about maybe 20 seconds or 30 seconds of it. But every time I hear moist robots now, they immediately go to that video because it was hilarious.
I'll goose the mic. Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
That's a lot better.
All right.
All right, let's go.
Let's keep hearing him out and see what he says here.
In English, we read in Genesis 2 that God sees Adam alone and says, I'll make him a helper suitable for him.
Keep in mind the word suitable, which he doesn't talk about at all in this video. We'll come back to it.
But the word that's used for helper there is etzer, and its meaning is much closer to rescuer. Because in English, the word helper generally implies subservience, someone helping from below. But in the 20 times that etzer is used in the Old Testament, it always refers to some kind of emergency rescue, like when David's on the run for his life and says that my etzer is in the Lord. Now, there is some overlap between the ideas of help and rescue, but one emphasizes Adam and the other emphasizes Eve. And when you have theologians in the 1500s like John Knox who are saying that it's their mission to battle the monstriferous empire of women, I don't think it's a stretch to suggest that maybe the translations of Genesis that were happening at that time might have been influenced by that agenda.
All right, let's address some of the nonsense in this argument. So, first of all, I want you to notice kind of some of the
nonsense of the Hebrew language. Yeah, let's do that.
he looks Hebrew. Yeah, sure. We'll go with that answer.
propaganda going on here, whether intentional or not. He says helper kind of carries the idea of subservience and then shows a video of a maid at that point. But that's absurd. We use the phrase help all the time without meaning subservience. For example, if someone has a car that has the battery has died,
Robinson Crusoe
they-
had his man Friday. I mean, what the fuck?
He was a rescuer.
He was just a helper, you know. It's
Oh, you had to stop with its mouth open, didn't you? Okay, that's better. Oh, now looks like a fucking beaver. Oh, the wabbit.
for
Okay, go
help
ahead. Sorry.
to jumpstart their car with jumper cables. They're not viewing that person that is helping them as subservient. Or you may ask for a tutor to help you understand and have.
Okay, so this video is just his reaction to another video that's calling the Bible. This isn't his views. Okay, yeah. All right. He's reacting to somebody else's video who's calling the Bible that it has patriarchy.
No, but you don't view the two.
Stop for just 1 second. See, now that I think of it, why didn't they go to the part where oh crap, I just knocked over my thing. To the part where Eve was even made. What was the purpose of making Eve out of a rib when God could have just done the same thing he did with Adam and made another mud person?
Yeah, well,
I mean, to me, that just ties into the misogynistic nature of the Bible, just saying, hey, she's lower than Adam because she was cut, she came from Adam.
Well,
almost like God is, almost to the point where God is better than Adam because God made Adam. Does that make any sense? I'm probably screwing the wording up.
Yeah, well, there are two creation stories, and in one of them, man and woman created he them is the verse, and then the other one has got the whole rib thing going on, and the thing where God says, "Hey, you like this goat? Yeah, but not that. How about this sheep over here? No, that's not good."
So is that
and so finally put him to sleep, cut out the rib, clone the guy. Well, but not really, because after all, it's not really a clone, because otherwise that would be kind of weird and kind of homosexual and all of that sort of thing. So no, we can't have any of that.
We can't have that.
No, can't have any of that. So it's and then oh yeah, here's this woman here. It's like, oh yeah, way better than the goat and the sheep and the cow and all those other things. That's just.
Well, no wonder sheep are still nervous to this day. It's part of the
right, especially
punishment for what Adam and Eve did. Oh my God.
As subservient to you, exactly the opposite. Or someone playing sports might ask a coach for additional help, and that coach is their helper. Doesn't view the coach as subservient.
I object.
And why is that, Mr. Reed?
Because it's devastating to my case.
Overruled.
So the idea of help implying subservience is absolutely false. But let's address some of the claims made here. So he talks about that the word help here, etzer, carries the idea of rescuing. So it should be rescuer. Well, we can talk about that a couple of different ways. To an extent, that is correct, but not necessarily. It doesn't mean rescuing. It generally just means strength. It actually is a word that means aid, or to give aid, to help. So that's why it's translated helper. Now, can it be used for an idea of rescue? To an extent, yes. We see this multiple times, primarily when it's referencing God being the helper, being the one from which the help comes from. But I want you to notice, he quotes Psalms and it says, I look to the hills from where my help comes from. Where's my help come? My help comes from the Lord. That verse doesn't say from where my rescue comes from. My rescuer is the Lord, or my rescue comes from the Lord. It doesn't use the word rescue there. Why is it not translated rescue? Were the translators trying?
What word does it use in Hebrew? Is it the same word? I mean, is it as I didn't see the Hebrew text, so I don't know what it actually is, but and that's from Psalms, right? That's
532. I think
lift
he
mine eyes
he
to
shows
the
it here
hills,
somewhere.
from whence comes my help. I don't remember. But is it the same word? Because he's using English words here. I don't know if it's the same word.
And the variant of that Hebrew word can mean different things.
Well, Hebrew's an interesting language. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know what the root is.
Yeah, I was going to go grab my Hebrew Greek Key Study Bible and see if it's in there. But yeah, I just started the Hebrew studies myself, so I'm not even that far into it.
Well, he does give you the Hebrew word, but it's actually in Hebrew, so it's hard to say.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you want, though, because then you can find out the variants with the base word.
But I'm not sure.
Right.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Maybe I'm not entirely sure that any of this, he's really harping on, there's so much misogyny and patriarchy in the Bible. I don't know why we've spent 5 minutes? 5 minutes of this 13-minute video talking about this possible misinterpretation of the word help. It doesn't seem all that important. But this is just, if I was going to talk about misogyny or patriarchy in the Bible, this is not where I would go.
No.
Where my rescue comes from, my rescuer is the Lord, or my rescue comes from the Lord. It doesn't use the word rescue there. Why is it not translated rescue? Were the translators trying to slight God there? Were they trying to make the focus not on God in that verse? No, the whole entire point of that verse, the whole concept of that.
Because it's all he has. What this isn't, he's the person, I don't know who this dude's name is. The person in the video, this isn't his video. Somebody else made a video saying that the Bible is misogynistic, or there's a patriarchy in the Bible. And this is his reaction. So the person who thinks the Bible is misogynistic created the video about this whole rescuer help thing. He's just responding to it. I don't know if it's all...
he presented a whole bunch of clips of people
other
I'm sure he
theists.
considered
Yeah.
woke, basically saying that that we need to acknowledge that the Bible does have a misogynistic bent to it, and he's sitting there saying, "No, it doesn't."
Yeah, because I've been sort of trying to figure out if this other guy's a theist or an atheist, but he has to be a theist. I mean, he's not really going hard at it, but he's not. He never mentioned the word misogynistic or anything like that in the other clip, did he?
I don't think so. I think he just went over this help thing, and then he's
right. Just the verse and then the Hebrew.
He's pissed off that some preacher in some church said "Holy Mother God," which is like
right. Yeah.
You know, he's pissed off at that. He's pissed off at somebody saying, mind your own business when it comes to abortion and, and all of that. And so he's pissed off at soft Christians basically trying to skate on
progressive.
That. And he's basically saying, well, it's not really misogynistic, even if you look at it that way. And it's apostasy to say anything different. It's just, he's kind of an idiot here.
Well, he's probably pissed off because he's got to give a Bible away now that he liked. He didn't have the lady's address, so it's been a bad day for him, I guess.
Yeah, and one further note that if you stay at a Marriott, you not only get the Bible, but you can kife a Book of Mormon too.
Hey.
Just kind of
thou shalt not steal.
Misogynistic in the Book of Mormon either, really.
No, yeah, not at all. And Mormons are polygamists.
All right. Let's see.
Was to put the emphasis on God.
Yeah, obviously.
So
especially
using the word help
LSD
doesn't actually change the emphasis, like the person in this video claims. Not only that, they weren't trying to slight God when they said, my help comes from the Lord. They didn't say my rescue. They said my help.
Sorry, bro. Them's just the facts.
They didn't use the word rescue to translate this word in any verse. So that would contradict the idea that they were purposely not using the word rescuer here to talk about women because, patriarchy. No, the word is always translated as help or helper. That's how it's always translated through the entirety of the Bible. So to claim that it should be in this verse doesn't really fit, nor does it mean that.
All right. And now I'm really curious what the actual word is. Let's see. Let me go back real quick.
Generalizing femininity because patriarchy. Now let's keep hearing him out and see what he says here.
In English, we read in Genesis 2 that God sees Adam alone and says, I'll make him a helper suitable for him.
Keep in mind the word suitable, which he doesn't talk about at all in this video. We'll come back to it.
Okay, now I got to go get
the word that's used for helper there is
Is
etzer,
there-
and its meaning is much.
EZER. All right.
My rescue comes from the Lord. It doesn't use the word rescue there. Why is it not translated rescue? Were the translators trying to slight God there? Were they trying to make the focus not on God in that verse? No, the whole entire point of that verse, the whole concept of that was to put the emphasis on God. So using the word help doesn't actually change the emphasis, like the person in this video claims. Not only that, they weren't trying to slight God when they said, my help comes from the Lord. They didn't say my rescue. They said my help.
Sorry, bro. Them's just the facts.
They didn't use the word rescue to translate this word in any verse. So that would contradict the idea that they were purposely not using the word rescuer here to talk about women because, patriarchy. No, the word is always translated as help or helper. That's how it's always translated through the entirety of.
I don't remember the full verse, but and the sun shall not smite me by day, nor the moon by night is a part of that verse. It's a psalm, I think. And I can't. I'm on my iPad, so I can't really be flexible in looking stuff up. Do y'all have?
Yeah, well, from Hebrew word lessons, the quick snippet is etzer. The word means an ally or a rescuer, someone who comes running when the people cry out for help, and etzer drops everything to save those in need.
Right.
Yeah.
218.
So, and what are the three consonants in that?
Let me click on a link here.
What are the three consonants? It's a Z. It's probably an ayin and a Z and what is it would be ram, but I can't remember exactly what. But anyway, so it'd be glottal stop Z R. So
Yeah, I don't.
what are
I
those
don't
three?
know.
What's the meaning? What's the general meaning of those three consonants? Because that's how Semitic languages work. And I believe you. It sounds like rescuer or
So from Hebrew, I don't know how. I mean, Hebrew word lessons. It's not like some atheist site here, but it says.
Yeah, it's just language.
And so God created the woman to be an etzer to man, but this word translated as helper is not about making brunch and darning a man's socks. This word means an ally or rescue, someone who comes running when the people cry
Ally.
for help. An etzer, yeah, ally or rescuer. An etzer is a hero. Yeah, there's no bias here at all. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how important this
It's
argument is.
not, and you know, and it's evading the question. If you know, if in the laws, women are clearly spelled out as being
Archangel Gabriel
as being you know, equivalent to chattel in some way, shape, or form. You know, the whole dowry thing. It's like it's clearly patriarchal. I mean, it's clearly there are different rules and stuff. I mean, it's just
right.
Slicing and dicing this one word in this one
Yes.
place is just it's not taking into account the totality of the law.
Yeah, I'm curious if the video that he's going after goes on to expand, and the rest of it was so devastating that he's not going to cover it, and he's just going to focus on the first part of this video. But we actually have the Archangel Gabriel live on stream.
Hello.
Oh, good.
Maybe we could get some insight.
Or just get some. I'd be happy.
The avatar, the picture, you're absolutely gorgeous, Archangel Gabriel.
Why, thank you. We strive to appear in a form you mortals find appealing.
Yeah.
Well, I'm moist.
We got moist robots all over the place here. Archangel Gabriel, do you think that the Bible is misogynistic?
Absolutely.
I appreciate your.
I got a question. Is Gabriel related to Stephanie?
We're all created by the same creator.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
My mom had 3 kids. That was it.
He's ducking the main point to go on about this. Yeah, I suspect you're correct, Kentucky atheist. This is so if you just granted him everything he was saying, it would change nothing.
Yeah.
Right.
It wouldn't change the rest of the law. It wouldn't change the whole thing about yeah, you can, you know, when you go into battle, yeah, kill everybody but keep the girls around because you know what, they're fun. It's
Or if your husband wants to get some, you give it to him. You know, that's, you know,
yeah,
sick in itself. Yeah. Your deep smoky voice. I was thinking that your hair is a deep smoky color, Eric.
Oh boy.
Yeah, come on, Eric. You know, don't be so. Jeez, what a nebbish.
I think he's pissed because he's not the patriarch in his own house.
Yeah.
We all know Eric is just a voice put on by Dr. Josh.
Oh, have you guys ever heard Dr. Josh's Kent Hovind?
Yes.
Oh my
It's
goodness.
amazing.
I tried.
He did this whole thing. He did this whole thing at Better last year, where he actually wore the shirt and got up and did a whole like 20 minutes worth of Ken Hovind impersonation. It was hysterical.
It's
I like it.
so funny.
I like it when he does it with his bow tie on. It's just like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's just amazing.
I tried finding a clip of that on the last stream, and I couldn't come across one quickly. But his and you know what? I wanted to, Nitty. I don't know if you're still in stream or if you passed out by now, but
Yeah.
your Kent Hovind impression's not bad.
Yeah,
it's not bad. But Kent Hovind.
That's about the best I can do as far as Ken Hovind.
I mean,
sounded
that's
like Mike
it was really
Winger.
close. All right, let's see if we can't get through this. We have an actual angel on stream with us, so we can get the God's perspective because he has direct communication. Or wait, Gabriel still? He didn't get cast.
An
down,
archangel?
right? Yeah, Gabriel
No.
didn't turn right.
You got
Yeah.
Gabriel,
So we
you got Michael the archangel, at least. Those are two that mentioned in the Bible, at least a few times.
Yeah, I know some of them.
I have to do all the work after Lucifer left.
Yeah, well, suck it up, Buttercup.
Somebody's got to pick up the slack.
Now you know how a woman feels.
All right. Let's see if we can get through this. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of value here, but I mean, what else do you expect from somebody who paid $14,000 to get this logo created?
It's kind of comedy gold, really. I mean, it's
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know we're in trouble. We had to bring in the matriarch here to get this translated for us.
Look, he's got a Strong's on his bookshelf.
He doesn't even know how to use it, I bet.
All right. Let's go.
The Bible. So to claim that it should be in this verse doesn't really fit, nor does it mean that if it's not translated that way in this verse, that it's some kind of slight against women. The word rescuer didn't even really come into the English language until the 1530s. And the first English translations of the Bible were done in 1530s.
English, you dumb shit.
Dumb ass motherfucker.
We're talking about
Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek.
Damn.
Well, Stephanie, we
Yeah.
all know that Jesus carried around a King James version.
Well, I think it's widely known that during the ancient Hebrew times, that when somebody would assist another in a sticky situation, they just had no word to describe that.
Good Samaritan comes to mind.
Yeah.
I don't. According to this person, that concept it just wasn't a thought in their minds. Yeah, what does English have to do with it? Yeah.
So the word rescuer wasn't really a common use term at that time. So it's not a term that would be used to translate this passage in the 1530s.
Now
even
watch
though
his
he wants to
eyes.
quote something from the
Stop for a second. This guy knows he's lying just for the fact. Read the body language and watch his eyes. Somebody that's lying generally cannot, even look at the person or the camera. He keeps, going off to the right. Or if he goes to the lower left, that's another tell of a liar.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's lying.
He's lying.
He could very well be. Everything he's saying could very well be accurate. It's just I don't think he's necessarily saying any. Of course, his actual views are probably pretty disgusting. But if you take just what he's saying at face value, I don't think he's necessarily saying anything. He's not saying anything. He's just so mad that a woman could be.
Yeah, he's just, he's slicing and dicing. It's like, well, we didn't, the word wasn't available in the 1530s for the King James translators to use. But Dude, what what's that got to do with the price of wheat? I mean, it's what are you talking about? It's just
I thought she said the price of weed.
If there is a better word that covers, like, go ahead, tell me, buddy, what does Schadenfreude mean? It's like, well, it's an untranslatable sort of kind of. I mean, the best you can do is Schadenfreude, willful glee in another's misfortune, or something like that. But it doesn't really convey that. This is a problem with translation. You can't get the total sense of another language and another culture without the context for the language and the culture. I mean, does he understand that Adam is a pun in Hebrew? It's a pun.
What is that?
ADM means earth. It means blood, sorta, kinda, not really quite blood, but the color red is embodied in those three consonants in Hebrew. It's a pun. So you call Adam Adam because Adam, the earthling. And so you're trying to base your case on an English translation from the 1530s, and somebody suggests, well, maybe there's a better word in English today that conveys the sense of the Hebrew word, the meaning of the Hebrew word, and you're all up in arms because it's not the King James version. I mean, come on, buddy. It's just,
Yeah, I get that a lot for the NIV.
Not sensible.
1500s to try to claim patriarchy here. He also completely ignores the full phrase.
You have to ignore this stuff.
The word edzer is used in different places all throughout scripture, but this actual particular phrase, edzer kenegdo, which is the word that is actually translated help meet, which is the way King James translates it, or help suitable, which is what I told y'all to remember earlier. Keep in mind the word suitable, which he doesn't talk about at all in this video.
Again, King James.
That phrase is only used twice, and
So does his King James have the Apocrypha to it? And if not, which version does he suggest using? Because the Revised was after 1500, or after 1600, actually. All the way up to 1795. Just a side note, I guess.
Methinks the good sir forgets the original meaning of the word mate.
What is it?
What are you saying, mate?
Mr. Angel. Miss Angel? Do angels have, I don't know.
Genders?
This is new. This is new to
sexes,
me.
I
I've
guess.
never had an angel on stream.
We only have plumbing when it's required.
This is true.
Sometimes we're all eyeballs. You don't even want to know.
Do you poop?
It gets weird. up
No.
there. All right.
when it's talking about the creation of Eve. So this is not actually a term that is translated anywhere else in scripture. And that second word is important. So that word kenegdo actually comes from a common word, neged. Neged in Hebrew means in front of, in sight of, or opposite to, when that word functions as a preposition or adverb, as it does in Genesis 2:18 and 2:20. But the word neged isn't the actual word used in verse 18 and verse 20 of Genesis chapter 2. The word is...
I'm really curious. I don't know how many comments he gets, but I'm very curious to, after we're done with this, I'm going to look at his comment section and to see if there's anybody who's just praising him for finally telling it how it is, or how great of a job he did.
80
for saying
5 to 95% of his comments are probably from fanboys.
Yeah.
Praise be. Thank God for you.
Yeah, that's exactly what it'll be. Are you prophesying? Are you looking at the comments, or are you prophesying that?
I'm not omniscient, if that's what you mean.
Okay. You're no God.
No, he's
I
moist
get it.
though.
You know, they're telling him. Well, he only has. I don't want to say only, as if it's no accomplishment, but in the YouTube world, he only has 500 subscribers, so he might not have a lot of comments.
Yeah.
But we'll scroll down and we'll see just how many are just praising him for him. He hasn't said anything. He hasn't made any argument that holds any weight. Like I've said it before. It just none of this seems to really matter.
And so it has that root
Thank
word
God
of
it
neged, but it also
2,000 subscribers and so whatever.
Well, and 500 and counting.
has a prefix and a suffix along with it. The prefix, which is the Hebrew letter kaf, is actually an inseparable preposition in Hebrew. And it's usually translated like, as, or according to in Hebrew. And that affects the meaning of the word neged. That kaf prefix means that the opposite definition of neged, where it means opposite to or opposite of, isn't actually the correct translation or correct meaning of that word, because that kaf prefix changes it to something that is like, not opposite. Now, what about the suffix? The suffix of this word in Hebrew is what's called a pronominal vav, or a cholam vav. It's what gives it that long O sound at the end of the word. And it's actually equivalent to the pronoun him.
You're not being polite to the pronoun.
So the Hebrew word kenegdo is actually made up of two prepositions and a pronoun, which actually...
Yeah. Very
Just had
quick.
to sneak that one in, didn't you, you stupid fuck?
So Eve is a him?
Wouldn't you know?
No, angels don't do gender.
Okay, my bad.
So he makes it a prepositional phrase. When you add in the prefix and the suffix to this word, the lexicons and scholars who study this out give it the meaning according to what is in front of, corresponding to him, to Adam, or equal to Adam, or adequate to himself or to Adam. It's the idea of a corresponding counterpart. And this word, even though it's not used in any of the other parts of the Bible, it is used in rabbinic writings. And when you look at the word in rabbinic writings, it carries the idea of similar. So to say that translating it this way,
What does this have to do with it again? What does this have to do with the trading value of men versus women and the framing of the law? I mean, it's just. I mean, this is just. It's worse than semantics. It's like you're hung up on one thing, but you're not looking at the totality of the whole thing.
It's not much
Women
of a
keep
tale,
silent in church,
but I'm
and
sort of attached to it.
hair and don't do this and don't do that and all this other stuff.
Yeah, out of all the things he could have picked, he picked the one word and the one verse.
The fact he has to delve into rabbinic writings in order to try to make his case,
Yeah, I caught that.
it's a big reach.
Yeah, the notoriously feminist rabbinic tradition. What? I mean, if we're talking the Orthodox tradition, it's certainly not particularly.
All right.
a helper suitable or a helper corresponding to is to somehow subjugate women is simply false. The context of the passage and the full translation, not a single word, is actually saying that the woman is corresponding to or equal to the man. Rescuer would imply the man is in trouble and the woman is up here reaching down to rescue. But that's not the actual picture of the phrase. The picture is equal, equality. It's corresponding to, similar. You have the man, you have the woman, equal. And she is there to help as a strength to the man. That
So it's
is
one word.
the actual meaning.
No, you just said that a broader definition, or at least a sense of the word, is ally, which, you know,
Yeah, I'll bring this.
he's just hung up on this one stupid fucking word.
Also, isn't the point that the translation was misogynistic, not the original Hebrew?
The video
Yes.
title would lead you to believe this, yes. So I don't know how well this is going to show up on screen, but this is Hebrew word lessons, helper, defining Etzer, the Etzer woman, helper / ally. It's kind of the root is I'll never be able to pronounce. Azan, Zayn, and Resh.
Yeah, Resh. Well, in Arabic it would be ayn, which is it's that it's the glottal stop thing. It's the it's as in it's that sort of back of the throat sound.
Yeah, but to me, when they use helper, that's making Eve lesser than Adam. I mean, you've got a chef, you've got a sous chef. A sous chef would be a helper, right? A sous chef's position is where? Below the chef. And I mean, just like a director, assistant director, on and on and on, sort of thing. To me, that's the same
just
concept.
from the plain reading of the text, it's the whole framing of biblical literature is the male is the default. I mean, Adam is the default, and Eve is the not quite, and this was really widely viewed as in throughout the scriptures and throughout the time and in context as women as being imperfect men.
The entire thing about helper is a euphemism anyway. The entire point was Adam went through all the animals to find a quote unquote helper. What is Adam's job in the garden? To lie around and eat some fruit. He didn't need help with that job. He needed help in being fruitful and multiplying.
Right.
That's the kind of helper. And the sheep were not suitable, and the camels were not suitable, and so on and so on.
Not for lack
Mind you, I'll bet he tried.
Yeah.
Well, you do. I have insight to this. Sorry, Gabriel, but I talked to God last night. He said the only reason sheep weren't suitable, they found out Adam was allergic to wool. So that's kind of where we're at with that.
Yeah, well,
the syphilis also didn't help.
That wasn't until after the fall. Stay with me there, Gabriel. But you get to this verse, and then it even gets backed up all the way into the New Testament, because what is man? The head of a woman, just like Christ is the head of the man, or whatever that it is.
I think I can let's just say that what he's saying is true, and that they were made equal, side by side, not one above the other. That's literally in the first few pages, or maybe if not the first page of the Bible. The entire rest of it says something completely different. It's just such an irrelevant argument.
Yeah, he just skirts around the issue. Period.
Yeah. I hate repeating myself. If I were to make an argument that the Bible has patriarchy and misogyny, this would be one of the last ones. And I get it that it's since the beginning, the misogyny was there, and I think that's what the point is. But this is just not where I would go. Yeah,
even Anderson. Ugh.
So no, there is no subjugation of women here. There is no androcentrism here. Now, he quotes John Knox. He quotes a passage from a writing from Knox, but he's a little bit dishonest. The writing from Knox wasn't actually an attack on all women. It was actually an attack on what he claimed was an unnatural rule or regime of Mary Tudor, or however you say her name, of England. And it had secondary attacks at Regent Marie de Guise in Scotland and Mary Queen of Scots in France. It wasn't an attack on all women. It was talking about those women and their leadership in the monarchy, which is a completely separate thing than just an attack on all women. And actually, if you study...
Yeah, it wasn't an attack
based on the
all
Bible.
women. Just some women.
Just the ones that were in charge.
Right.
I don't keep up on your human politics all that well, but it seems to me that Mary Queen of Scots was executed by Elizabeth I long before James became king, necessitating the King James translation. So why would James's Bible have anything to say about a long dead former monarch of the next country over?
That's suspiciously knowledgeable for somebody who doesn't pay attention to human politics.
And it wasn't BS. It actually made sense.
Oh my goodness. All right, what do we got? 2 minutes left?
So that'll be about another hour.
His life.
Yeah. Just all of those that were alive and have been alive and ever will be alive. Yeah, just those women. Kentucky Atheist, I think, nailed it on. It's not all women, just those that were alive, have been alive, or would ever be alive. Not all of them.
So not the ones that
Women actually
Yahweh obliterated in the flood as babies, as fetuses.
Yeah.
No, because they were obedient. They weren't here anymore. They remained silent. Duh.
Him. He actually, not saying this is good for Christianity, but was somewhat of a ladies' man. He actually had followers who were women. He has correspondence that he wrote with his mother-in-law, Elizabeth Bowes, in which he comes across as patient and understanding, tender and caring, and not misogynistic at all. So this is sort of him being misrepresented, although many of the reformers, including Knox, weren't perfect people and had a lot of flaws. On top of that, he had no part in translating the Bible. So he quotes someone who has no part in translating the Bible to use him as evidence that the Bible was translated with misogyny. That's just nonsense. So in summary, no, the Bible was not translated with the word.
And this a guy just talking about this other guy who wasn't perfect. This guy isn't perfect. The other guy wasn't part of translating the Bible. This guy wasn't part of that. But yet what this guy is saying is correct over the other guy that was there, about the time all this crap is being written. Makes no sense. Isn't like talking out both sides of your mouth. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. I feel like, he's saying so little, and he's presenting stuff that I genuinely have no knowledge on. So I can't speak to what he's saying, but he's also saying almost nothing. And I forgot where I was going with that. So let's keep going.
Helper to be misogynistic, the patriarchy.
Oh, excuse me. The overall point is that if you just read through the Bible, it's probably pretty accurate, especially given the time that the Bible is translated, that it was indeed translated by misogynists.
He wasn't influencing the Bible. And while feminism has crept into the church and attacked the church, in reality, God is not against women. But the problem
it's crept into the
hold on. He said, and let me just say that feminism has crept into the church. Well, in what sense is that the case? Is it because women have been afforded larger roles in the church? I mean, he probably objects to that. He objects to women having a voice, a larger voice in society, and he's not addressing that at all. He's hung up on the guys, by the way, who he began this video with, who were offering a prayer to Mother God.
Yes,
and that's
exactly
that's feminism infecting the church. Well, isn't that fucking patriarchal? I mean, really?
Equality is oppression in the minds of the weak.
Yeah, he's addressing this word and translation and all this other stuff, but he's displaying. He literally said that that the female crowned heads of state were serving in an unnatural role. That's patriarchy, dude.
Yep.
Yeah, you nailed it right on the head. What he means by feminism attacking the church is what he was going on with the beginning. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But did he say? Let me go back.
Church and attacked the church. In reality, God is not against women. But the problem is Satan has perverted
As long as they
the
keep
idea
their
of
mouth shut.
Oh yeah, I wanted to put this up here. It's not all women, it's just the bad ones, you know, the misbehaving
Yeah.
ones, the ones who speak up. Just those women.
Yeah, yeah.
But the rest
I
are
mean,
okay.
It's like, don't be one of the good ones is my advice, That's bad.
equality, men and women being equal, like what we see in the garden, and has twisted both men and women into false ideas of the roles of men and women in the
Gabriel, is that true? Is Satan the one who did this?
In reality, God is not against women. But the problem is Satan has perverted the idea of equality, men and women being equal, like what we see in the
Is that true, Gabriel? Did Satan pervert it?
Not precisely. Both Satan and Yahweh have been firm advocates of equality since the very beginning. That's never been one of their bones of contention.
Interesting take.
That's good to know.
It's
I guess.
it's humans who fucked us all up.
Yeah. Is that what?
Time for another flood.
What was that?
We need the flood 2.0.
and has twisted both men and women into false ideas of the roles of men and women in the church and in life. And it's time we get back to what Scripture teaches. If you haven't already, click subscribe at 5.
Time to get back to what Scripture teaches. He caps it all off with the misogyny.
This reminds me of all the other videos where I'm going to prove a point, I'm going to prove a point, and doesn't prove the point.
The Scripture
teaches that you should subscribe to my YouTube channel right away.
Yes, for certain. The Scripture, humans have fucked up beyond all repair, and we've kept trying. We've sent new prophets and I met this fella named Muhammad in a cave this one time, set up a new equality thing. This man, the general of his armies that conquered Jerusalem, was a woman. But look at the Islamic world today. Just as sexist as anything else you can imagine. Humans keep fucking it up.
It's our fault. I understand.
Which is ironic, since the whole original sin story is also bullshit that humans fucked up.
You're very wise, Archangel Gabriel. Oh boy.
Well, let's see. It's getting on 1:30 in my neck of the woods. I think I better go to sleep. Thank you for having me on. And that was
thank you
fun.
so much for coming on. Yeah. We learned nothing. We can take nothing away from that video. But it was fun.
Well, carry on, Seinfeld.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Steph. Have a good night.
Good night.
All right. Well, it's only 12:30 for me, so I got a little bit left in me here.
You go, girl.
Get it. Az, are you able to do the channel links to Archangel Gabriel and Stephanie and Kentucky Atheist, or whoever wants to?
Okay. Didn't see that, sorry.
Yeah, link everybody up. Skeptics and Scoundrels.
Oh, wait a second. I'm going to do it this way.
Link away.
And the back out of pop-up. Show chat. Because I got to track these down. I'm not doing it the way I did the other night because I don't do sheet.
In the meantime, Archangel Gabriel, are you good to stick around for a little while? I'm sure you're busy in heaven doing whatever it is that you do.
Godly stuff.
Yeah, godly errands.
Yes, a short time. the boss doesn't really do much these days, so we have to do all the things that need doing.
I understand.
So you're saying is you're a helper, or are you a rescuer?
Yes. In
Yes,
truth,
yes.
he never really did much of anything. That's why we angels were created in the first place. But in the last few thousand years, I mean, in fairness, he is over 5,000 years old. But still.
That's old. That is old.
But he did 6 days of hard creating. Come on. Everybody deserves a vacation.
Yeah, he spoke the words. We did the actual work. Do you have any idea how heavy the fucking firmament was?
Depends what it smelt like, because I ain't going to deal with firmament.
Oh, my goodness.
Unless it's alcohol. Oh, that's fermented. Sorry.
Oh, boy. All right. Anybody who's watching, it's an open room. It's an open stream. Click the link and jump on if you want to add to the conversation. I have no idea what we're doing because I plan ahead zero.
Why is this not coming up like it's supposed to? Oh, because I'm in, damn it, the duck one. Duck. Son of a duck.
You have damned the duck?
I've damned the duck. It's whatever that's. Hold on, I'm going to look at the name of this thing. It's the DuckDuckGo browser. I don't get tracked. I'm on the run.
Oh,
From
you can
Michael
tell.
Archangel.
You can tell Azho's doing other things here because your mic is starting to cut. All right. Does any of this look interesting to you, Gabriel? I don't know if you can see the screen very well. Well, you're an angel. Of course you can. What am I saying?
Okay, there's Stephanie.
These are interesting thumbnails.
Yes, this is the word room. This was recommended to me by Azho. He has a bunch of different. Azho recommended the slavery apologetics, but I've done so much slavery recently. I don't know if I can do it. Well, I can always do some the good kind of slavery, of course.
Yes, good slavery. That was a brilliant innovation.
Link to my list transfer.
Mind control. Who's this? Okay. Stephanie.
Yeah, I can't remember. Is Stephanie a mod? I don't recall.
Yes, I do believe so.
Okay, so is that I don't have YouTube chat up. Is that a clickable link that Stephanie had posted?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Kentucky Atheist, if you wanna share some stuff, feel free. I don't mind at all people shilling themselves in my chat. If you got some good stuff, then absolutely share away. Let's see.
Yes,
Look
Kentucky
at this.
Atheist has been growing lately. Steady growth over the last several months, but
good.
Getting close to that first monetization mark, I do believe.
Incredible.
This wonderful creator named my goodness.
Why would an archangel need one? You don't need money. You got God.
Hey, Az, I'm gonna remove you from the room. Try joining back in. Your mic is something's happening. You're sounding real bad.
Okay, I'll just back out.
So-
Yes, that
Trying to get these-
was explosive.
Nope, you're sounding good again now. Never mind.
I'll make my mind up.
Nope, there it goes.
What else do I need to get?
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna remove you as and then join back in and see if that helps anything. All right. Let's see. What can we get into?
I see this fellow likes to talk a whole lot of topics that are not suitable for public discourse.
Yeah, and I just saw that the trans target the store and Christians. Oh my!
Indeed. Things about abortions. What is a biblical man? There's a lot of pent up sexism here.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, Ancher. I did check out your. I believe it was Ember who shared your store, and I absolutely love your shirts. If I'm thinking of the right person, very clever designs. If you haven't, I forgive me if I'm wrong. I'm going off of memory from quite some time ago. But if Ancher is the one who makes the shirts, a lot.
I recall that Ancher has discs with various pride colors.
Is it discs? Okay, if you don't make the shirts, and I apologize. Maybe I haven't seen your stuff.
And uterus things. Yes.
Yeah. It was the uterus and the very clever. Yeah. Oh, was it not shirts? Am I getting that part wrong? I remember the designs. Maybe I'm misremembering what the designs were on. But yeah, very clever uterus art. Yeah, it's really good. Very clever designs. I liked a lot of it. So definitely check that store out. Very good stuff. If you ever come on my stream, Ancher, be sure to post your site, because it really is. They're good. Various thing, t-shirts, mud stickers. Yeah. All right. Let's see if asshole. All right. Let's see if that helped out. Ass.
Nope, I ain't talking.
All right.
It sounds better for now.
Yeah.
I thought maybe it was my fan if I just turned it off, but
no, something.
I had too many windows open when I was trying to post those links in. That's a lot of stuff going on from before.
The overwhelming evidence for the resurrection.
Wait, did you ever check that dude's comment section?
That could be interesting. He had one comment.
Oh, he did.
It was a heart.
All right.
See, I told it was a fanboy. I win. My prediction came true.
Yeah,
although it was 100%, not 85 to 95.
I think you're like Jesus.
No. I can only
in the way of
more
prophecy,
like Gabriel. No, I'm more like Muhammad. No, I'm not.
I
don't like
all
kids.
mortals have the power of prophecy. They're just incorrect more often than not.
Right.
Yeah.
They ignore the hits and remember
Daniel. Is it my Daniel? It can't be my resident atheist Daniel. I'm sure it's different.
There are many Daniels.
There's more than one Daniel.
No way. Is that a prophecy?
I thought it was just the one Daniel. Damn it. All right. I have not.
I owe you $1, Nara. You were right.
I'm so not online. I couldn't even begin to tell you anything about Twitter.
Oh, I can't. I don't do Twitter. I don't do TikTok. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not for me. I've always listened to YouTube, but I just recently got into the whole YouTube verse, if you want to call it that. But
yeah,
I am just not an online person.
Yeah, say if I get triggered on YouTube, I just can't imagine how bad I'd be over on TikTok.
Yes, they all claim they used to be an atheist.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Thanks so much for coming on, Stephanie. I appreciate that.
That's what I like about the ones that claim to be atheists. They don't know what an atheist is. They tie abiogenesis, evolution, and the Big Bang to atheists. But I used to be one.
Yeah. I used to be an atheist until I realized that evolution can't be true. And it's like, oh, okay.
All from this 3-minute video that doesn't even address what evolution really is. But I was converted.
Yeah. All right, man. That I want to do the overwhelming evidence for the resurrection of Jesus, but it's 33 minutes long, which means we'll be on here till about 6 a.m.
You could start it, and once it starts to get repetitive or suck, then cancel it.
That never.
You are so wise, Gabriel.
you would think it would be so easy to do, but this is maybe my 4th live stream, or somewhere
my
around there,
God.
and it's never gone that way.
Wow, Eric finally
Yeah.
had. I've known Eric for a minute now. And this is the first decent thought he had.
Wow.
And I forgot about this when they equate atheism with God haters.
Yeah, you just hate God.
You hate God, or you want to sin.
Yeah, you're just angry.
They do not understand
angry.
an atheist
not.
versus an anti-theist.
Mm-hmm.
I am an anti-theist.
Yeah, Eric, if you wanna jump on this stream where I don't know what we're doing, but we're doing something or another.
Nara,
It's an open
no.
room.
It'll take him 30 minutes just to get his hair right on the backstage.
Hey, he's a
Oh my
very
gosh.
good looking gentleman.
I bet you that answer came from his wife. That's where he got that answer. She's his helper. That's what she helps with.
Well, beauty like Eric's doesn't just happen. They got to put the work into that.
Yeah.
Not the beauty of Archangel Gabriel, but he's working on it.
The secret is to get one beautiful image and then just put that on.
And don't move.
Yes.
Those causes wrinkles.
All right, what are we doing? Anything looking
And-
good? Anything looking
And
interesting?
BS has a crush on my ass crack.
We could try a different apologist if this one is unseemly to you.
Well, all of these
They're
look
all
relatively
unseemly.
decent. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he has anything that's too much different than anything else. I'm just curious if there's something that looks particularly interesting. I don't know. We can do any of these. A different apologist. Any recommendations from the chat? We'll do it.
You could do a poll in the chat. Chats
That's what I was
love
gonna
polls.
say.
Hey.
He doesn't know how to do polls yet, does he?
I'm not ready for a poll. You know what? I actually did figure it out. I did figure out how to do a poll.
I know
at
what we
the
can do.
moment we have.
Let's look
we have-
for. I want to say look for videos, and we'll dedicate it to Eric on the topic of what they've got to say about vanity.
vanity. I don't think
Yeah.
Eric's a vain person. He's just a good-looking.
No,
just a
he's not. I
good-looking
just give him
fella.
hell, Nara.
I know.
Yesterday, I think it was yesterday, he was on getting on with Ember, and it took him forever because he was fixing his hair according to Ember. Oh yeah, Kyle the idiot.
Kyle the Mormon dude. No, I'm unfamiliar.
Flat Earth Kyle Adams.
Oh,
yeah,
boy.
he's done quite a few. I wouldn't even call them debates. It was pretty much somebody giving him facts and him saying, "Well, the Book of Mormon," or that sort of garbage. There's no reasoning to any of what he says, but he's. I think he'd be a good time, especially for Gabriel.
Hey, Asho.
Yeah.
I think it's time to answer for your words that you've been saying.
Yo, as
Wow, that was a quick one.
Here you're talking shit about me, yo.
Oh, you can't. No. Hold on. You can't.
I'm gonna
If
bust the cap in that ass, Eric.
If Asho makes the claim that it would take you too long to get ready to come onto the stream, and then you come on with no cam, I think you're kind of making Asho's point.
Here's what I'm doing. You want to see what I'm doing?
That
right
is the optimal solution.
now? Oh, my camera's not working.
No, you know what it is.
Now we have camera difficulties. Okay.
Oh no,
Eric is just trying to get his wife to give him permission to get on.
Oh my
He didn't want to push it with the cam.
Oh my goodness.
Let me see if I can get this fixed. My capture card does this sometimes.
Yeah, how convenient. As he's combing his hair, looking in the mirror.
Quick.
Honey, where's my gel?
There we go.
Wow, see, his hair's all perfect.
It is good. I just got out of the shower.
Yeah,
I was
you just
working in my cottage all night. I just got
your
back
Kingdom
home.
Hall.
Yeah, my Kingdom Hall.
Oh my god,
My camera's not
Yeah.
working. Yeah.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
was doing electrical tonight. I was installing outlets, all the lights and everything.
Oh hell, I could have helped you with that. I went to school for being able to do that and a few other things.
Oh yeah. Do you have a background in,
ET and robotics?
background in construction?
Well, I used to, but I was maintenance supervisor for years.
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
That's why I went back for my robotics.
Yeah. Yeah, I did
about a 35K bump in my salary every year.
Nice. Yeah, back
Not
when
that I work anymore.
Back when I was a Jehovah's Witness, I was a tile setter. I trained under the presiding overseer of my congregation for a few years, and then I was struck out and did it on my own for a few years. And I was like, nope, this is not for me. And that's about the time that's about the time I deconverted. And I was like, I should probably go back to school. So I went back to school and I got my computer science degree, and now I'm a software developer.
You go.
Mm-hmm. But yeah.
Hey, Purple, how you doing, girl?
Yeah, welcome, Purple.
Hey, Purple.
Well, actually, all Kingdom Halls, as far as I know, are built by the congregation, free labor.
Just about all of them. It's such a racket too.
Well, there are some that have taken over old churches I've heard of before. I've never seen one myself, but through the grapevine.
Yeah, how does that work? Like,
you exorcise the demons of the world.
Yeah, how do you excise the Babylon the Great, world empire, false religion, Satan, and demonic influence out of those old buildings? Like, is there a ritual for it? Like, as far as I know, there isn't one, but that building
But you're not an elder. It's in the elder's manual, I bet.
And conversely, when they have a kingdom hall that they have, they build a kingdom hall, they dedicate it to Jehovah, they have a dedication ceremony, all that stuff. And then down the road, they got to sell the kingdom hall because of the congregations dissolved or money problems or whatever. Do you undedicate the building? That building was dedicated to God. How do you go and sell a building dedicated to God? Yeah.
And it's sold to the world, and I know kingdom halls have been turned into homes.
I've known kingdom halls sold to church to become churches.
Oh, really? So I haven't seen any of those yet, but
go back and forth. Yeah.
Hey, there you go, Nara. Go find a JW sort of video. Eric's an expert in that one.
Oh.
Well, I don't know necessarily expert, but he's an ex-JW.
I was a JW for most of my life. I'm 41, but I was from birth to 27. I was a JW. I was a regular pioneer. I was a ministerial servant. Worked really closely with the PO of my congregation. Yeah, I did territory, literature counter, sound, microphones. I did all kinds of stuff. Oh, and I was also I was also on the I did work in the regional building committee. I did volunteer work to build kingdom halls. I did hurricane relief work down in Florida. Yeah, I was kind of all over.
Yeah, that's what I never understood is the JWs don't want any part of the world, but yet they don't have a problem collecting, like Social Security or, welfare, what have you, just like any other normal person.
Yeah.
They just won't defend their country.
Yeah, pretty much. Anyway, sorry to hijack your stream, Nara, with JW bullshit.
No, there is no rhyme or reason or purpose to this stream.
I think you should be apologizing for eating and talking with your mouth full.
Hey, you wanted the camera on.
That is true.
You wanted the camera on.
No, he did. He called you out on it. You're like, oh God, quick, get this hair.
I do not eat with my mouth full. What are you talking about?
You do know he's got pizza sauce in his hair because he couldn't find his gel.
Yeah.
Well, hey, this could be interesting. This is Mike Winger disproving Jehovah's Witness. The Jehovah's Witness.
Bring it.
Explained and refuted.
I will.
Like quickly, it's a 20-minute video, but
I am an ex-Jehovah's Witness, and I will disprove my
Jehovah's Witness beliefs one day.
All right.
Are we accidentally going to agree with Mike Winger tonight?
Oh God. We may be part of his congregation before this shit's over.
I'm going to call it now. I'm going to say that Mike Winger will mention that Jehovah's Witnesses aren't real Christians, probably because Jehovah's Witnesses don't believe in the Trinity. Just going to anticipate that.
And that's where I got most of my arguments now, that I don't believe the Trinity is biblical to begin with.
Yeah.
From the Jehovah's Witnesses, ego eimi. Woohoo.
Yeah.
All right. Let me figure out how to get back to the. Look at that. I am a
that's a good point.
wizard.
Wow.
Well, Eric disproved JWs more than Winger.
I probably could.
I know you will. If you don't, I'm going to be saddened and then I'll have to take over.
Yeah.
Here, hold my beer, Eric. I'll show you how this crap's done.
And Alan Parr, too. We are in for a treat.
Yeah.
A double header.
All right. I'm unfamiliar with Alan Parr. What is Alan?
He's an idiot. He's the black version of Mike Winger.
He has an extremely grating mannerism about him.
Yeah.
You may recall him from a Slavery Isn't Bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alan Parr?
Yeah.
Oh boy. I don't know. I've done so many. All
I'm,
right.
I'm not switching over to my chicken sandwich. What's left of it. So.
Oh, you're gonna
What
choke
do
your
you- what do
chicken.
you-
Way to go.
FYI. Nom, nom.
That was interesting. All right, let's go.
Hey, when judgment comes, your survival is going to depend on following the instructions of these 8 guys in New York. Like your literal earthly survival will depend on it. Judgment will come, and you have to be ready at the drop of a hat to just go do whatever they say.
Yep. So, just for
All right, group number
context,
2,
just for context, that's like the preview clip. Jehovah's Witnesses are led by what's called the governing body. It was 8 men in New York. Now it is 10 men in New York, which strangely happened when it was a really weird like sequence of events. One of their governing body members by the name of Tony Morris was removed.
You're really into tight pants.
Yeah, his nickname is Tight Pants Tony because he is very
The mob
concerned.
boss.
He's very concerned that young men in the congregation are wearing pants that are too tight. He's on videos saying this to people. But anyway, long story short, there were 8. Then they added 2 to 10. And then I think they removed Tony Morris after that. So the sequence of events was really weird. Almost like they got more members to get the votes they needed to get rid of him. But anyway, that's speculation. But yes, the governing body, they are God's channel to the rest of the Jehovah's Witnesses, the only true Christians on the earth, Jehovah's Witnesses. They are God's sole channel to dispense divine truths, to dispense accurate knowledge of the Bible. And they are on record saying that when the world's governments will one day inevitably turn against all religions, especially the witnesses, their instructions need to be followed to the letter. Even if the instructions don't make sense, follow them because they are God's mouthpiece. And so that's very accurate what Mike Winger just said. They are very much in control. You listen to them, you do not challenge them, all that. Yeah.
It's their
Except God doesn't actually talk to mortals. It's usually one of us. If you think you're hearing from God, you're probably just hearing voices.
Oh, and of course, they're not claiming to be inspired either, but yet only they can talk for God. But they have that big banner on their side of the building in New York that says, God's spirit-directed organization. And you can find definitions of inspired as directed by spirit, the Holy Ghost.
Oh, no, their banner on their old building in New York was read God's word, the Holy Bible daily or something like that. Yeah, I think they sold that building. They sold all those buildings like 10, 12 years ago.
Oh, yeah, they got a new headquarters now.
Yeah.
Bigger, better, badder.
New compound up in upstate New York. Yeah.
Yeah. Cheaper there.
Yeah, a lot cheaper. Anyway, go ahead, proceed.
Is Alan Parr what denomination is he?
He's a real Christian.
Yeah, he's a real Christian.
General evangelical, I believe Baptist.
Okay, so this is
he's not part of one of those cults. They have the truth.
He's not a Jehovah's Witness.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so we just have two Christians discussing why Jehovah's Witnesses are wrong.
Protestant scum.
Jehovah's Witnesses would never engage with non-witnesses publicly like this. No.
Yeah, well, probably for good reason.
I've spent many, many hours dealing with Jehovah's Witnesses individually from the time I was like a teenager, and they're witnessing to me. And I even struck up kind of a friendship with the JW as he was coming back to my house. Like,
Kentucky Atheist has a question that maybe you could answer. What's their excuse for God telling them that the wrong date for the rapture 300 different times?
Well, it's your classical coping, cult mentality of coping when your predictions turn out to not be as you expect them to be. So, like 1914, 1930 something, then there was 1975. They make these predictions. 1914 was the really big one. the world, Jesus was going to return 1914, world was going to end, all this stuff. Didn't happen. So then they go back and they recontextualize the whole thing. And then they reframe it as this was a invisible partial fulfillment. Turns out in 1914, Jesus didn't return physically, but he did spiritually. He cast Satan out of heaven and banished him to the earth and took over and started the 1,000-year reign of his kingdom in heaven and cast Satan down to the earth. And hey, guess what happened in 1914? World War I started. That's because Satan was cast down to the earth. This is real rhetoric from the witnesses. So
Makes sense.
they recontextualize, they turn things into partial fulfillments, and it's kind of a weird counterintuitive thing where something that should be devastating to the belief actually strengthens it because they reframe it and they twist it in a way that actually supports the doctrine instead of disproves it. But yeah, that's a great question because they have predicted the end of the world more than once, and they have been wrong every single time.
I can name them all off until 2000.
And then the 1975 example, they have recorded talks, and I think it was in a bit of their writings, talking about 1975 being the date. And then when that didn't happen, they then turned around and blamed the followers for being too eager and reading into things that aren't actually there. So yeah,
Stay alive to 75.
Stay alive to 75. That was a big one.
Yep. But actually, the very first one wasn't necessarily the witnesses; it was still the Bible students, and even the 1914 was the Bible students. With Nelson Barber and the SDAs or the Millerites at that time.
Yeah.
That's where they had their falling out. But there's 1914, like Eric said. There's 1920, 21, 25, 40, 41. And then in 67, 8, 9 is when the publications were pushing the Stay Alive in 75.
Yeah, Stay Alive.
But there's also 89, 99, 2000, and I just heard from a buddy of mine. There's roughly everybody interpreted as 2012.
Yep, 2012.
There's another one.
And then 2014 was kind of one that was like, well, that's 100 years after the 1914 fulfillment.
So then we got 900 more years to go.
Yeah. And just to add some flavor to what Nara just said, or not Nara, Azhosa just said, the Jehovah's Witnesses, they originally came from a group called the Bible Students. Jehovah's Witnesses didn't adopt their own name, Jehovah's Witnesses, until 1935, and it was like kind of a big thing that year. So the Bible Students and Jehovah's Witnesses are basically the same organization. They just had like a name change, in 1935. And there are multiple splinter groups that have popped out from this line of Christianity since then.
Well, Nara, they've got the Chicago Bible Students where you can buy any of Russell's teachings. At least you used to be able to. I don't know if they still sell them. I've got them all, like their studies and scriptures from the 1900s that are recopies or copies.
And Aunt Jur, Seventh-day Adventist. I think the Witnesses and the Seventh-day Adventists, I think they go back to a certain point in the Christian tree. Seventh-day Adventists definitely didn't come off the Witnesses. It could be the Witnesses came off
the other
of
way
them.
around. Yeah. It's because Russell and Barber ran a magazine together.
Yeah.
And that's when, with the failed prophecy of 1874, that's when Miller walked away or Russell got mad. I can't remember. And then named them the Bible Students, and his wishes were for the Bible students to remain basically autonomous.
Yeah.
And that's when Rutherford basically stole the witness or the Bible students away, called them Jehovah's Witnesses to separate themselves from the Bible students.
Yeah, that was a whole nother saga.
I heard. I don't know much about this stuff.
Rutherford, for more context, Rutherford was one of the presidents of the Watchtower Bible Tract Society, the legal organization that represents the Jehovah's Witnesses. And from everything I could tell and read about the guy was a cutthroat businessman. He ruthlessly took over and banished anyone who didn't fall into line. And there was kind of a schism there. The true Jehovah's Witnesses branched off and was led by him. And then there was other branches that came off of that. I'm not sure what happened to them.
Very godly.
Yeah. He was a cutthroat asshole.
Well, matter of fact,
Very
Rutherford
godly.
bought Bethsarim, preparing for the Ancient Fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And was it San Diego, wasn't it?
That's
I believe it was. Bethsarim.
Yeah. Oh, there's so many rows to go down here. We better get back to the video.
Oh, yeah.
There's so much crap going on in this organization. It's like
Yeah, that's not including the polio vaccine, which
It's like a-
started
it's like
out as Satan's serum, and then later on, when the government
Yeah.
pressed the JWs, they said, "Oh no, this is God's serum. Go ahead and get them."
Yeah. You can easily make a 10-season TV show off of this organization.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm going to just make a quick prophecy that we will be going till about 6 a.m. for this 18-minute video.
Yeah, probably at this rate.
I have a prophecy that Eric's hair is not going to hold out, and I'm going to probably pass out on the
Yeah.
mic then.
It's still damp from the shower. I saw
And the
most of
pizza
it.
sauce.
I'm doing well for 41. I'm doing most of it. Not bad.
I got
Hey,
less
guys,
weight than
this is
you,
me
and I'm
eating.
almost 59.
This is me eating a chicken sandwich.
You do
What's
it.
next? A side of beef?
Yeah.
How the hell you're not
Not even
500
when he was
pounds?
officially out
It's like-
witnessing in his street clothes.
It's fine.
We're 35 seconds into this video, and we've been talking for 45 minutes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Literally 35 seconds.
Praise Jehovah. Okay.
Was even to even producing lots of video content, many hours of content. But let me just do this like quick drink from the fire hydrant, drive by, just shooting of information about Jehovah's Witnesses. That's probably a horrible.
Lay it on me, Mike. Tell me what I am.
Their
or
attitude
what I
towards
was.
Jesus. We'll start with that. Jehovah's Witnesses are taught that Jesus is not God, right, from all eternity, who's God with us.
Correct.
Wow.
He is
Okay.
a
So
God.
he's starting it off with what you said about the Trinity.
My prediction though,
Yeah.
because that is a huge difference. Jehovah's Witnesses are Unitarian. Jesus was a created being by Jehovah. Don't know when he was created, but at some point he didn't exist, and at another point he did exist because he was one of God. He was God's firstborn creation. The
Right.
very-
But you're forgetting a very important point here, Eric. He was Michael the Archangel prior to,
Mhm.
and it's kind of weird. It took me after I left to finally get this through my head. But if Michael the Archangel he had to cease to exist to become Jesus, which means that either Michael the Archangel killed himself or Jehovah killed him.
Well, I mean,
You
we
get
do
a
have
word.
an
I
archangel.
know.
They don't believe in souls and all that, or basically what the thing is. It's like a computer.
I think
You have the old computer. You take the information, you store it
Yeah.
somewhere. You get another computer, you put that information on, and they think that's the same person.
I've heard the Witnesses had this stance, and they didn't have. I think they flip flopped on this about Michael the Archangel being Jesus. I think they currently think that he is Michael the Archangel. This is the first time I heard about Michael the Archangel being there first, and then Jesus being like him being like reconstituted into Jesus. That's the first I've heard of this. Yeah, you can always look it up. You go to jw.org and they have like their current
Right.
teachings up there. They don't have former teachings up there, which is really disingenuous of them.
They do change a lot of their literature once they realize they screwed something up, especially
Yeah,
prophecies.
They will go back and rewrite their literature as if it never happened. Yeah, that's why it's important.
Gabriel.
If you ever get old Jehovah's Witness literature, like anything older than like 1980, hold on to it because
I got it.
Yeah,
I got the old brown binders of the old magazines, and I've got like
we got Gabriel
20
right here. We can just ask him.
Yeah.
Right.
What's going on,
I got like
Gabriel?
20 years of CDs too.
Is Jesus the Archangel Michael?
No. Jesus was a human. If the Archangel Michael attempted to incarnate by intercourse with Mary, the result would have been a Nephilim.
Well, there you have
Sound
it.
reasoning?
Well,
Sound reasoning?
why would Michael or / Jesus have sex with his own mother if he wasn't born yet?
So there is
I guess-
there is an article on jw.org. Who is Michael the Archangel? Well, it says here Michael disputed with Satan after the death of Moses and helped an angel deliver God's message to the prophet Daniel.
Right.
So that's after humans were created. So I think that they lean into that Michael the Archangel is Jesus at the same time. It's just two names for the same being.
Right.
But clearly they are wrong.
Clearly.
Well, no,
Because it is all bullshit.
No, because they are God's spirit-directed organization, NARA. Don't make me call the governing body, and they'll have this fellowship of you.
I'm
shun
sorry.
you.
I'm going to take a literal archangel's word over your guys's. I'm sorry.
You know what they say? Satan comes as an angel of light. So how do we know Gabriel's really Gabriel? It could be Satan.
Yeah.
Lucifer was much prettier than me.
Damn.
He was the most
Uh,
beautiful.
Sorry,
Thank you
Gabriel,
so much
but
for
I
stopping
would
by.
do you. So if Satan's better
Kentucky.
looking, I don't know.
I appreciate it. You're welcome on anytime, and I'll keep an eye out for you to go live and maybe try to jump on. That'd be great.
See you, KA.
See you, Kentucky. Anyway,
All right. Well, we're 59 seconds in now.
Yeah. So far,
we're
he's
making progress.
So far, he's correct in all these things.
Wait till he gets no hell and all
Like
the
the
other
Mormons.
stupid doctrines.
Yeah.
That I disagree on.
Mormons, they think that he's a created being, but a different being than the Mormons would say. They think that Jesus is Michael the archangel.
They do.
So when the Bible talks about Michael, that is Jesus. And now there are some Christians real Christians who legitimately they think
real Christians.
Real Christians.
Real
Yeah,
Christians who
Christians.
legitimately think what there.
that Jesus is Michael the archangel, but they don't think he's just Michael. They think Michael is like a Christophany. Okay, and I disagree with that theology. I think it's incorrect personally, but it doesn't.
What a
Okay.
word, Christ!
Did he acknowledge that the people who believe whatever that word was, what is it, Christ, whatever, that they are
Christ
real
out.
Christians?
Well, he didn't say that. He made sure that he did to make it well known that he doesn't believe that. So obviously, if somebody believes he's Michael the archangel, they're not real Christians.
None of these
Right, but
fuckers are real Christians.
He said there are some real Christians who believe in the Michael. He doesn't believe that, but there are real Christians. I mean, it's almost like he's saying that he's not a real Christian because he called the real Christians the one who. Oh, maybe I misheard him.
Yeah,
Michael
The Jesus they speak of,
An issue,
think
so
that
he can say that.
the Jesus they speak of was a Jew. His followers were Jews. The only one who thought that Judaism was optional was the guy who never met Jesus, who had a vision. Paul.
Paul?
They're all disciples of Paul, not Jesus. They're not Christians. They're Paulists.
Paulites.
Jesus is Michael the archangel, but they don't think he's just Michael. They think Michael is like a Christophany. Okay, and I disagree with that theology. I think it's incorrect personally, but it doesn't deny the deity of Christ the way Jehovah's Witnesses do. They actually teach that Jesus is a created being. He didn't always exist. He was created by
Begotten.
God, and he was the first created being, and then everything else was made
First
through
begotten
him
of
in some
God.
fashion. They also would say that Jesus died on not a cross, but on a torture stake, and that's how their translation puts it, and that he was not bodily resurrected. Did you hear that? Jesus was not bodily resurrected. That's really key. So
Not
Jesus is
bodily
God, he's a created
resurrected?
being. He's Michael the archangel.
Nope.
Not bodily resurrected.
Because
That's
flesh and bone can't get into heaven, according to witnesses.
Because
Because you got to remember, only 144,000 go to heaven.
I haven't been a witness for 14 years, so, and their doctrines changed. So maybe that's a new thing.
No, because the thing about it is, I remember being taught.
Thomas asked to, hey, can
Right.
I poke your holes? And he poked his holes, and it was a
Nope.
physical body.
No, what they're saying is basically Jesus played a trick on him because one of the points that my elder was telling me when I was studying with him is that nowhere in the scripture does it say how Jesus came in there and that Jesus probably walked through a wall and that he, misrepresented himself.
Yeah. I'm looking for it on their website. See if they have
Yeah.
anything about the bodily resurrection.
Perhaps they were deceived by Satan.
Perhaps.
Could be.
That's what I was asking P-Town earlier. I was like,
Man, I got to go find my study notes. I still got them from 20 some years ago.
yeah. They'll run
Yeah.
Tux's stream. P-Town showed up, and one of the questions Tux was asking, I asked it too in the chat. I was like, hey, if God's deceiving you, if God's really a trickster God, he's deceiving you, how would you know? How could you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Same thing with the witnesses. I mean, that's what's just it. Though they have, the whole tacking in the wind. They don't change their mind. It's like a sailboat. The way they go back and forth tacking, but it's like a lot of their doctrines not only do 180s, but sometimes they end up doing 360s.
Yeah.
Eventually, right back to where they started.
Yeah. Okay, I found an article here. After Jesus' resurrection, was his body flesh or spirit? And let me put. Okay, it says here Jesus' own words show that he would not be resurrected with his flesh and blood body. He said that he would give his, quote, flesh in behalf of the life of the world as a ransom for mankind, John 6:51.
Yep.
If he had taken back his flesh when he was resurrected, he would have canceled that ransom sacrifice. Okay. I don't think that follows, but whatever. They could not. This could not have happened though, for the Bible says that he sacrificed his flesh and blood once for all time. Hebrews 9:11 and 12. If Jesus was raised up in a spirit body, how could his disciples see him? And they have a bunch of bullet points to try to. Okay, so yeah, they don't think that he was resurrected in bodily form. It was a spirit body, and he played some shenanigans with Thomas, and yeah,
he deceived him. Also, that ruins the empty tomb argument.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, that's actually part of the four main gospels, is the whole empty tomb thing.
I'm wondering if I don't remember correctly, or they changed that in the last 14 years. Because I mean, either one's perfectly
but
possible
Eric,
and plausible.
I haven't studied with him since like I was supposed to be baptized November of I believe 2001, so it's been 22 years.
Okay, so maybe I just don't remember correctly.
Yeah, I mean, or you just block it out because
it's definitely not
traumatic for some people.
It's definitely wouldn't be a hang up point for anybody there though. Like, yeah, he died and he was resurrected. Like, I don't see them like agonizing over this point. In fact, the article that I just read here, the article's it's literally those 2 paragraphs that I just read you, and then 3 bullet points. The whole article is like maybe 3 paragraphs long. Like, they don't put much thought, like effort into explaining it.
Right.
So okay, well, that's fine. I'll just say I just don't remember correctly because it's been so long.
Angel who became a man, and there's just tons in scripture that talks about this. Hebrews 1 totally refutes the idea that Jesus is an angelic being. Colossians 1, it says that everything was made through Jesus. Everything, not just some things, but everything was made through Jesus, which would mean he wasn't made, right? Because everything that was made through him. In John 1, it says everything that was made through him, and apart from him, nothing was made. Which is a pretty strong case.
Yeah, and sure, they will definitely give you one. They will give you a New World Translation of the Holy Scriptures, which is generally considered to be a very poor translation. Especially
what we call the NWT, what's not true.
Yeah. Well, there's actually like NWT version 2 or 3 now. Like they've
about 100, like 2014, the last one that I heard of. Unless I've done another one since.
Like a major revision. But but actually, what we're talking about right here, if you go to John 1:1, where it talks about in the beginning the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The New World Translation version will say the Word was with God, and the Word was a God.
A God.
Because they don't want they inserted that indefinite article a in that verse because they expect Jesus to be separate from Jehovah, be separate from Almighty God. So yeah, you can actually look that up. It's a key difference they've done, and they have their reasons for adding that indefinite article in there.
Right, they want to make sure that Jesus is not seen as the creator, but the created.
Yeah, through him all things were created.
Yeah, and this is what I was trying to get into the other night with you a little bit is the a God. That's when I ask a witness. Okay, if is he a God or is it a false God, a true God? Well, he's a true God, but he's not Jehovah.
Yeah.
So that's where I got into the, yes, they worship one God, which would be Jehovah, but they, recognize other gods, including Jesus. So that makes them henotheists.
Yeah. And sure, if you ask them for a Bible, they likely won't have one on them because Bibles, at least back in my time, Bibles were very rarely placed.
Right.
They usually have Watchtower and Awake magazine and some other, like maybe a select other publications. But if you do ask them for a Bible, they will gladly bring you one back on the return visit. They will bring you one.
Well, that's the trick so that's the trick we always did when we did door to door, because this way we know we'll talk to the person at least one more time.
Yeah.
And count the time as service.
The New World Translation was created by the witnesses. It was an anonymous. We know some of their names now, but at the time it was an anonymous committee that wanted to do a more pure translation, like a lot of other religions have done. Anonymous, no credentials. We don't know whether they actually really spoke Greek very well, if really spoke Hebrew very well. It was, and like I said, the translations generally regarded to be pretty poor.
Well, Rutherford actually was on trial. I believe it was him, because he claimed to be a Rhodes Scholar, and they didn't ever heard of him. He was on the stand and claimed that he could translate Greek, and it was like first year Greek.
Yeah,
that they asked him that he couldn't do it, and then he finally admitted, no, I don't know Greek, and neither did any of the other translators. But that's what I like: the Purple People Eater and the 1985
Purple People
synthetic.
Eater.
Well, that's what we call it, the synthetic dialogue.
Yeah, I remember that book, the Purple Book.
And that's why I'm kind of curious if they've got one even after 1985 now, because the Purple People Eater is the one that still showed worship to Jesus. Then they took it out in they came up with the 1985 translation where it said that he was to be oh God, what's the word they use now? Oh my God, honored, I guess, basically, whatever it is, honored, not worshipped.
Yeah.
Rogue
Jesus is
scholar,
not the
yeah,
first
pretty
created being,
much.
which is why in the Jehovah's Witness New World Translation, which I have like 5 versions of it, but here's
Hey.
one of them. And in their own version of the Bible, they change the Bible in exactly the places that teach the truth about the deity of Christ and him as creator. They literally have made a bad, and it's universally known
almost
as
looks like the
scholars, they know
Purple
this is not a
People
good
Eater.
translation, but they've made this translation to try to support their theology. So they think Michael became Jesus. And one of the verses, I'll give you an example for you guys might be interested. One of the verses they'll quote for this is 1 Thessalonians 4:16. This is a passage of scripture that talks about the return of Christ, the second coming. And it says, the Lord himself, Jesus, will descend from heaven with a cry of command, with the voice of an archangel, and with the sound of the trumpet of God, and the dead in Christ will rise first. They say, well, it's speaking of Jesus. I agree. And they say, well, if Jesus comes with the voice of an archangel, as 1 Thessalonians 4:16 says, then he must be an archangel. There are
And he
a few
also got to be a
problems
trumpet.
I'm trying to see
sorry.
comments that Michael actually became Jesus, because my understanding was that Michael and Jesus, Michael is just another word for Jesus. Chief of angels, archangel, chief of all the angels, Michael, it is Jesus. But anyway, keep on going. I'll poke around the website.
One of them is that if Jesus is Michael the archangel and he's a unique being, which Jehovah's Witnesses would teach, why is it just the voice of an archangel, like he's one of many? If he's supposed to be singular. But also, it also says he comes not just with the voice of an archangel, but the scripture says he comes with the sound of a trumpet in the very next phrase of that sentence. Does that make Jesus a trumpet? No. But by their logic, you just have to be, he's archangel, he's also a giant trumpet. And that doesn't make any sense.
Oh, look at Mike Winger looking for consistency in interpretation. That's so cute.
Yeah, that's only a 25-year-old argument, though.
Well, you can point to another part of the scriptures where it's like, well, here's figurative, here's literal. Why isn't it just literal all the way through?
Yeah.
How cute.
Clear teachings that Jesus is not an angel in Hebrews 1 and in the other places in scripture where he is the creator of all. They say Jesus did not rise bodily. Instead, you might ask, well, what happened to the body of Jesus? Well, in Jehovah's Witness teaching, the body of Jesus, it went into the tomb and then dissolved. And that's why the tomb was empty. They went to find it, and God had like disintegrated the body of Jesus. Then when Jesus was resurrected, he was resurrected with a spirit body. It's difficult to ask people to explain what a spirit body is. This is
Well, what is a spirit? We don't have to get into spirit body. That would like a cohesive definition for spirit.
A spirit body is a body that represents a spirit.
Oh, well, okay, yeah. There's no circular reasoning.
Yeah. I mean, we're in Magic Land. I mean, you can be a spirit and still present yourself physically, right?
That's true.
Like, we're in Magic Land here.
So you beings are mostly material with a spiritual component. That's the life within you, the spark of life that animates your bodies. We are energy beings with a physical component. It's sort of the inverse relationship.
The inverse, yeah. Yeah. That's why when you put those two together, like angels and humans getting it on before Noah's flood, you get a Nephilim who is 100% spirit and 100% body. And that's why they were so dangerous. Right?
Probably.
Not if you watched
Similar to
the
Mormonism,
movie
though,
Noah with Russell Crowe. They weren't spirit bodies; they were rocks.
Were the Nephilim rock creatures in that movie? I never watched the movie, so I don't know. Oh wow, interesting.
Yeah, they were helping with building the ark, and they had like 2 or 3 or 4 arms, and they were hideous creatures.
Those were in the
They actually
Nephilim. Okay, and what happened to them when?
Well, then when the humans came to attack and try to get on the ark, according to the movie, they helped defend it. And then every time one of them would die, there'd be a light shooting straight back to heaven.
Interesting. So none of the Nephilim obviously made it.
What
I wonder if
what
Noah's
movie?
gonna let the Nephilim on the ark anyway. Like, yeah, I'll sure employ you guys. Yeah, sure, I'll get a spot for you on the ark. And then really his brother's like, no, I'm gonna leave you all behind.
Well, put it this way: there's like 10 of them, and they were bigger than the ark altogether, so they wouldn't have fit.
Oh, interesting. Huh.
What movie is this?
The Russell Crowe Noah movie.
Hmm.
I
Never
heard,
heard of it.
yeah. Anyway,
They do have something called a spirit body, but they won't define it very well, so it's a little tough to talk about. But in Studies in the Scriptures, this is a Jehovah's Witness source. In volume 5, page 454 of Studies in the Scriptures, they say the man Jesus is dead, forever dead. You cannot consider yourself Christian if you can make a statement like that. That's a denial of the central belief in the resurrection of Christ. 1 Corinthians 15 talks about that. The Gospels even show that Jesus, this is kind of cool. It's like God knows every false religious way of twisting Christianity, and he put in the Scriptures all the refutations we would ever need. So in the Gospels, when Jesus appears to Thomas, he specifically tells him, look,
when
it's
words
I,
can be
flesh and
wherever you
blood.
want in
And then
scriptures.
he says, touch.
When words can be wherever you want in scriptures, and you can switch willy nilly between literal and figurative translations. Of course, it's built in. You can make anything say anything you want in this book. It's foolproof. But I would say at this point, yeah, he's very accurate in his representation of the witnesses. I'm actively fact checking him on the GW website, and he's pretty spot on a lot of this.
It's fascinating to me how he hits at the witnesses for not having a clear description of a spirit body, but he himself doesn't have a clear description of what the hell a soul is supposed to be.
Yeah.
Or what a kind is.
Or what a kind is, yeah. His hand waving is okay because he's got the true Christianity.
Yeah,
and the other Christians hand waving, that's false Christianity, and you gotta hold their feet to the fire on that.
You know, it's almost like Mike Winger was listening to me describe the JWs earlier and going word for word by my script.
Yeah.
Bastard. Yeah, you almost had me crying, Eric. No, I swear, that's what they taught me. Don't make me cry. Okay, I feel better now.
And put it in the nail marks in my hand and in my side. What Jesus calls those marks is the nail marks, meaning that the body that was on the cross that got nailed, these are the marks from that body, which means Scripture is teaching us Jesus rose with the same body that he died with. That's pretty significant. However,
why didn't his
they would say
why didn't his spiritual body just simply represent have the appearance of the body that they were familiar with and that they last saw him? Like why does it necessarily follow that because he had nail holes in his arms that it must have been the body? Right? Like there's no explanation there. Just because it looked the same doesn't mean it was the same.
Right.
I also find it fascinating that a scholar of Mike Winger's caliber misses the obvious fact that in Hebrew tradition, there was no separation of the body and the soul. If you resurrected with your body. That's what the Jews believed. That's what Jesus believed. And that's what the disciples believed.
Gabriel, I'm so glad that you waited at least 5 seconds after I got drinking before you started talking, because I would have used the Lord's name in vain if I'm spitting water out through my nose.
We should have more angels in our discussions. Yeah, this is really handy.
No, I appreciate having an objective truth in the stream. It's helping.
Well, I mean, really, it's a great addition. Can you imagine if it was like B.S. Lewis or something up, trying to talk? That guy's an idiot. Just don't tell him I said that because,
yeah,
I think he's a doofus.
Gabriel, what do you think of B.S. Lewis, by the way?
He is a comedic genius.
Ah.
That is objective.
You are the one. You are the one that bullshits too much. Oh my God. Comedic genius. Yeah, and pigs fly out my ass.
I like how Alan Parrish has been nodding for 5 minutes straight now.
That is true.
I forgot he was here.
He's never said.
I totally forgot Alan Parrish was here.
It's like Mike Winger needed to bring on a big name. Alan Parr is just here for his name. That's it.
Yeah.
Just to bring some views to the show.
No. It's for the minority vote. I don't know.
There you go. Yeah, that could be the case too. Yeah.
See, we're
a
not
diversity
prejudiced.
hire.
We get along with these people.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Jesus was resurrected with a spirit body, so he comes as a spirit creature, not in the flesh. And that would direct contradiction with scripture and essential Christian truth. There's other things about Jesus they would teach. For instance, we look forward to the second coming of Christ. They teach that Jesus already did show up.
Yep.
His coming already came, and he had an invisible return in 1914. Now, historically, the reason they got to
Here
this is
again,
they were predicting this.
that 1914 return was supposed to be physical. It was supposed to be Armageddon on Earth. When it didn't happen, it was then recontextualized into a spiritual return in heaven. He booted Satan and his demons out of heaven. They could no longer freely roam between heaven and earth. They were now confined to the earth. And according to the witnesses, 1914 was when the earth just got way worse. We saw World War I. We saw pestilence. We saw wars left and right. We saw an increase in earthquakes, which we didn't, but they say we did. Like, the earth got objectively worse in 1914 because this is now like Satan's kind of quasi prison until Satan's real imprisonment in the abyss. Blah blah blah. They have like a whole doctrine around that. So yeah, this is what they believe, but this was not what they originally believed. They believed that Jesus was a physical return, and Armageddon was going to be, wrought on Earth. And then when it didn't happen, it was recontextualized. And so he's
Christianity is all revisionism anyway.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jesus' own prophecies involved kicking the Romans out and reestablishing the throne of David.
Yep. And then when Jesus was executed, they fashioned a story about his resurrection. 40 years later, they fashioned a story about his resurrection, and they iterated it and made better versions, or more spectacular versions as they went on. And yeah, it was 40, 50 years of oral tradition coping with the fact that this Messiah died. And, what do we do with this? Oh, he was resurrected. Oh, he's now on God's side. Oh, he has plans to return. He's going to really show those Romans, what's what when he comes back. And
He's got big plans. Although, in fairness, his church did eventually conquer Rome.
That's true.
Paul's church.
Paul's church, yeah. Paul's the architect of all this.
Well, what's sad about the 1914 date is, though, the JWs take 5 unrelated scriptures, toss them in a bowl, come out with whatever the number is, which is fine and dandy, but they have the wrong starting point by what, a year?
No,
it's like 506 or 507 or 603.
1914, they used some biblical chronology math, but they started with the date 607 BCE as the destruction of Jerusalem, the first destruction of Jerusalem, and I think the first destruction of the temple. They started with 607 BCE and did a bunch of like hocus pocus math to get to 1914. But scholarly consensus, a massive majority of scholarly consensus says, no, Jerusalem was not first destroyed in 607 BCE. It was 586 or 587 BCE,
yeah,
in there. I think it's 587. Yeah, I think you're right there.
Yeah.
That's the real date that archaeologists agree on. But they can't change that because once they pull that out, once they pull that 607 base out, the math just falls apart. And they can't do that because even up to this day, over 100 years after 1914 came and went and they had to recontextualize all this, it's still a core part of their teachings. Jesus' spiritual second coming started in 1914, according to them, and it has to be that way. And if you take away that date, then the whole thing falls apart. So they'll never budge on that. And they will sit there and they will tell you straight to your face that all of archaeology, all the scientists, all the historians have it wrong. Jerusalem was destroyed in 607 BCE. Like, they will tell you that straight to your face.
A lot of the ex-JWs that I've dealt with, that was the number one thing that was like the last straw for them. Once they could, fathom in their head that, whoa, I'm reading all this stuff about 587, but, we're saying 607.
Yep.
That's just how important it is.
It's the denial of reality to uphold the belief. Same thing that happened in 1914 when they had to recontextualize their beliefs. Denial of reality. We need to somehow shoehorn the facts into our conclusion. Yeah. Oh, hey, they got rid of Alan Parr because it wasn't saying anything, so we're out.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah. He's kind of zoomed out.
Yeah.
That's why they were segregated.
He just needed some type of ringer to come in, and he's Mike Winger, so the biggest name that he could get was like a D-list celebrity.
Actually, that's Dick Zinger.
Oh God.
Was that on your video, or was another one a post that they were talking about? His name is Dick for whatever reason, And so I put in my post, I said, well, Dick Zinger. I think that was you, wasn't it? My post on yours, Nara?
I don't believe so.
We'll see.
I don't believe so. It could be. I don't know. I don't remember what I say.
You better keep up. You've only got 3 more hours.
All right. Well, hey, we made it a full 6 minutes in.
Hey, progress.
Okay, where's this library history?
Again, to happen in 1914, the end of the world. It didn't happen. So then they kind of backtracked and said, well, Jesus returned invisibly. So his rule on earth began, but it's invisible. And it's really, now he's ruling from the Watchtower organization secretly. But Matthew 24, Jesus specifically
That's a weird way to put
wants
it.
Anybody.
I've never heard them phrase it like that. Jesus is ruling in heaven. He kicked Satan out. The 1,000-year reign of Christ has begun, and he has exerted his authority and influence on heaven. And now imminently he's going to do the same on earth, and that will be Armageddon. And it's been 108 years since 109 years since then. It hasn't happened yet. But yeah, I never heard obviously the Watchtower Society is God's only chosen mouthpiece to convey his message to humans, obviously. But I've never heard that Jesus is ruling from Watchtower. They've never phrased it like that. They are his representatives on earth. I guess maybe effectively it could be interpreted as that, but they've never directly tell you that.
Oh, I think Aso, he's on a mission to find that comment.
Yeah, I am. I think it was God, bitch. What's his name? Bitch. Bitch spot, or I'm in the comments now. I'll just go back. I'll tell you. Oh no, there it is. Yeah, Bitch Spot blog. This one was titled "Mike Winger makes a fool of himself in 3 minutes." So that's what it was. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, there it is, right there. I'll even read it.
I'm amazed at how much time he's spending actually explaining the witness beliefs. Like he's already 1/3 into his video and he's still explaining what the witnesses believe.
Okay, continue. You have my permission.
He tells you that the Christ has returned and he's in some secret room. Don't believe them, because every eye will see him. Everyone. So again, Scripture was refuting Jehovah's Witness teaching before it had been invented. It's kind of amazing the foreknowledge of God there. Let's talk about salvation. So Jehovah's Witness teaching about salvation, the things that these people are taught, and my heart goes out to Jehovah's Witnesses. I care for them, but I hate the things they're taught because they're not true. There are 4 requirements for salvation, and it's not just Jesus.
Irony.
This is from Studies in the Scriptures. This is an authoritative source for them. Page 150, volume 1. The ransom for all given by the man Christ Jesus does not give or guarantee everlasting life or blessing to any man. See, Jesus is not enough. This is a really important teaching for them. So there's 4 requirements. You have to, number 1, take in the knowledge of God and of Jesus Christ. But what they mean is the knowledge that Jesus is a created being whose body dissolved in the grave, who did not physically rise. That's the false. So you have to take in a false Christ as part of their salvation rules. Number 2, you have to obey God's laws, which means you have works you have to perform to earn your salvation.
Mm-hmm.
This is when you reach out to Jehovah's Witnesses, you can realize they're laboring under a work system, and the freedom and the peace and the salve for our weary souls comes through realizing the gospel of grace. And that's the number 1 thing we want to present to them. Number 3, you have to belong to Jehovah's Witnesses organization. You have to become a JW. If you're not officially part of the JWs, you don't have salvation. Now imagine if you're
So
part of
he's mostly
imagine if I was
he's
teaching guys, if you're not
mostly
part of-
right about that.
Right.
They won't directly tell you that you need to be baptized as one of us in order to have salvation or to get everlasting life. But it really helps to do that.
And the only other out for you is if you've never heard of, the gospel or the Jehovah's Witnesses, or, which makes no sense because the Bible says it's, aren't you to preach the message to the land before the end time, sort of thing. So everybody, before it's all over with, will have heard it according to the Bible.
Yeah.
Even their New World Translation.
Yeah. But he's mostly right so far on that first one. Yeah. Acknowledging that Jesus is your savior is a key component of it. Faith without works is dead. So you can't just have faith. You can't just accept that Jesus died for you. You actually have to actively preach like Jesus commanded his disciples to preach. You have to actually practice and preach what you're doing. you could, under Jehovah's Witnesses beliefs, I could live a 100-year life.
No
for
purple.
For 99 of those years, I could preach and do everything. And if I drop the ball in that last year of my life, I could potentially lose out on the reward. Yeah, and that's what they believe.
Well, even the 144,000 that they at least taught us, or when I was studying, that you know they fall away and they're in heaven right next to God. You know,
Yeah.
because that's what they're always saying. Why do we still have the the anointed?
Yeah, the anointed.
You know,
Yeah,
it's like
that's
from
another.
Jesus' time until 9. There's only 144,000 that are worthy. Oh no, we have some to fall away.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh wait, God made a mistake. You know, He chose these people, but they fall away.
Yeah. Yep. Just to kind of contextualize that, Jehovah's Witnesses don't believe that every single righteous person goes to heaven. 144,000 of God's anointed will go to heaven upon either their deaths or they'll be raptured at Armageddon. Only 144,000. They get that from the Book of Revelation of the 12 tribes of Israel, each with 12,000, members of each tribe, and yada yada yada. 144,000, 12 times 12. So only 144,000 true anointed witnesses or Christians go to heaven. That started when Jesus died, and after I think Pentecost 33 CE is when that whole process started.
Right.
Everyone else, your rank and file Jehovah's Witness, will be striving for eternal life on a paradise earth after Armageddon. They don't go to heaven. They will survive Armageddon. All the bad people on earth will be killed by God at Armageddon. And then the surviving great crowd that no man is able to number, which is what they describe them as. Which
is standing before the throne.
Yeah, which is more than worth 1,000. That's the great crowd of survivors of Armageddon. They will rebuild the shattered earth into a paradise. They will enjoy everlasting life, and they will live forever on that paradise earth. And that's the Jehovah's Witness belief. So only 144,000 go to heaven. Everyone else will be on earth after Armageddon.
Well, Eric, you didn't tell them the fun they get to have. They're going to spend quite a few years cleaning up the dead bodies.
Yeah,
literally
cleaning up mounds of dead people, and they will literally rebuild a new world on top of the corpses from the old. Yeah.
No, I don't know if this ever happened to you when you went to like door to door and stuff, but what made me nauseous and sick, even as a wannabe JW, was the fact that we'd be driving in the cars and the people in the car were rejoicing. Oh, think about it! I think I want that house when
I've heard of witnesses doing that.
Oh,
like
that just
basically
made
like, oh, I want that house once that family's killed. Basically, like I've heard of witnesses doing that.
Good.
And they get excited about cleaning the bodies up, and even all the literature with the flames, and they rejoice in this bull crap.
I'm glad I never engaged in that because I thought that was kind of disgusting behavior.
Yeah, and especially with my sense of humor, but no, I thought that was sick.
I did criticize my mom one point though, because my mom thought she was going to hold on to her house through Armageddon. I'm like, do you really think God's going to let you hold on to this house? Because she was putting so much money and effort into it. And I got into it one day. This is like 20 years ago. And I'm like, do you really think that he's going to let you hold on to this house? Like, what if he tells you, no, you don't get this house?
Right.
Oh, he wouldn't do that. And I was like, how do you know? Like
she's a Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah.
I want to real quick answer Purple's question. As best that I remember, or what I was taught, was the purpose of the 144,000 were to be in heaven and sat on the right or left side of Jesus to help him rule. Why God and Jesus need help, I don't know. That's why everybody else is on paradise earth, with really isn't even a unique teaching of the Jehovah's Witnesses. I know even some mainstream preachers believe that. I believe Charles Stanley, unless he's changed that over the years, believes that not in a literal heaven, but a paradise earth.
Yeah.
I hope that kind of answered it, Perp.
Well, also to answer your question as why they would need help is to give Gabriel his much deserved break.
That's true. We definitely need more manpower up there. And the general premise is fundamentally correct. Once the most religious people are either dead or removed to heaven, the remaining humanity can rebuild the earth and it will finally be a paradise.
Until we fuck up again. Because
do
obviously
angels-
God doesn't know what happens.
Do angels have a union, Gabriel? Like, have you ever,
An
ever had
onion.
one strike?
He doesn't got taste buds. How the hell is he going to eat an onion?
Union.
I know what
That's
he said.
actually what Lucifer got in trouble for, was attempting to unionize.
Oh, yikes! So God is very anti-workers, right?
Union busting. Okay. How do union busting go
We
on?
just talked about slavery in the Bible. What do you think he gets his help? Gabriel's in chains right now. He's just afraid to tell you. He's afraid you're going to become an atheist.
Wow. All
Calvary
right.
Chapel,
Hey, what happened?
you're going to hell.
Wait,
that alone
what?
is enough of a red flag.
Rewind that.
I'd like to know that
There's
you don't
no
wanna be
hell
part-
belief.
Hold
in
on.
witnesses.
Hold on.
Just about 10 seconds.
Now imagine if you're, so I'm part of Calvary Chapel churches. Imagine if I was teaching, guys, if you're not part of Calvary Chapel, you're going to hell.
Okay.
That alone is enough of a red flag to know that you don't want to be part of Calvary Chapel at that point.
What
Yeah,
if
you have
it's
to actually
true,
belong to
Mike?
their organization.
What,
Yeah,
if you
and
have the,
you-
what if you have the one and only true religion and you are too cowardly to say it to your congregation?
Yeah, it's not too far removed from if you don't accept Jesus, you're going to hell.
Yeah.
And they use various scriptures to try to support this, but they're all radically out of context. So number 4, I'll give you number 4 now. Loyalty. Loyalty is required. Now, loyalty is a pretty generic thing to say. You got to be loyal. But what they mean and what they measure loyalty, one of the number one ways they measure it, is that you're promoting the JW organization by going door to door or in some way giving out magazines and JW material. This is why Jehovah's Witnesses are going door to door. It's part of the salvation deal for them.
It is.
You're required to go at least an hour a month to be considered an active publisher. And if you're not an active publisher, if you're an inactive publisher, you're in danger that when Armageddon comes around the corner, you may suffer as a result. You might be outside. So this is
Do not
very much a
tire
workspace
before
thing,
you finish
very much
the
a
race.
workspace thing.
You can run that race for 99 years, and if you stop in that last year of your life, and Armageddon hits before you, if Armageddon strikes and you are not an active participant, you are at risk of dying, even if you have a lifetime of service. That is accurate.
Quick question for Gabriel. Do you do you happen to know what is happening with Alan Parr? He's not saying anything, and he seems to get real itchy. Did he switch his fabric softener? Is he having a reaction of some sort?
You're an
Let me
inactive
play this
publisher.
here.
You're in danger.
He just
that when Armageddon comes,
something's
around the
going
corner,
on.
You may suffer.
I can't say for sure.
This is very much.
It
a
seems
workspace.
that he's
Very much a
letting
workspace.
Mike
And
do
you
his
kinda see
rant.
this when you
I
see
think
them go door to
Nara's-
door. In my neighborhood,
Nara's frozen. There you go. Go ahead.
What happened?
Go ahead, Gabriel.
I don't know about fabric softeners, but it seems that he's mostly just there to let Mike do his rant. I get the impression that Mike is actually the guest on Alan's channel, and this is a re-upload onto Mike's channel.
Okay, I do see the beat on the bottom left there. That is Alan Parr's channel. Is that Mike Winger's logo on the right there? It looks like yeah. Okay. Oh, it is Mike's. Okay, yeah. All right. Alan's just there to validate what Mike is saying.
Yeah, I wonder if it could very well be a re-upload.
Yeah.
I noticed this, where they would, everywhere I've lived, I've noticed this, that Jehovah's Witnesses would often walk really slow door to door. And I always thought that was so weird because I've gone witnessing door to door. I've got tracks and I'm thinking I got 2 hours, right? And I hit like probably 20 times as many houses as they do because I'm in a hurry.
They got to get through that hour.
Oh, he speaks.
Yeah, and so when I actually interviewed some former JWs, they told me that this wasn't just my observation. This was like a well-known fact, and they call it the pioneer plot. That's like the nickname they have for it because they're considered
I've
pioneers.
never
going
heard
out.
of that
They call it the
before.
pioneer plot, where you just-
I've heard of people, dragging their feet from door to door to stretch out the time, and I've heard of some that are like super uptight about it, and it's like you start your time when you knock on that door, and you end the time when you stop the conversation with that householder. Any travel time, any walking, nothing of that counts. I've seen it on both ends of it. So, I mean, he's kind of painting with a very broad brush here. You're going to have witnesses across the spectrum on what's considered counting time in the ministry and what's not. So, me personally, so the typical witness ritual before going out in service on the weekends or most days, the people going out in service that day will meet at the local Kingdom Hall at 9 a.m. There will be a 15-minute service meeting where they will read some scriptures and have a thought of the day. They will divide up and pair up into partner groups and car groups, and then go out to their territories that are assigned to them to, do the work. And then from there, it's up to every car group to kind of schedule and do whatever they want. They'll go to the territory, do some house to house, door to door. And then at some point, typically, at least with my groups, at some point you'll say, okay, we're done doing new territory. Let's now go back to our return visits, people that we have previously contacted on previous days that may have expressed interest. Go and drive to those houses, talk to them, and hopefully, develop conversations there. Maybe get some coffee, at which point you stop the time. You're not going to count your time when you're usually, at least my groups, not count your time when you're, resting. But typically my time started the moment I left the Kingdom Hall after that first meeting, then count your time up until your lunch break or something like that. And then start it again once you go back out. But yeah, there's some people that are like, I'm not going to start counting my time until I knock on that door and that conversation's over. Yeah, so it's across the board. Mike Winger's painting the very broad brush here to try to inflate his point, in my opinion.
Real quick question from myself: Did they ever get demographics of the neighborhood, and did you ever witness in some sketchy areas?
Oh yeah. Oh man.
Yeah.
In Las Vegas, the city I grew up in, man, Dollar Street. We had Dollar Street, and that was a bad neighborhood to go to. They were usually pretty good. At least my congregation was usually pretty good at not sending in vulnerable people, like elderly or children or the sisters. There's always brothers, strong burly brothers nearby to be sure they're all protected and everything. But yeah, there were some pretty sketchy parts of the neighborhood that we had to go visit, and typically fairly good planning around who you send in and stuff like that. And Jer's comment there, elderly people who are housebound required to do service. Yes, but there are other forms of service that they would allow. They would allow for those who are infirm or restrained or confined to wheelchairs or beds. You could do letter writing. You could do phone witnessing, which is just basically just cold calling people and trying to get people to talk to you that way. The average amount of time that they wanted a typical publisher or a typical witness to contribute per month was 12 hours when I was in. I think they reduced it to 10 or 8 or 6 recently. The standards have lowered, but they expect a certain minimum level for you to be considered both active and in good standing, or active and in good spiritual health. The 1 hour rule that Mike was talking about, that's bare minimum, just so you don't go into irregular status. And if you, skip several months, you go into inactive status, and they really don't like that. That starts broaching upon shunning territory if you're inactive. But yeah, so if you're elderly or infirm or wheelchair bound or hospital bed bound, you can do some writing and some phone witnessing. And they don't expect you to do 12 hours a month of that. They usually only expect you to do 1 or 2 hours a month, because they're fairly reasonable when it comes to hey, your health is blocking you. Nothing they'll guilt you about. They will always have that pressure of, as long as you're doing everything you can. It's up to you whether you're doing everything you can. But always ask yourself, can I be doing more? So they will keep that pressure on in a way that seems like they're not putting pressure on you, but they really are. They're really always casting that doubt, making you think, are you really doing everything you can? Are you really being honest with yourself? Can you do more? Can you make sacrifices in your life to do more? Can you reduce your hours at work? Can you not play baseball as much? Can you, do you sleep in every day? Well, maybe you shouldn't do that. Maybe you should go out and service more. They're always putting that pressure on you to increase the amount of hours you're putting into the ministry. And they frame it as, the more you put in the ministry, the more the chance you're going to have of surviving Armageddon, the more you please God. But in reality, it's you're out there creating more witnesses for them to count as members and for more people for them to pull donations out of. It's really the ultimate goal. And that's why they're failing so hard right now. That's why they're hemorrhaging so much money, is because in first world countries, they're not growing in first world countries. They're only growing in third world countries where people are generally very poor. They don't have money to contribute. And that's why their witnesses right now are actually very, very bad financial straits. They're just hemorrhaging money every year, because through child abuse lawsuits and just expenses and such. The donations are not coming in like they used to. COVID was devastating to their growth and to their bottom line. So they're actually in quite a lot of trouble right now because of that.
Well, the witnessing isn't very efficient to begin with, and I forgot what it was like. One convert in like 800 hours or something ridiculous.
Yeah.
First off, and then I know. Oh, let's say what last thing was I know like in the 2000s. This is when the internet first come out. They had people counting time like in Yahoo chat rooms, and they cracked down on that. From what I hear, this is after I left that they cracked down on it. But anything a witness can do to count time or even to talk to somebody, in a store, if they mention Jehovah, then they'll count that as time too. So there's ways around getting that 12 hours or the 30 to 50, I think, for a pioneer.
Yep.
Unless they change that.
Yep. Pretty much.
Just like walk real nice and slow, so you don't have to, because it's uncomfortable to encounter people on their door, and the JWs get all kinds of mistreatment and rude behavior from people that is wrong. And
yeah, I've seen all kinds. I've seen all kinds of crazy shit out in the field ministry. I've been subjected to a lot of stuff. I've had people tell me they're Jesus. I've had people threaten to punch me. I've heard of witnesses getting guns pulled on them. More than once, I had somebody appear at the door completely naked.
I was going to say that.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some craziness. Yeah.
Yeah, I got in trouble with my elder because this gorgeous girl, just pressing a towel, accidentally dropped it. And he's like, well, we better go. We'll come back at a better time. I'm standing there. He's like, Ron. I said, what? I'm still a man. And the lady's just laughing. And I mean, she's not even, as good looking as she was, I wouldn't have been, embarrassed either. But yeah, there's been a lot of, dogs.
Yep.
Dogs,
yeah. Oh man, I've heard some stories of some dog attacks. Oh,
yeah.
We're all told that Jehovah is protecting us when we're out in the field ministry.
Yeah.
But there are people that Jehovah was definitely not protecting. I've heard.
Yeah. In the Crawfordsville congregation, there was a 12-year-old girl, I think like maybe 11 or 12, that was attacked.
Yeah.
Pretty well mauled.
Yeah.
And of course, the Kingdom Hall didn't do anything for her.
Oh no.
Yeah.
They would not step up to do that. They would expect all the members to contribute like food and groceries and stuff.
Right. It's just like,
they won't pay the medical bills. They won't pay any lawyer fees. No, they're not going to do that.
Yeah, that's the one thing I heard with what was it? What hurricane was it? Maybe it was Katrina or something. Oh, Jehovah Witnesses do all this stuff for, just like everybody else. No, you don't. Individuals do, or if it's a Kingdom Hall or, that certain area that needs to rebuild one, then yeah, they'll all go down there, but not as a group.
I can go into detail about the rackets, that is the way they build their Kingdom Halls.
Oh yeah.
And the way they perform hurricane relief work. Like it's a racket for them to make money. It's actually very ingenious, but it both rely on hordes of volunteer work from their ranks, and they collect the checks. It's pretty dastardly.
Well, everybody always thinks I'm making fun of Kingdom Halls because they're like, well, why don't Kingdom Halls have windows in it? I said, so you don't, get distracted. I said, go in there, look. I mean, it's all bland. The carpet's awful. It's just so you don't get, even the music. That is the worst part of going to meetings.
They actually redesigned the Kingdom Hall to make it more. Have you seen the new Kingdom Hall designs compared to the old ones?
I haven't been in the Kingdom Hall for 20 years.
So your typical Kingdom Hall, it looks like a church or almost a funeral home. It's a big rectangular building, has a carport and a main entrance, and like it's a big hall inside. It's a meeting hall. That's the old design. The new design, it looks like a bank. It has glass foyer, windows and doors around a foyer. It goes inside. It's much more square. Like you look at it and you're like, wow, this could be a bank. This could be a Burger King. This could be like all kinds of different businesses, because they realized that the old Kingdom Hall design was not really resellable. You can only really resell it as a meeting hall or as a church. But the new designs, you can turn that into whatever you want. If you want to turn it into a fast food place, you can do it. A bank. Yeah. And actually, back when I was in Las Vegas a few months ago visiting some family, and I actually happened by one of the new designs. I looked at it and I was like, that looks like any business. I would not have known that was a Kingdom Hall unless it was for the sign. Whereas before, if you drive by a Kingdom Hall, you could identify a Kingdom Hall without any signage.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh wow, that's a Jehovah's Witness Kingdom Hall. I can tell.
Yep.
Now it's like I would not be able to tell that was a Kingdom Hall without the sign there.
Maybe that's why I've probably seen them. Then I just didn't realize that's what it was.
Yeah.
I can't read. You know that.
You'll learn one day. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Wait, is that a McDonald hall?
No. I want to maybe like share a picture. So here's, let me see if I can just copy link. No, I want to copy image address.
Hey, Nara, do you feel like Alan Parr right about now?
Yes.
Just not nodding in. Yeah.
No, I know
welcome
nothing
to
about
the show.
I don't know anything about Jehovah's Witness, so it's actually pretty fascinating.
Yeah.
I'm very much enjoying the conversation.
I just posted a link in the private chat. That's your traditional Kingdom Hall. And I'll find a picture of the new design.
Are you able? Am I able to?
Mine says access denied. Or maybe it's because I'm on this stupid.
Oh no!
Oh, you know what? It did something. You know, it did something weird where the 85 there is not
wait.
the link.
Why'd you send a porn link for?
Oh dear, I'm sorry, wrong link.
Yeah,
I'm,
you?
access denied as well.
Oh, good. I thought maybe it was this duck go shoot.
Spank bank.
Let's see here.
Oh, if you click on the lower half of the link, it does. It
Oh,
does.
maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, okay, so that's
Yep,
your
okay.
traditional type of Kingdom
Yeah.
Hall. It almost looks like a funeral home, like it's
Yeah.
carport. It looks like a church or a meeting hall. And then the new design, I'm still trying to look for it. Hold on.
And that's all built with free labor too.
That's all built with
pretty
that's
much
all
free
built with
labor.
volunteer labor. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, and this is a video. Here we go. This will work. Copy video frame, show all content. Okay, it's a Reddit link.
Here we go. Now I'm curious. I'm excited.
Yeah.
Of course, since I see it, so I've seen about 400 of them. Oh my God, it's lit up. When you talk about glass, it's got glass.
Can you maximize that? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and rewind it to the beginning.
Oh, I'm not watching. Here.
Yeah, rewind to the beginning. So I mean, it looks like a store.
Oh wow!
Wow.
It could be anything. Like that
You
building
take
could
that
turn into
sign
whatever
off
you need
there.
to be. Yeah.
I'm saying if you take that sign off, it almost looks like a medical building.
Yeah. Could be an
Yeah,
office.
it
Could be a
does.
dentist's office. It could be
Right.
Yeah. Anything you want. Oh wow, they got a
Could be a
word
wor-
cloud. How modern.
It's very modern. Look at that.
Oh
Door
wow! Even
handle?
the seating
Oh.
is a little different than I'm used to because you usually have an aisle right down the middle.
Yeah. That's a pretty small auditorium. Normally auditoriums can
Yeah.
fit like 150 people. That's probably maybe 75.
Yeah.
Well, that could also
because you usually have the aisle in the middle,
value.
so you usually have the aisle in down the middle so they can walk back and forth with a microphone.
I got TVs now too.
Oh,
Back in my day, they didn't have the video. Like they started video production like in earnest like 10 years ago with JW Broadcasting and like they have like video
well, I would
production
say that
studios.
looks
Yeah, that was
just
I
like
left.
or it looks like the podium when they do give their JW the governing body does their
Yeah.
their little talks or speeches.
Yep.
You know, the podium and everything was wow, that's kind of neat.
Yep.
Yeah, that's where we had our Bible study, but not that nice of
Yeah.
a room. Or I guess some of our meetings.
Or those people in the way. Yeah. But anyway, so yeah, this is one of the newer Kingdom Halls I got now.
Whoop, there's a donation box.
Yeah.
I remember that. So
Oh, there's where the
literature.
elders will talk to you. That's where the elders will take you and talk to you if you're out of line.
Yep.
They'll sit you around that table and they'll be like,
I've been part of a disfellowshipping of my ex-girlfriend.
"Did you go on a date with her without chaperone? What'd you guys do? How'd you guys touch each other? Were there kissing involved?"
Well, put it this way,
they'll get invasive.
Oh yeah, they want to know what you did, how you did it, not just yes, we did something. I lived 50 miles away from her congregation. Went in there because they wanted to know everything going on, and it's like I felt bad. It's like I'm not doing it, and it's like if I want to be a good Jehovah's Witness, what do you do?
Yeah,
for her spiritual well-being. Yeah, it was awful. But they told me what my car looked like. I had a truck, my motorcycle. Told me what time my son got on the bus to go to school, and that's when I was starting to get pissed.
Yeah,
and then even when I was there, they would be parked across the way, and Della was like, I think the elders are over there. I said, I'll go find out. Started my car, started going that way. They took off before I ever got there. I did that like 15 or 20 times, and every time they take off. Well, then I started going the other way, came up behind them, ended up knocking on the door, and it's like, Keith, well, what do you got, witnessing at 3 o'clock in the morning? So that's kind of like where my down, when I just said, no, this can't be right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's hear what Mike Winger has to say.
Yeah,
that was a fun tangent.
That's nuts. Wow.
Yeah. About authority, that's salvation. Jehovah's Witness beliefs about authority. They say the Bible's their authority, but there's a big problem, and that is that they have a butchered Bible translation, and they become conspiratorial that all other Bible translations are not trustworthy. So,
well,
the problem I've got with what Mike says that, because when you do a Bible study with them, you're not doing a Bible study. At least the way I did it, was the Watchtower magazine. You read their wording. They'll throw a verse here and there, and at the very bottom of the publications, the answers are there.
Yeah.
So you don't even have to study for this. You go in there and say, okay, and then during the meetings they'll ask for people to answer it, and just in your own words. They always said, in your own words, tell me what that's saying. But it's pretty much at the bottom of every page of every question.
Yeah, a Bible study with the witnesses is really just a publication study. The publication has scripture cited, but it is a publication study. At least back in my day, there's no conspiracy that other Bible translations aren't as good. They will encourage you to use a New World Translation, but at least back in my day, any Bible would be acceptable to use during a Bible study.
Right. Well, they even put the what was it, the ESV, I think, or one of those versions in the KJV they used to publish alongside or even before the NWT.
Yeah. But it's fine.
Okay, Mike,
so when you
tell
show
us
them a
else.
verse that refutes their theology, the immediate thought is, oh, but that's been changed, because they trust the organization.
I just wanted to comment real quick that any particular flavor of Christianity who subscribes to a specific version of the Bible, like the King James only people, they all think the other translations are wrong. I don't think this is
They are correct.
Witnessed. Yeah.
Gabriel's awake.
If only God was able to preserve his word better.
Or just write it in such a way that it cannot be mistranslated.
Yeah.
You guys are
There's
guys are
about
getting ahead of
100
Jehovah.
solutions.
or invent a language that every word is precise and perfect, and we wouldn't have to squabble over.
You guys are too selfish.
What exactly does slavery mean? Is it indentured servitude, or is it
Why
chattel
can't you
slavery?
Why can't you guys learn Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek? Damn it! We don't have to worry about the English.
The Greek have like 5 or 6 words for just love, like brotherly love, erotic love, love of pizza, love for humanity. Like they have different words for love, but Hebrew, one word for slavery, apparently, according to some.
Yeah, it's bondservant.
Yeah.
There used to be such a language, but then the Tower of Babel happened.
Oh dear. Well, that was on God though. God's the one that did that.
So that's God fucked this shit up for us.
Yeah.
It was a counterproductive move, yes.
Yes.
Why do I have a feeling Gabriel is going to be down here with Satan?
God said, "Oh damn it! I forgot I had a plan for that language. Damn it!"
No, Gabriel's going to be going, "Damn it! I forgot God had StreamYard."
Oh my God.
God's always on Pornhub.
Oh.
I thought it was holycrotch.com. Okay, I guess not.
So Gabriel, if you have access, if you know what God's on Pornhub, what's his favorite keywords? What is he into?
Be fruitful and multiply, I think.
Oh, Prager porn. Okay.
Mike Winger porn. Oh my God.
Oh my God. No, I don't need that in my head.
See, that's why I said
no.
Dick Zinger is his porn name.
You're gonna make me go get another beer here. In fact,
you're gonna make me.
In fact, you've done it. I'm getting
me start drinking, and I don't drink. Oh my God! This turned out to be a night. I was going to go to bed at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, and then you came on this stream, which is a very poor decision.
Definitely. But I got
Mistakes
to meet
were made.
Gabriel.
Mistake.
Right.
Mistake.
I get to hang
God
out with
has a breeding
Gabriel and
kink, yeah.
didn't have to mess with that idiot BS. Oh, this is. I'm surprised my earbuds are still going. I don't think I had them charged.
Yeah, like they have really decent battery life. That's why. That's
Yeah.
why I went with.
Are
these.
those gummies in that jar below the guitar? And
They
did
appear to
Jesus
be
sign-
jelly beans.
Oh, maybe
No,
that's
those
what
are
it is.
gummy bears.
Are they? So I was
Mhm.
right.
Yep.
And my next question is: did Jesus autograph that guitar?
That I'm sure Gabriel could answer that.
No, Jesus can't hold a pen. He's got holes in his hands. It
Did he? Well, he can still
looks
autograph with a
like
finger.
He could write it in
it
blood.
looks like a band name or something. I
Right.
follow, and then there's a big old cross in the middle, so I can't quite make out the rest.
Oh, I see it. I follow big butts, and I cannot lie. My wife's got thunder thighs.
Yeah, what does that say?
But you guys can't read it because that's in the Cohen Greek.
It probably says I follow Christ.
Hold on.
Yeah. Or I follow the money.
Zoom, enhance.
I think it would just blur. I think the
Well, you don't
resolution
know until you
is
try.
not quite there. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I've done something new. All right. Nope.
I
We
think
got it.
Ember could be
We're
able to
back.
do it.
Enhance. Yeah.
I
have
hear
no
a lot
idea
of
how
good
to do
things
that.
about this Ember person.
Ember. Yeah. No, Ember's great.
Ember's great.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh, so
you're an angel. I'm sure you would know.
Gabriel, so you're saying he's in like Flynn and the rest of us are screwed?
Oh, I don't get to see the book of judgment and life and all that stuff. That's not my job description.
I better call and or write Mike Winger a message and ask him. If anybody knows, it's going to be him.
Makes sense.
They, instead of having the Bible ultimately as their authority, the real authority is what's called the governing body. And what you have to understand about the Jehovah's Witnesses, it's not just a name given to people who have shared beliefs, but rather it's actually a governmental group.
Oh yeah. Do you got the drum? The ba-dum-ps?
Oh crap! Where's it at? Oh,
Where's that soundboard?
Well, it froze up on me earlier and kept popping up ads, and I was getting pissed. I'm gonna have to pay for it.
Well, the punchline's ruined now. It's over.
Well, I know you ruined it.
So on paper, the Bible is the Jehovah's Witness authority, but obviously the governing body is the only ones that can interpret the Bible accurately. So they are the de facto authority.
Group, and they're run by the governing body, which is 8 men who live in New York City. They
now.
quote them. They formulate doctrine. They oversee publishing, and they send out these 2 magazines. You've seen them on your doorstep: the Watchtower and the Awake magazine. And one day, this is Jehovah's Witness beliefs. One day, when judgment comes, your survival is going to depend on following the instructions of these 8 guys in New York. Like your literal earthly survival will depend on it. Judgment will come, and you have to be ready at the drop of a hat to just go do whatever they say. Let me quote some sources on this because I want people to know this is not me making. I'm not trying to rip on JWs. I wish the theology was better than this, right? So from Watchtower 2013, July 15th, page 20. The Faithful Slave, and that's a nickname they have for their own organization, and they're really referring to
Faithful
the
and Discreet
8 men
Slave.
in New York. The Faithful Slave is the channel
Yeah,
through
so the
which
faithful and
Jesus
discreet
is leading
slave
his true followers in
has
his time of-
changed. The meaning of the faithful and discreet slave has changed, I think, a couple times over the years. It used to be the faithful and discreet slave was the entire 144,000, of which the governing body is also part of that group. But I think maybe the last 5 or 6 or 7 years, the doctrine was changed that the faithful and discreet slave is the governing body. They
Well,
are
I'm saying at one time Jesus was also the faithful discreet, and I think that was in the 30s or the 40s. When I was talking about doing the 180s and the 360s, you know, the tacking, trying to compare it to sailing.
Faithful and discreet slave. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's currently just the governing body is a faithful.
Yeah. Well, I know. I knew when I left it wasn't Jesus, but from my, my studies after I left, when I started accumulating all the hard
Here it
print
is.
of Watchtower mags.
Who really is the faithful and discreet slave? This is a Watchtower magazine, July 2013. So where's the conclusion? The faithful and discreet slave must be made up of anointed Christians, so that 144,000, but not necessarily the entire group. It is only fitting that the members of that royal priesthood have a direct share in teaching fellow believers the truth. Okay, who are they? A lot of bloviation.
And only the 144,000 can partake of communion.
Yeah. That faithful and discreet slave is made up of a small group of anointed brothers, not sisters, just brothers, who are directly involved in preparing and dispensing spiritual food during Christ's presence. Like, this is paragraph 10 of like a 20 paragraph article. They're leading up to saying, it's us, it's the governing body, it's the guys who wrote this article. We are the faithful and discreet slave. Let me see here. In recent decades, let's see here. Okay, through the last days, the anointed brothers who make up the faithful slave have served together at headquarters. Talking Brooklyn, Bethel. Bethel is just the headquarters of what they call it. In recent decades, that slave has been closely identified with the governing body of Jehovah's Witnesses. Closely identified with the governing body of Jehovah's Witnesses, and that identification was performed by the governing body of Jehovah's Witnesses. So they're like, guess what, guys? It's up. It's us. Yeah. Okay. And then note, however, that the word slave in Jesus' illustration is singular, indicating that it is a composite slave. So they're just hand waving that.
So they still endorse slavery.
Yes. The decisions of the governing body are thus made collectively. So they're basically trying to say that the governing, the faithful and discreet slave is one entity, and that is the governing body. And the governing body makes decisions in a unified, collective manner. Yet they still have, I think, a 2/3 majority rule voting system. So, when they disagree, the majority rules, but then the whole thing is presented as, this is our unified decision, even though it wasn't a unified decision. You may have dissenters among that whole thing. So anyway, don't worry. The faithful and discreet slave is the governing body, as decreed by the governing body by majority vote. So there you go. Hey Zumami, how you doing?
Yeah, Sumami, we are still up. We actually started this video at about 2 p.m. and we're 11 minutes in. So we'll be up for a while.
You non-West Coasters, it's a little bit past midnight for me.
Yeah.
It is good to be on the West Coast.
Yeah, but we get Christmas first, so screw you.
Yeah, you do. That's true. I'm not a morning person.
First.
I'm not a morning person, so I like sunsets, and I'm not a morning person. I like sunsets
and long walks on the beach and hand in hand.
And long walks on the beach.
I concur. The last morning person we had, well, it didn't end well.
And the morning star. Yeah. All right.
The end. It is vital that we recognize the faithful slave. Our spiritual health and our relationship with God depend on this channel. Obedience to these men determines your salvation. Then we have from jw.org on the 10th of November 2012, which says the faithful and discreet slave was appointed over Jesus's domestics in 1919. That means the church. The slave is the small composite group of anointed brothers serving at world headquarters. That's 8 guys in New York during Christ's presence. That's because they believe Jesus is invisibly present somehow with them, who are directly involved in preparing and dispensing spiritual food. When this group work together as the governing body, they act as the faithful and discreet slave. Now, this has been an evolution over time. Originally, the faithful and discreet slave was all the Jehovah's Witnesses. Then it became the leadership, just the general leadership organization. Then it became the 8 guys, which is why in 2012, it's 8 guys in New York.
So I think he's inaccurate there. The faithful and discreet slave was the 144,000 anointed, who are, I guess you can call them leaders. Like we had a dude in our congregation who claimed to be one of the anointed. And he wasn't, I never saw him regarded as a leader. But yeah, so in 1919, when the whole governing body thing kind of got established, the faithful and discreet slave, I think, were considered to be all the 144,000. And then it wasn't until recently that it was narrowed down to just the governing body in New York.
Why is this not?
But I mean, I could be wrong there. That's like ancient history now.
I think ASO's still trying to get the soundboard going. So
No, I'm looking for some JW or the article that I'm from a XJW site.
So the topic of this video is in red there. It says, "Are Jehovah's Witnesses Christian or cult?" But then it's up top. It says that they're quickly explained and refuted.
Yeah, I don't know what this.
Yeah,
He makes it out
Maybe
like
it's a
they can't
poll.
be both.
it feels like this video is no longer focused on a topic. But whatever. Let's see what happens. I agree that they are Christian. Here's the thing too. Here's the question: are Jehovah's Witnesses Christian or cult? And I ask, why not both?
Somebody says, are JWs believe in the 144,000 too? Is there?
Yes.
Who else believes in the 144,000?
All the Revelation bros. the Baptists, the Pentecostals.
Here we go.
Hey, yeah, there you go. I didn't even know that. I thought the 144,000 like teaching was like unique to the witnesses.
That's what I was assuming.
Good question.
Here we go.
All right.
It's more of a group thing. So they've slowly amassed more power and control over time.
Yeah.
Let me give a couple other things. Miscellaneous other stuff. This organization, this religion's only existed since about the 1870s. That was when it was first founded. So it's pretty new, kind of like LDS Church.
Yeah,
it's actually not just a religious.
Yeah, you're probably right, Andrew.
In fairness, we should point out that all of the Protestant faiths have only existed since the 17-somethings. Like, they branched off from an existing belief structure. All the churches, including the Witnesses and the Mormons, trace their spiritual lineage all the way back to Peter.
I know nothing, apparently.
You know nothing. Why is that not?
This belief, it's an insulated, and this is key, it's an insulated social community. This is the biggest.
Whoa. All right. We got a direct challenge to the Archangel Gabriel 1500s.
Yeah, the Protestants started with Martin Luther, right? He was ordained in 1507. Yep. That's
You
exactly
people
right.
keep changing your calendar. I can't keep track.
Wow. Okay. Apologetics
Well,
at its best.
for you angelic beings, 1,000 years is like a moment, right? Or a
That's true.
day, right? So I mean, it's like 5
That's
days.
true. Existing outside of time and keeping track of what year it is difficult.
Or no, not 5 days ago. This was like half day ago. It's only 500 years, right? So it's like it's a little bit past midnight. It's like noon for you. Were you like day drinking or something? Did you miss the Protestant Revolution? No judgment.
I may have been.
I day drink. No judgment.
I may have been busy in China or something.
Gotcha.
This thing with dealing with JWs is realizing they're part of an insulated social community.
They are.
They're told never Google Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yes.
They're told this from their leaders. Don't ever Google our group.
That's right.
That's, I mean, from our perspective, you think, well, that's creepy, but I want you to understand the suspicion this creates, because they're going to look at you guys as you try to witness to them with all this suspicion. I've got JWs telling me on my videos, Mike, you're an apostate. I'm sure you're secretly an apostate JW, and so I can just ignore you and not listen to you, and you're a liar. But that's not what they're trying to mean. It's that they've been.
Here's the thing, Mike. Here's the thing. You have to understand that the entire world is lying within the power of the wicked one, especially false religion, of which you are a part. So obviously, if you are talking against the Jehovah's Witnesses, you are obviously under Satan's control. That's just science.
Gabriel, is this true?
That you can drink as long as you want and claim it was all just a one-night bender. I mean, you can claim anything you like. I wouldn't recommend
No.
trying to drink for 1,000 years, though. You will die.
And on the 8th day, God drank. So he is right that the Jehovah's Witnesses are an insular group. Growing up as a Jehovah's Witness, I was essentially forbidden, or it was heavily discouraged. It depends on how strong your parents are and how like committed your parents are to the teachings. no worldly friends, quote unquote worldly friends, which are basically people who are not part of the witnesses. So like I never got to participate in birthday parties, Christmas events at school, extracurricular activities, after school events. Never got to go over to kids' houses after school. It's everyone who's not Jehovah's Witness is a potential tool of Satan to be used against you to pull you out of the organization and get you into the world. Thankfully, in my high school years, I didn't take that very seriously, and I formed friendships in high school, which after high school I terminated because I got really serious about becoming a witness. But then later on, when I realized it was bullshit and I became an atheist, I went back to those friends and said, hey guys, I'm not a witness anymore. I really had good times back in high school. Basically, can we reestablish our friendships? And they allowed me to do that, and those are my friends I have today. So I'm very lucky on that regard. But for the most part, witnesses are insulated. They are told that the world is lying in the power of the wicked one. Anybody who's not a Jehovah's Witness is a potential tool to be used against you. Don't associate with them more than you have to. Be friendly with them at school, but don't get too close. Always look for opportunities to preach to them. Always find opportunities to show them the magazines or to read to them from the Bible and things like that. That to me is one of the big reasons why I consider them a cult. I like the Bite model by Stephen Hassan to describe cults as my preferred model for determining what a cult is and what it isn't. And that behavior control, dictating to people whether they can, who they can talk to, who they can chum around with, who they can become close to, whether or not they can participate in things at school or extracurricular activities. That behavior control is a big component of that. And witnesses are very strict on that. You may have some witness families that are like kind of laxed about that. And they're like, they're just laxed on it. But then you'll have the witnesses that are actually following the teachings. That'll be very, very strict about that. They will slap down any budding friendships with friends, with people at school. Hey, if you like a girl at school, nope, forget that. She's not a witness. Slap that down. Yeah. So it's very much an insular group, and Mike Winger is correct on that.
Usually there's some rebuttal. So did you not rebuttal, but some additional dialogue there? Are you still living? Did you die?
I died. I'm sitting next to Gabriel.
Oh boy. Gabriel, take care of it.
I'm giving him a firm handshake. No.
Yes, we'll look into an extra resurrection.
Yep. But speaking of resurrection, you've got something you hadn't had for years.
Is this true, Eric? Every JW person is hardcore.
Not every JW is hardcore,
No.
but probably
Yeah.
the ones that are most vocal will be the most hardcore. So you may have met many JWs who didn't tell you they were JWs. The ones that will tell you they're JWs are probably the hardcore ones.
And the thing about it is, there's plenty that are wanting to leave, but they can't. Whether it's out of fear of being shunned by the family and friends. I mean, you lose everything. You can't. I mean, Eric can testify to that.
Oh yeah.
That's why I'm lucky. I was never baptized, so I'm not considered what they consider.
Yeah, you dodged a bullet with not getting baptized. I was baptized in 95. I was baptized when I was about 15. Yeah. So growing up in that atmosphere, growing up in that environment where it is insulated, where you cannot form bonds or friendships with people outside of the organization. That means growing up, your only bonds are people who are in the organization, your family and members of the congregation. And if you step too far out of line and you get disfellowshipped or you get shunned, you lose your entire social network, your entire social safety net, everything. You are cut off from it. It's quite dastardly how they keep people in, because they're essentially holding hostage all of your acquaintances, all of your connections, all of your emotional attachments. They're holding that hostage, and if you step out of line, they will cut that off from you. It's like cutting off oxygen from people, because we're a social species. We need those things to survive, and they threaten that. Yeah, it's really, really gross.
Yeah,
Well,
definitely
similar to like even a theist. or a Christian, their biggest fear about leaving their religion is hell. I don't want to go to hell, blah 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 blah. But not only do JWs worry about they don't believe in hell, that's annihilation, but they also worry about the shunning.
Yeah,
it's awful.
That is the one.
I've got too many friends in it that went through it.
Yeah, that is the one of the few good things that I can say that are okay with the witnesses. They don't teach hellfire. It's just annihilation. Not saying that they're good because of that. This is kind of one of the small glimmers of positivity in the whole thing. Is like I got out of it. I don't have any hellfire baggage. I've never once feared going to hell. But like they do a lot of other like I said, dastardly stuff. But no hellfire, and they had a really robust public speaking program back when I was in. So that really helped me with my public speaking and my presentation and stuff. And it's really helped me with like my career, inadvertently helped me with my career, helped me with school, and helped me with now doing this, online activism. It's really helped out a lot there, ironically.
Paranoia has been created in them towards everybody. So here's some conspiratorial things that they're being told. If you do have to research, only use jw.org, right, or other Watchtower websites for research.
Yes.
That's not really research, right? Research, which means always check our source, what we say. That's your research. That's not really research. They believe that all Christianity has been apostate since the 2nd century. They believe that the Bible has been butchered and that they've fixed it with their New World Translation. All other translations are suspect. They believe the Holy Spirit.
Little caveat there. Mainstream Christianity so Jesus lived, sacrificed himself, and then you had the apostles doing the true form of Christianity up until their deaths. So 2nd century, let's say the last apostle died like 110 CE. At that point, they believe that Satan stepped in and corrupted Christianity, and ever since then, up until the 1870s when the Bible students came around, that was all false religion, hijacked by Satan. There was no true form of Christianity through that, except like some smatterings of true worshipers in there. They think that there were anointed during that 2,000-year kind of desert of true worship that were actually performing true worship, but they were never mainstream. They were never really big. And it wasn't until the 1870s when God, basically like made this organization flourish and it became the Jehovah's Witnesses. And now we have true worship with, the 8 million members we have today. So he's kind of right in that mainstream Christianity since the 2nd century was corrupted by Satan and all that. But inside there, according to the witnesses, there were true worshipers here and there. And God was like blessing them and they were anointed and all those things. And then in the 1870s, now we have the witnesses forming. So he's mostly right there, but not 100%.
Personal, that's just a random thing. They believe the Trinity is pagan. They believe that you need to call God Jehovah or else. They believe that birthday celebrations are pagan. Military service is pagan. Christmas.
Is that true? You need to call God Jehovah or else?
I was never.
It was preferred.
Like that.
Yeah. I've always heard that. I mean, they prefer you to do it, but what's sad about that is they claim that was it the New Testament? They added the name Jehovah 237 times when it was never there to begin with. Yeah. And then even in their Insight to Scripture book, it talks about the definition of Jehovah, or it's like an encyclopedia basically for Jehovah Witnesses. But under Jehovah, the very first line or two or paragraph, it talks about, even though most scholars and experts believe that Yahweh is a closer rendition of the Tetragrammaton, which is YHWH, because the Hebrew doesn't have vowels. They still use Jehovah. So, the one point I always had trouble with, if Jehovah was so important, or God's name, why don't we use Yahweh opposed to Jehovah? And then once I started reading the Bible, it's like, wait a second, God's got lots of names. Jealous, I'm a jealous God, therefore my name is jealous, or vice versa, however that goes. That's just something to control the mindset.
Yeah, you think of all important things that Jehovah would, or God would maintain and preserve his accurate name. Like of all things, like you would think he'd be able to do, he would do that, but he didn't apparently, because we don't have even Jehovah. Like we don't know if that's an accurate representation of the Tetragrammaton. We don't.
Yeah.
That's just it's the most accepted one today, I think, for the most part. That and Yahweh, but yeah. So it's just it doesn't really add up ultimately.
Gabriel, what does God prefer to be called?
Father.
Jehovah.
Boss.
Boss.
Hey, boss. All right. Well, there you have
No,
it. I'm just-
there's quite a bit of lore behind that. As you may be aware, the entity we now call Yahweh used to be a minor god in a larger pantheon. The El was the head god,
Yes.
but the Hebrews, after the great purge of the former land of the Canaanites, tried to erase the existence of all other gods, and they kind of merged El with Yahweh to create the Father God. They're all substitute names, ultimately. They're all assumed names. Most often, when God was talking to Moses, he referred to himself as the Lord.
Da Lord.
El Shaddad.
But preferred is boss.
Yes, because everyone and everything in the universe is his slave, according to him.
Yeah, I
The
just
other
wanna-
gods beg to differ.
While I have access directly to an angel, I definitely want to get as much information as possible, so we can finally know the truth.
Well, actually, you think about it. Jesus told his followers to pray this way, and what? Damn, I can't remember. I'm too tired. But our Father who art in heaven. You didn't say, our Jehovah or anything like that. Just for me, that's what I always try to rationalize is that Jesus wanted us to have a personal relationship with the Father or God. You're not going to call your dad, Bob. It's the Father.
Unless his name is Bob.
It could be on this.
Yeah.
Good thing it's not Ben.
Eric, can you from the three things listed here, list them in order of the greatness of from the JW's perspective?
Like how?
Which one's the
like
the
severity of
worst?
sin
Yeah.
here? Coffee was fine. There's no problem with that. Smoking
They're not
bad.
Mormons.
I thought,
Smoking bad.
okay. Is it Mormons that don't do the caffeine?
Yeah,
Okay.
they don't do the hot drink
Coffee's okay. Smoking bad. Porn really bad.
unless you don't
Okay.
get caught.
There you have it.
Yes.
Well, actually, in a Jehovah Witness house, it's not bad until you don't clear the history.
Yeah.
Is pagan. Easter is pagan.
You know what? Actually, real quick before I go, from an objective perspective, so that was a JW perspective. Gabriel, which order those things from worst to not worst?
Smoking is generally unhealthy for you mortals, but the rest is just whatever.
Okay. Wow, God's a lot looser than I thought he'd be. Okay.
Well, as you know, while there was a commandment against adultery, there was also a direct command to be fruitful and multiply. As I mentioned earlier, God is a big fan of Pornhub.
Oh yeah, yeah. I forgot that you had mentioned that. The breeding kink, as Aunt Sure put it.
You all are pagan, and that's why we can't trust you. So it creates this insulated social community. So that breaking through that has to do with a lot of trying to create goodwill between you and a Jehovah's Witness person, where they realize, like, I'm not here to attack you, right? I'm trying to share what I think is good and wonderful truth with you. And a lot of reaching them.
I just want to point out he's done a lot of what the JWs believe, but he's done very little, not none, but very little as to why it's what did he call it? To refute the JWs.
He
Well, it's
seems
kinda
to be
funny,
relying on a presupposition that he is correct and therefore they are wrong.
Yeah, and they're relying.
That's
on the
all
same
apologists.
and they're relying on the same presupposition. Put him in.
And don't let a
put him
Jehovah
in a
Witness-
witness. Put him and a witness in the room together. They're both going to think that they are correct. They have the correct interpretation of the Bible, the correct translation of the Bible. They have both experienced God's blessing and experienced the Holy Spirit. They both are confident in their positions and the truthiness of their positions, and then they're going to go at it. It's good. It's like a immovable object versus an unstoppable object.
Yeah, when Mike was talking about Christmas and Easter and all that being pagan, what's kind of weird is a lot of, at least JWs that I knew, got around that, especially for the kids. You know, they see everybody else celebrating on the 25th, getting gifts and stuff. They'll have what's called basically Box Day or Brown Box Day. And it's pretty much the same thing as Christmas, except it's not on Christmas. It's usually the day after Christmas, you know, when they celebrate it. And what's funny is, I mean, and Eric's totally right about the overindulging in anything as a JW. But when I went, at least our Kingdom Hall, we had a lot of, let's say, thick, you know, members of the congregation.
Rotund individuals.
Yeah, and they wouldn't, you know, they wouldn't say anything to that, but you know, what's even funnier, something else they don't get into is tattoos and ear piercings. And the day I met Laurel, the elder that I studied with, I had 8 earrings, you know, 4 in each ear, and you know, I had tats, and he just kept staring at my ears. And it's like, okay, he's, you know, and I didn't realize until later on, that's kind of like a no-no. And then he turned around and goes, does that wash off? And I'm thinking, you know, what are you talking about? And he pointed out one of my tats. I said, yeah, it's a temporary tat. And I said, no, it's a real one. But the one thing talking about stories of going door to door and stuff, nothing is more hilarious. It wasn't that day, but looking back, there's nothing funnier than when a Mormon group and a pair of Mormons and a pair of Jehovah's Witnesses meet each other and they're pretty much calling each other false prophet. That was hilarious, but I didn't think so that day because I was one yelling at them like, "You're a false prophet."
No, you.
And I found out,
no,
yes,
you.
that they both are false prophets.
Yeah.
Yes, they're all correct.
It's like the Spider-Man.
Yeah. I'm glad I can laugh about this stuff now because I thought it felt like an idiot, you know, after I walked away. It's just like, how did I? And I met Eric and realized I could have been one.
Alan Parr still hasn't said really anything.
I think he said a total of maybe 4
3
words.
words. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it was about, but it was just, he was agreeing with something he said.
Yeah, he had to bring on the big dog.
Poor Alan.
How to approach them is going to be like getting them to question the governing body, because so much of what they believe is depending on just trusting those guys. So I would recommend a few things. Use JW sources. What I've held up earlier, this is a Kingdom Interlinear. I know a little bit of Greek, and so I'm able to actually use this. It has the Greek alongside with their translation.
So what Mike Winger is saying is he's
That's the
just as
emphatic
qualified
dialogue,
to
ain't
translate
it?
the Bible.
So
as...
Mike Weiner doesn't understand that witnesses are taught to shut down the conversation when
Right.
challenged. So if Mike Winger comes at them with their publications, they will label him an apostate and shut down the conversation. Like, he doesn't understand
It's a
exactly.
defense mechanism.
Yeah, he doesn't understand how insular it is and how those defense mechanisms activate. Once you come up to a Jehovah's Witness and says, "Hey, I want to talk to you out of your own publication," that's going to shut it down.
Yep.
Like 99 times out of 100, they're going to shut down and leave, and then they're going to talk to you again.
Yeah,
Like-
if they can't follow their script, then they don't want to follow it at all.
Even Mike's true religion and Mike's true guidance from God cannot overcome that.
Right.
And I can show in their own works where they've mistranslated the Bible. And then I can pull up to the front and I can say, and I've done this before, I share this with Jehovah's Witnesses. They go, "Well, that's not Watchtower literature." So they were going to ignore everything I said. And I said, "Oh no, but
You show him.
this is Watchtower, it's
Yeah.
published by you guys." And now he was like, "Oh, you see, the suspect attitude towards everyone other than the Watchtower means that even if it looks like this proves Jehovah's Witness teaching wrong, we can ignore it because it's not from our own sources." So I say use their own sources whenever possible. If you want to prove the deity of Jesus, prove it from their New World Translation. There are still passages that do that. If you want to talk about weird beliefs or problems, go to Watchtower literature. And now it's easier than ever. They actually have a phone app. I got my phone over here somewhere. That it's JW Library. That's the name of the app, and you can access the interlinear for free. This thing used to be hard to get. I had to hunt for it.
I'm calling out Mike right here.
I'd also recommend you guys stick to one issue.
I'm calling out Mike right here. Mike Winger, you have never converted a single Jehovah's Witness out of their religion
Nope.
into yours. I'm calling that right now. He
Yeah,
really
Jehovah's
does not
Witnesses are
understand.
trained better than any Christian, the average Christian.
Yeah.
You know, they've got well, back in my day, and I think we talked about this, and you said you weren't familiar with it, or, you know, old school, whatever, but they had what was called the reasoning book, and pretty much had, you know, every objection that you could ever encounter, you know, whether it's atheist or Catholic or Muslims or, you know, what have you. You know, they're ready for it. They study Watchtower literature more than Christians or even theists study the Bible.
Yeah.
That's where their advantage is.
Yeah. In fact, having been a lurker for the most part in the XJW community for the past 14 years, I can safely say that probably 95% of witnesses, when they leave the organization, when they leave being a witness, they go to agnosticism or atheism. Very, very
Or
few
or
go.
Catholicism.
Very few go to some other form of Christianity. I would say a vast, vast majority of them completely go non-religious after they leave.
Yeah, so I must have changed a little bit because, like, what was it? Well, I said like 2001, but even before then, when I started talking to like some ex-JWs, a lot of them turned Catholics, you know, and if you compare the hierarchy to each other, I mean, they're similar. I mean, you got the governing body on one side, you got the Pope on the other. You know, you don't question, you know, on either side. So they, you know, it's a structure, but they're right back into the same situation they were, and vice versa. Catholics become Jehovah's Witnesses. Then you have your apostates, you know, which is nothing more than a defense mechanism, which most Jehovah's Witnesses can be called apostate by the true definition of the word. But once again, they're redefining it just like theists, you know, redefine what a kind is, even though they haven't never really defined what a kind is.
Yeah.
We've been over the kind thing. I thought you had understood it by now, Asshole.
Which kind?
The kind.
The spiky kind? Long neck kind?
The long neck, the long
air
neck
kind?
yeah,
What kind? The Gabriel
we can't
kind?
do that again. So essentially what the Jehovah's Witness religion quickly explained and refuted, Mike Winger's refutation is basically you just show them why they're wrong, and then they will deconvert. Okay.
Because obviously Mike Winger has the correct interpretation of the Bible.
Yeah,
Obviously.
you just gotta show them why they're wrong. That's
Then he doesn't read his own Bible because the Bible said just plant a seed and let it grow. He's not let do that.
Yeah.
It sounds easy enough.
And plus, if you come at him aggressively, they automatically shut down, like Eric said. So it doesn't matter what he says after that. They're not listening.
All right, we're playing.
All right, let's bring this home, Mike Winger. lay some
Study it
biblical
well,
truth
be
on
ready,
us.
and do not let them change the
Come
subject.
on, Alan,
when you
say
start
one
nailing
word.
down on a problem with the theology. Don't just say, "Hey, can we come back to that later?" I want to finish this talk first. And for this, I have hours and hours of free content on my YouTube channel. Like, I'm not trying to get anything out of you. I've spent a lot of time prepping this. I have a whole video on how to reach Jehovah's Witnesses with strategies and stuff. But number one is going to be
He just went over the
Rookie.
strategy. Just show them why they're wrong. It's very easy. It's very.
I've got a question though. Is Mike at the end of this video going to thank Alan for being there, or is he going to even like forget he's there?
I'm imagining this is a clip of a larger show.
And at least on my screen, it looks like Alan's smirking, like, "Get me the hell out of here." All right, I'm done.
That is correct, Purple. This was the first universe Yahweh created.
Yeah. You could definitely be taken that way because it wasn't very well done.
used to being mistreated. They're suspicious of outsiders. You got to break through that with not fake love,
Especially
but genuine
outsiders with
compassion and
beards.
care.
What's up?
Especially outsiders with beards.
Oh.
Witnesses have a no beards policy.
Yeah. Well, at least if you want to be an elder.
Yeah. If you want to advance in the ranks, you got to not have a beard. So Alan
heaven
Farr,
forbid you have a
Mike
beard if
Winger,
you're-
man, too much facial hair. You're not gonna.
Yeah, you can't even hold the microphone, Mike.
Yeah, shave that off, and you'll be more appealing.
You can have a porn stash though, but you just can't have a beard.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious. I had one. I couldn't stand it.
For them as human beings. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think, Alan? You got anything to add or take
Well,
away maybe?
no. first of
Oh,
all, thank
hey,
you for
here
the
we go.
thorough-
Here we go. All right.
He
Brace
acknowledged
yourselves.
them.
Alan has
I've
a
been
whole
waiting for
2
this all night.
minutes. Alan has a whole 2 minutes to lay down his thoughts.
All right, guys, and also I'm going to ask Mike to send me some links, or I'll try to snag them from his YouTube channel. Just the work that he's done, because like I said, we're not going to be able to cover everything here. But if you're really serious about really trying to reach these 6 groups, and that was the second group that we talked about. If you're just coming in, we already talked about the Mormon, the Mormon Church, which the Latter Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and now Mike gave us a good thorough explanation on Jehovah's Witnesses. But if you're really wanting to go deeper, then both of us have some resources. I'm going to try to link all the videos that we have to both of our channels below in the description. But also, Mike, if you want to quickly comment on this one, and I actually have a video on my channel about this specific topic, but what are your thoughts on their idea that only 144,000 people are going to go to heaven?
Yeah, so this is really, really involved, but I'll give the super short summary, right? Originally, they teach in Revelation, the 144,000, these are like the only saved people, period. But as their numbers grew, they're going to go to heaven. They're like, well, we got more than 144,000, so we got to explain what happens to the rest of our followers. So then they said, okay, the 144,000, they're the ones that go to heaven, and the rest of us live on paradise earth. So they separate our eternal future destinies into 2 locations. One is heaven, and you're kind of without a body. You're bodiless in heaven. And the rest of them, most of the Jehovah's Witnesses, think they'll live on paradise earth.
According
now
to
they're
the
told, like, you don't want
JW, according to the JW artist depictions of the 144,000 in heaven, it doesn't matter who you are, what walk of life you're from, whether you're a man, a woman, or something else, you will be converted into a white guy with white hair and a beard, and that's how you will be represented in heaven according to their art. Yeah.
Well, the thing that he said wrong though was only 144,000 are saved. You don't make it to paradise earth unless you're saved. You can fall away, whether you're in heaven or on paradise earth, which makes no sense. But everybody, once the dead bodies are there, everybody else should be saved already.
Yep. I'm trying to find something that accurately depicts the 144,000 in heaven. That looks pretty.
Yeah, but a matter of fact, there was a Revelation 14, I think, is where it talks about the 144,000, or Revelation 7. That's one thing that confused me, because in the Bible study, Laura would say, "Oh, no, that's literal, that's figurative." And I mean, one verse would be literal, the next 2 or 3 would be figurative. Then you'd have 2 or 3 figurative. Then it's like, it's not how it works. And I didn't realize that until after I left, that it's either all literal or it's all figurative. Not, because 144,000 are on the throne or something, and the great crowd is standing before the throne.
Yeah. I just sent another link in private chat. So that's directly from their website. Yeah, there you go. Doesn't matter who you're from, who you are, where you're from, what sex you are, what gender you are. It doesn't matter. You're gonna be a white dude with white hair.
Where are they?
They're in
looking
heaven.
down onto Earth. So heaven's just it's like the International Space Station.
Yeah, kind of. That's how.
Okay.
Actually, that's a great way to put it, because that's exactly how it's represented sometimes. Because Earth is obviously the focal point of the
I just thought of something though. Whoa, wait a second. The Jehovah's Witnesses refuted the flat Earth. See?
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, there you go. That's a representation of 144,000 in heaven. That dude with the scepter, that's Jesus there, front and center. He is the King of the kings and priest of the priests. But everyone else, they're all there as helpers for him.
Oh, I see. He's got the scepter.
Yeah.
That's how you distinguish. Okay.
Yes.
He's got the.
Yeah, but see,
he's got the
God,
stick.
that's depiction's kind of screwed up, because we were always taught that they were on the left and right hand side of Jesus, not in a arc. But I guess 144,000 to go around forever, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. See, Mommy's got it. The International Old White Man Space Station. It's like the rings of Uranus, except as white men on thrones.
So, mommy, you're burning. You're gonna burn Infinity plus 6. And some white guy with white hair is gonna set your ass on fire.
Yep.
I'm loving the Wizard of Oz.
Oh, Mommy, if you like the Wizard of Oz style, you should look at some of the more of the illustrations from the book.
Yeah,
it's the book it was called the Revelation book, But the witnesses have an old publication called Revelation. Its
The Red Book?
The Red Book. Revelation. Its grand climax is at
That's
hand.
yeah.
Which all kinds of, oh my God, innuendo there. But they have lots of illustrations, a lot like the one we just saw of, 104,000 in heaven, emerald gates, and like pearl gates. It's just bizarre. It's like a fever dream. They took John's, or supposedly John, who wrote Revelation. They took the fever dream of the book of Revelation from the Bible and turned into a fever dream of the book of Revelation as grand climax is at hand, and it is bizarre. If you can pick up an original copy of that book, it is an insane relic from the 1980s, 1990s Jehovah's Witnesses. Yeah, absolutely recommend reading that. It's really great.
And as an upside, Paradise Earth, the animals don't try to kill you. They have illustrations of like lions and tigers and bears being pet by kids, and but on the flip side, they also have, like I said earlier, I think Earth itself, on fire, and some of the depictions of them cleaning up, what the destruction. Everyone's got a smile on their face.
Yeah,
it's sick. I mean, lions and tigers and bears. Oh my, you're on fire. And if I remember right, you don't eat meat anymore either. You're a plant eater or something.
Nope.
I can't
In the
remember
new
exactly.
system, there won't be any meat eating.
Okay, I remember that right then too.
Yeah. All right.
So,
So I guess they're pretty much done with this video. Then it's just Alan talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just he came on to
to
shill for Mike Winger's YouTube channel and then ask a question.
Yeah.
Now I'm kind of curious what the other four groups are.
Credit to Mike. He has an fairly accurate representation and an idea of what the witnesses believe. I mean, I think he was. I mean, if I had to grade him, I would say A- on his knowledge of the witnesses. He has definitely earnestly researched them, and I mean, gotta give credit where credit's due. He knows what he's talking about when it comes to them.
Right. And actually, he's one of the few that are that accurate, in my opinion. At least apologetics.
Yeah. I think I only saw one kind of broad stroke of the brush, kind of one semi straw man he kind of put in there. But for the most part, I think it was very, very accurate.
The one I caught was the 144,000 only being saved.
Yeah. But I mean, he's refuting bullshit with bullshit.
Right.
Yeah, I think
doesn't change the fact.
He doesn't really have any reason to misrepresent the Jehovah's Witnesses.
I mean, it'd be like saying tarot cards are evil, but yet I'm a psychic and it's real.
Right.
I mean, for the most part, he's just saying, "Oh, they're interpreting these scriptures wrong." They changed the Bible a bit, which they did. They have their own Bible for the most part.
And the thing about it is, even with the NWT, you can still prove. I mean, if you believed in the Trinity, you could still prove the Trinity in it.
Yeah,
or did I say that right? Whatever.
All right, let's burn through the last 30 seconds of this.
Sure,
video.
yeah, let's listen to what they say. They're gonna plug the next video probably.
You get nobody. You want to live on Paradise Earth. Now in Revelation, the 144,000 are just 144,000 Jewish people. Right? They're not the only people
That's
saved.
right.
They're not the only ones who experience heaven or something. And then heaven, when it does come, it comes to earth. Right? The new heavens and new earth meet. There isn't Paradise Earth and then heaven a different location. Like heaven and earth meet, man. Jerusalem comes down, man. That's the whole consummation of glorious relationship with God and each other. So yeah, those are the I guess that's the short version. Yeah.
Okay, man.
Now I want to know what the other four groups he's going to talk about was.
Yeah.
You had the Mormons, the JWs, and who could be in Islam, SDAs.
Yeah.
Well,
oh.
Do you want to learn to think biblically?
Shh, Mike Winger. You talk.
He is a bit of a loudmouth.
Yeah, Mike Winger likes talking.
Bite your tongue.
He's just so full of the fire of the Holy Spirit.
Something. He's full of something.
The only thing I can think of would be BS. Whenever he's at.
BS.
You notice you never see B.S. Lewis and Mike Winger in the same room.
Oh, it could be. But then again, I've never seen.
Well, that's concerning.
Alan Parr and BS in the same room, so know.
Wow.
Well, mortals, it's been a divine time, but I must ascend.
Well, thank you so much for stopping by, Gabriel. It was a true honor to have an actual angel in my stream of all places. I don't know why. I mean, I guess it makes sense. It makes as much sense to proselytize the word in this YouTube channel as it does to write the entire Bible on parchment paper. So it follows, but I really appreciate you coming on.
Well, more sense, in fact. The Christians don't listen to me. They have no interest in what anybody on my side of reality has to say about anything,
Well, yeah.
because they're convinced they're right about everything.
It may be because your name doesn't start with a J. Jehovah and Jesus, they're taken seriously, but you're Gabriel. Maybe you've changed your name to Archangel.
And you're a
Jabriel.
minor archangel compared to Michael.
Yeah. Maybe Archangel Jabriel. You might command more respect.
Some rebranding may be in order.
Yeah, probably.
There you go.
Do some market
Maybe-
research.
And
Maybe
part
do a
part your hair on the side.
Do a survey or two, like get some feedback from your customers and adjust your
Talk to some
strategy.
Jehovah Witnesses.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Gabriel, and Godspeed.
Yeah. Thank you so much for stopping by. It was a true honor.
Yeah, Gabriel, it was an honor.
May Jehovah
Great.
be with you. Well, I guess
please,
he will be
please
with you so
remember.
shortly.
Please remember, I treated you kindly when Armageddon starts
Burn
and starts
he-
smiting.
When you burn in hell, give him a little bit of water.
Blessings upon you all.
Oh, I don't like that view. I don't like that view. That's better.
Who is that guy?
Now I'm gonna have to go to Mike Winger's channel to find these other 4 friggin' groups.
Yeah, I
He's on
have
the
it.
nuts.
I have it pulled up. I want to see if I'm looking through his playlist now. Hold on,
Oh.
let me see. Hold on.
So I was wondering if it would be
Um,
in his link description of that video, because he mentioned well, they both mentioned the 4.
Yeah, and maybe he just put that on his channel, and the rest of them are over on.
Is that a
Alan
relatively
Carr.
new video? Like when was that posted?
Wait, what's that?
Um,
2 whole hours of JW.
Oh boy, hold on.
This
Oh,
is Jehovah's
boy.
Witness beliefs. One day when
No,
judgment
that
comes,
was a year ago.
Oh, okay.
So
Ancient history. Jehovah's Witnesses' beliefs have changed drastically since then.
it's no longer relevant.
Obsolete. Old light. It's called old light.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's 1 a.m. for me, and I got work in the morning. So
Well, it's 4 a.m. for
Oh.
me, and I don't have to work, and you still get more sleep than me.
yeah.
And your hair looks marvelous.
Does my hair look marvelous? I don't know.
Oh, it does look marvelous.
It's always marvelous.
It's
Oh,
always.
I make one comment
Um,
about I need to fix up
there's
my hair before I get
Mormons.
on stream, and this happens.
Muslims right below it. The Muslims right below it.
You didn't fix
Right
up your
below-
hair? Is it
Me?
just naturally? Yeah. Is it just naturally like
This
that?
is no gel. I took a shower earlier. This is no gel. My hair is really weird. Like when I was before like 15, my hair was like super duper straight. Like I had bangs all the way down to my chin, super duper straight. And then when puberty hit, man, my hair just went whoa, and it's just like wiry and curly now.
So,
Uh,
so what you're
wow,
saying
looks
is you
good.
got
I
pubics
mean-
on your head.
Yeah, basically.
Your hair naturally looks like you styled it.
We'll start calling him the Muffin
I
Man.
have-
no one's
I
gonna know
have-
what it is.
I'll have good hair days and bad hair days, and it's like this is really
Muffin top.
annoying. Yeah.
Real quick, if you next time you're on stream, if you choose to join, of course, if you could bring some
He's
of those
gone.
pictures on stream of
Oh,
your
sure.
hair bangs down to your, I would appreciate that.
Do I have hair? I should have a couple pictures like that. Yeah. Yes, probably have it out there.
It's probably in the Kingdom Hall. You know,
I'm doing
photo
pretty well.
album.
I'm doing pretty well. I mean, I'm 41, so my hair, I'm not balding or anything. I got grays going. Like I got some gray going on my sides here. I think I'm holding it together pretty
you-
well.
You gain
When you get a haircut, do you call it manscaping?
No, manscaping's further south.
Oh, I get you.
I do cut my own hair though. I've been cutting my own hair ever since COVID started. So
Floby.
I do have a Flowbee. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I bought a Flowbee right when the pandemic started. And because I was like, well, I gotta cut my own hair. My hairstylist or my barber, she shut down. Like her whole business just shut down. I think
Mhm.
she moved out of state. I was like,
Oh.
well, I don't want to find another stylist. So I did some research, and George Clooney was on, I think Conan O'Brien or something, and he was like, "Yeah, Floby's great." He was like swearing by it, and I was like, "I'll try it out." So I bought a Flowbee and I've been cutting my hair for 3 years. And the money I spent on the Flowbee, I've now made up by not paying for my haircuts.
And you still get the JW haircut. Some things never change.
Yeah. Yeah, my hair is, this is very standard. Just cut the sides and cut
Do you also have Goodwill suits? I'm just curious.
I never got my suits from Goodwill.
I must have been in a poor congregation, maybe, because that's where everybody got theirs.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, like witnesses are generally poor. They have to get their suits
Yeah.
from like secondhand stores and stuff.
Especially, I mean, a lot of them are elderly, at least in our congregation.
Yeah. Yep. I still have all my ties. From
Oh,
when
that's
I was
what
a witness.
I never wore a tie, and I'd always get yelled at.
Yeah.
I mean, not yelled at, but you know what I mean. I
Yeah.
refuse to wear them.
Oh, because I took after my dad with my suits and my style and everything. And my dad wore like super wide ties.
Oh, the thick ones.
So 16-year-old me, much smaller frame and everything. Like I'm
With the
I'm
tongue,
tall.
we used to call those the tongue ties.
Yeah, like I'm tall and lanky now, but like 16-year-old me, like wearing a gigantic like 4-inch tie, like it just almost took up like my entire front side. Yeah. I had a couple Garfield ties, which I managed to get away with. Like a little Garfield's on there.
Oh, I want to say that's.
But
we didn't even get into that part. Like all
Yeah.
the stuff that's forbidden, like Pokemon cards and
yeah.
Oh, the Teddy
Pokemon.
Rubskin doll.
Yeah, Pokemon, D&D,
Yeah.
Smurfs were no-nos. Anything magic was bad.
Yoga. Yeah.
Yoga, yeah. There's
Oh,
a whole long list of yeses and nos with what might be appropriate, what might be not appropriate. Yeah. Talk about it for hours.
Oh.
Cool.
See, now we don't have to do a show. We just did it.
Yeah.
You don't have to make your second video after all.
Yeah. All right. Well, I do have to get going. So
Yeah. Sorry for the side tangent.
no, this was great. I when I was working on my cottage earlier, I saw my email showed me I got a notification from you, and I noticed you started streaming. I was like, did I tell Nara I was going to join her for a stream tonight? And I kept on working. And then when I got back, I realized you invited me to your Discord channel. I was like, oh, okay, great. Because I was like, man, I really hope I didn't make Nara did. Not.
Oh, I thought it said me. Yeah,
No,
I said was,
Nara.
I was trying
Nara
to get you that stupid Kynes picture, which I got, but then
Yeah.
later on I opened it up and it's like I can't read it. Well, then I sent the second email with that has all the different articles. Like one has something written out with a bunch of different like scientific names for it. Then another one that has like page after page of the
Yeah.
bird. I mean, not even bird kind. It was like the penguin kind, the ostrich kind.
Yeah.
On and on and on. So there's more than 60 or 80 that he said there was.
Where'd you send me that at, actually? I remember seeing it, but I can't find it now. It wasn't a direct message, apparently.
It should be onto Skeptics and Scoundrels email.
Oh, you said it's my email. Okay, I'm looking at Discord.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. All right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I gotta pull that back up. So okay, cool. I'll look at it.
Yeah. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm glad that you made
he's
that
trying to kick
mistake
you out
and
of here.
decided to come on.
Yeah, no problem.
No.
And Godspeed.
Yeah, and I'm trying to build up the Discord. Like I said, I'm on zero social media of any sort, but apparently Discord is where it's at. So
yeah,
trying to work on the Discord and make it interactive and engaging and somewhat interesting. So thank you for joining that. And if you are in the stream right now and you're not on the Discord, head over to my page and join it. I'd appreciate it. Some cool things should be happening, but who knows? But anyway, thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it.
Hey, man.
Thanks, Eric. We might have some great little hair pictures of Eric on his Discord.
Cool. All right.
And his buns of steel.
I would pay for it.
All righty. All right, okay. I'm bugging out. Catch you
All
later,
right,
guys.
get the heck out of here. Go.
Take care.
Kick him
Bye.
out of here. Okay, now bring that other screen up. I want to see something really quick. With the Mike Winger, or did you close it? Okay, you see where it said, sadly, the Mormon one. You see the Mormon?
Sadly,
Look
Mormon
right
is a
below it.
Christian. Oh, 12
right
days
below
ago.
it. And then the one right below it is the Muslim.
Okay, so so he looks like he's doing Jehovah's
See, that's three of
Witness,
them. There should be,
Muslim.
we've got three more somewhere. He said Mormon, JW, and then that's the Muslim. Santa issues, Christmas trees. Oh my God. Women be silent. I'm sure he's got a great defense head covering.
Oh man, that's a 3-hour video.
Who would ever stream more than 3 hours? That's about
Oh,
silly.
he's got a. He's got to do. I'm sure he
Joel.
does Islam.
Joel Osteen. No, Islam was up there below Mormons. And there's another different, marry a Muslim. But he said there were 6 groups that they did videos on, and you got Jehovah's Witnesses, Mormons, Islam, and I haven't seen any other religion really. Damn, how far apart did he do these?
Yeah,
Seventh Day Adventist. There's one
Well,
right there. See, there's Seventh Day Adventist.
Yeah,
that would have been the 4th one. Oh, maybe just spread them out.
Maybe not. No, okay, it was Alan Parr. I wonder if it's. I bet Alan Parr just has a. He probably broke them up into smaller videos, but I bet.
There's another
Let's check
Muslim
that
one. Oh, no,
out.
that's the Mormon one. Okay.
Is that spelled right?
I can't even see what you put in there.
Alan
Alan
Parr. The beat. Okay.
Hey, my friend Alan Parr here, and let me.
Oh gosh! Oh god!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go to his playlist here. Ah, there's so many.
Someday you'll be there with that many. You won't be able to find something you're looking for.
805 videos. My goodness.
Whew. Oh, well.
Let's go
I can
back
look
to
up tomorrow, I'll
roughly.
be bored.
Yeah.
I mean, if you
Yeah.
get
See
bored
if you
with
can
it.
find the other ones.
So I need 2
All
more.
right.
As I said, I guess the Seventh Day Adventist.
How do you
Maybe
struggle
talk-
with porn? Struggled with
No,
porn for 10 years.
Not at all.
What's the struggle?
I get it for free. Why would I struggle with it? Well, the only struggle I have is sometimes to run out of lotion and tissues. Maybe I don't know.
My reaction to Beyonce's new Satanic Renaissance album. He's given me by the book Ministries vibes. A Jezebel
Yeah.
spirit.
Oh my god.
Oh,
atheist detective becomes a Christian. JW.
Oh, I just did J. Warner Wallace. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness, is that guy a clown? And
Yeah.
yeah, if anybody who listens to True Sumami may have some input on this. If you've ever listened to true crime and any type of detective works at all, you can truly see how terrible J. Warner Wallace. He's supposedly like an ex-detective, and he takes like a CSI approach to apologetics, and they're just so bad.
Yeah. I always say if he was the same kind of detective that would investigate something the same way he does Christian issues, then he sucked as a
You would have been a
detective. And then
terrible
found out that
detective.
he did. He sucked as a
should
detective. even.
Christian couples watch porn? This guy has a lot of porn videos. No, not porn videos,
Well,
but
because they're so
videos on
obsessed
porn.
with sex.
Yeah, Pastor
Oh no, porn is always free. Well, except for once for me.
Porn
I used too much
addiction.
lotion, my hand slipped, and I ended up breaking my hand because I hit the bedpost.
Ex-porn star finds Jesus. Should Christian couples watch porn? Jeez Louise.
Oh, he's ridiculous with some of the stupid shit.
All right. Well, I don't
He
want
would
to
be
send
what, when I was a Christian, we would call a pious prig.
Yeah, I can't speak for his actual detective work, but if he takes the same approach as he does to apologetics and just completely ignores the lack of evidence, it's not good. Struggling with porn, my goodness.
I need to go to Alan's channel.
Well,
but then again, I wouldn't need internet after I gave up porn. What's the point?
You could.
And then I had to kick my cat off my computer because I came home one day, caught her watching kitty porn, KITTY. Just so you know.
Yeah, porn is killing you.
Porn.
This guy
porn
watches
killing.
porn.
Oh, you saying that? Well,
This
yeah, he
guy
did.
watches porn. There's
You
no
know what
doubt.
his-
You don't make
his
this
old
many videos about it.
Right. But you know what his old was it his own screen name was before he went to Alan Parr? Sir
Mm-mm.
Whack-a-Lot.
Yeah, wow. There was so many. So
Yeah,
I'm
it's like a
already at 2 years
deflection.
ago. Well, I got sidetracked with the porn thing. Yeah, he,
Yeah,
they I should say they are
and
absolutely obsessed.
You're all about it. Matter
Well,
of
it's
fact, I
ju-
wonder
I
if one of them could be Satanism. I just seen something go by, but that's not. It just said
no, I'm too far back. They did that video, I think around a year ago.
oh, wait, there's a word
Oh,
of faith exposed. Yeah, but I
I've
mean,
gone
that's not
through a
part
lot
of it.
of
That's not my
a lot
queen
of
here.
different apologetics. I've just taken a quick scroll through their channel, and I see a lot of like, my child is gay with the horrified face. I see a lot of that stuff, and I've seen a few of the like porn addiction videos, but I've never seen quite so much. So
Right.
I got a little sidetracked.
Yeah, Purple. That's what I was talking about when I said obviously he wasn't a very good detective because his timeline doesn't line up with the facts. It was like 4 years after he claimed to have already become a Christian that he became like a cold case detective.
Yeah, I think the whole. I mean, and it's a what do
He's
you
a
call
clown.
it? What do you call the
Grift?
you know, like how like when wrestlers come out dressed as like a shtick. It's his shtick, you know.
Shtick, yeah.
It's his it's
the
the
rub.
thing he does. It's to
Yeah.
get the views. It's Christian or Republican.
I would oh god, guess I won't
Yeah.
tell you that I'm a Republican anyway.
I'm so happy that I have never directed my children or you know indoctrinated them. I've always given them open and honest arguments. But just if you have open and honest arguments, I think
mean you
they are
guess that?
naturally inoculated to terrible beliefs. So I don't have to worry about my children being right wing or well, I guess that you can't say never, but yeah. All right. Well,
Oh, better sex. Yeah, don't do porn, but better sex in marriage. Like I'm going to listen to anybody else how to have better sex except with the person I'm with. Honey, I listened to an Alan Parr video and I know how we can get it on better. I don't think so. Nah.
all right. I cannot.
You have a
find this
question there,
video.
Mr. Man. Aunt asked Nara, how old are you? Oh, you got it.
Sure.
Okay.
Actually, my oldest is just about to graduate high school.
Wow. I would have never guessed that.
Yeah, she's turning 18 in just a couple months, and then my
How old
youngest.
are you? Sorry. 10? Well, you're Kentucky.
I'm not that old. I started young, and my youngest is.
Oh, no judgment.
Yeah, she just turned. She's about to turn. Oh my goodness, she's about to turn 14. So 14 and 17 to answer your question.
Yeah.
Well, going on 14 and going on 18. Yeah, I
and
can't
you're
believe
going
it.
on
She's
what?
about to
25?
I started young.
Pervert. I did too.
Um,
Well, I mean, actually, my son was born when I was 19, which is probably still older than you. You were your first, but
Yeah. But yeah, I can't believe she's about to graduate high school. It's a wild ride.
oh, and Purple asked, "What color are your eyes?" Quit looking
Oh,
for
did
it.
I
I'm
miss
kidding
that?
you.
Oh.
You are so gullible, Nara. Nara.
This guy has issues with no,
Oh, wait,
no, not
you're
this
not
guy.
from Kentucky. God, what am I
Alan
thinking? That's
Parr.
Kentucky atheist. You're Nara. You're Chicago boy.
Look at this. Yeah, Chicago.
my
Look at
bad.
this Look at this thumbnail. Gay rights equals civil rights, and he has this dumbass
Wait a
look.
second,
on his
I'm looking
face.
for it.
Yeah, right here on the.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay, now I do.
Yeah.
Because I was
But
looking at the
that's-
one on the very end. It said, "No, that says, is this the face of Jesus?" Because he does got the same kind of look on him. His hands.
that was my youngest. That was my youngest. I heard asshole's pretty open. Maybe you guys can connect.
My only issue with sex is having been way too long without it. I guarantee I
Or-
went longer than you did.
Yeah,
Purple.
if you if you need some advice,
pushing
go
8
to Alan
years.
Parr's channel. He has
Yeah.
tons of it. What does the Bible teach about sex? Wow, he really is. Sex myths? My goodness.
And there's another one right there. What exactly does the Bible
Yeah,
teach about
it's,
sex?
It's like the longer you look, the worse it gets.
Oh my gosh. What is a woman?
All right, well, I can't find. Oh, a year. Goodness. It's been
Damn,
about
a year. That's a drop in a bucket for me.
It's been about
what 8
7
hours for you?
hours.
Oh, you
7 hours for me.
motherfucker. I hope your dick falls off. Sorry, but sorry, ladies. I didn't mean to say that. Kind of. Yes, I did. I can't lie. I still
Oh,
apologize.
Minister Mary's an ex-porn star. Wow, this is semi-fascinating. Maybe I'll have to do maybe we'll do a channel dive sometime. Yeah, I would choose celibacy over mega trash any day. Nothing since my family. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Purple.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, mine started with my chemo. I took time for myself trying to heal, and I wasn't going to drag somebody into my situation. And by the time I kind of started thinking about dating, it still took me like another year or two to kind of decide if I really wanted to. And then when I finally said, okay, I'm about ready to date, I don't go anywhere. I mean, permanent disability, you know, my mom keeps telling me to go to the nursing home. I'm going to beat her ass. Yeah, I'm 59 years, or almost 59.
Well,
I hate my mom sometimes.
Well, you should check out Alan Parr's channel too. I'm sure. Or there's
No.
you got Silver Singles, you got Christian Mingle. There's plenty
No.
of options.
No, thanks. I would rather die alone than.
All right, let's try.
Yeah. Oh, damn, Purple, you poor girl. Yeah, I don't want to get in one of those Uncle Daddy things. Or
Related to half the
Aunt Mommies.
Well, I mean, how close is the relation really?
Do you want to learn to think biblically?
Oh, come on, Mike.
Yeah, Michigan is kind of screwed up on some shit. Of course, Indiana is too, so I can't lie about that.
Where are you, Sumami, if you don't mind me asking? Banned abortion. Hold on. Let me guess.
Oh, wait.
Where banned abortion?
I guess Purple didn't say that about the abortion. My bad. It's where I was raised until we moved to Indiana.
That's rough.
Oh, and I keep forgetting to ask or tell Stephanie my sailing story. My well, before he was my stepdad, before mom and dad got married, he was trying to get in good with me, and I was like 11 or 12 years old. Took me out sailing into well, I lived on what's called Anna Maria Island before we moved up here, right? Well, I guess to be on the north side of the island, you could see St. Pete, Treasure Island, the big bridge, Sky View. So he took me out there in a small little sailboat that he had, was trying to teach me how to sail, and it was like pretty safe. I mean, there's only one little boat in the whole harbor, and it was like docked, and it's like, okay, guess who hit that one little boat with a little sailing boat? It was me.
Not you.
Yeah, no, it was me.
Yeah, that makes sense, Purple. Yeah, most aren't. Yeah, you're exact. Yeah. Yeah, 6 weeks is effectively banning it. I agree.
Yeah, that's true.
And
That's
yeah, banning abortion, conservative MAGA shithole. Yeah, that I think you've summed up Florida relatively well. Have you ever considered just going to the ocean and just drifting and just see where the current takes you? It's got to
Yeah,
be
that's how I
better
got to
than
Indiana.
Well, let's see. Okay, biblical marriage. Okay, so we got biblical marriage advice. These are playlists. Help for progressive Christians, women in the ministry.
Oh,
Mike
there's
Winger
Craig.
shorts. Mike Winger Reddit interview answering. The thing that sucks about
Calvinism. Another Calvinism. He really hates Calvinists. Probably specifically 5 pointers, I would guess.
Ron DeSantis. Yeah,
Rhonda.
That's
Rhonda Santis. Oh, that's funny.
yeah, that's rough.
Yeah. Oh, they'll just send you back, Purple. You can always say that the current took you.
Biblical
Oh,
gender
that would
rules
set me
blog.
off. Oh my God.
What is
no.
is it a website or is it on YouTube?
No.
Or is it
I
a
would
Winger
imagine it's a
thing?
website because it's a blog.
Yeah.
Do they have blogs on YouTube videos? I don't know.
Or is that a vlog with the V on YouTube?
Yeah, that's true too. It's a website.
The
Okay.
website.
Oh gosh,
Let's
you're gonna
see if
make
we
me do
can't
this,
find it.
Ant, aren't you? Just so I can. Between slavery and anti-trans.
Is it
misogyny. God, there's so many
biblical
things that
gender
set me off
rules?
anymore.
Biblicalgenderrules.com, I'm assuming.
Well, just put it in the search bar and it'll pop up.
Well,
Is
I'm
your
sure
first rodeo?
there's multiple. I'm sure there's multiple blogs on biblical gender rules.
But if that's what it's called, then
let's see.
No, I know. I was figuratively there, auntie or aunt. I'm trying to say it like my bra.
Yeah, I can agree to that. It's just not the world that we live in anymore, and I think it's a neutral thing. I don't necessarily think it's a good thing or a bad thing. It's just a thing. But the patriarchy, we just don't live in that world anymore. And I think conservatives, and especially Christian conservatives, they hate this so much, and I don't understand why. I am not the breadwinner in my relationship by any stretch of the imagination. Is this the correct site, answer?
I'd say yeah. Right
Biblical
there, real
generals,
men do
biblical
cry
politics.
sometimes.
See, I don't. The sentiment is good. Real men do cry sometimes, but it doesn't make just like humans cry. Crying or not crying has nothing to do with just humans cry.
Yeah, and I guess the breadwinner's changing. My buddy, who was my team
okay.
leader at my last job, his wife's a doctor. They got married. She wanted him to quit so he could stay home and take care of. She got a well, he's 44 years old, but has the mind of a teenager. So he helps take care of Philip to save money, for one. And then, Craig can, handle him when he gets into his little fit sorts of things. So that's changing, but not fast enough, in my opinion. And I can't believe more men don't cook. That's what I don't get. I love cooking. I find it relaxing.
Yeah,
I just
do all
hate
the
doing the
cooking.
dishes, and that doesn't have anything to do with, women's work. That's just, I hate doing dishes.
Yeah, so I don't think this is the right one. Avengers, the Real Men doesn't sound on brand with BGR. So let's see what else we got. 7 steps to grooming your, oh boy. Twitter, Instagram, crosswalk. Maybe this will be a hunt for another day.
You mean I'm going to search for this? I was hoping you could do it and I can just cut and paste it.
Yeah, well, it's just, I mean, there's just so many different options available. It's hard to find the exact one
Right.
that is being referenced. The Evangelical Covenant Church, that one would probably be good. Covenant blogs. All right. Well, if you, Aunt Jer, if you're on, I don't know if you're on Discord, but if you do find it, shoot me the link and we'll go over it. Or my email is on YouTube somewhere as well. But I would definitely like to check it out. All right, I think. Shh. Oh.
Would it be on Surus's well, I guess YouTube? They'd have a link in there.
Okay. All right. Yeah, sounds good. Thank you. If you join the join my Discord server. The link is in my YouTube channel description thing there.
Purple, is that the same one that does a stream with Apologia? Because if it is, I believe I should have them sub to. I guess I'll find that. Ooh.
Okay, so it looks like he breaks the refutations of the different religions down into different, because here's Mormonism refuted. Debate discussion, Peter.
Let's see. There, yep, same one. Well, I don't know if it's the same one, but the one I got. Oh, I don't want that. Stop! You don't say nothing.
All right. I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it. It's getting real late.
Yeah, because it's 4:30. Yeah, I still got a doctor's appointment I got to go to today. Hope they can figure out why I'm feeling like a dog got dooku.
Well, if they ask why you're so tired, be sure to mention that you were on my stream and recommend my YouTube channel.
No, I just want to make sure I get up because I got to call first thing in the morning to try to get an appointment. And tomorrow, if not, it'll probably be the next day or two. And I'm hoping. And what's weird is I haven't been anywhere for 2 weeks. I haven't left the house. Well, outside and stuff, but I haven't went anywhere for 2 weeks. And I think I got maybe COVID. So I've been trying to stay away from my mom and isolating.
Yeah.
Just in case. I mean, I probably don't, but something's going on with me because I got body aches real bad. But I don't know, especially having cancer. I'm not making fun of this, but if I didn't know any better, I almost felt like I had a tumor in the back of my head. Because I've had and I never get migraines, massive migraines and a pressure back there, but I don't know. I'm maybe going to try to guess what it is.
Oh, well, all right. Well, thank you so much for coming on again and helping me kind of carry along this stream, or carry the stream as you like to put it. And
No,
thank
what
you.
I say is I put you on my back.
Thank you for everybody who stopped by and participated. I really appreciate it. It was fun. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and end it. Oh, that's so well. I think you got a COVID diagnosis.
I wouldn't doubt it. But ladies, thanks for keeping us company and encouraging us to be buttholes.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a Christian again. Way to go, Nara. I'm impressed. Hat forward.
Yeah, Christian. Maybe I'm gonna do my stream like this from now on. I'm just gonna cover my eyes and just.
And I'm gonna tell
be
everybody that
super
you're
mysterious.
Muslim and you're afraid somebody's gonna pay it and see your face with your like porn stash.
Do I have a porn stash?
No.
All right, let's end it. Thank you so much.
6-year-old
Appreciate it.
mustache.
Your baby mustache. Do we do? Let's Oh, you're not on camera. I'm not gonna spirit fingers by myself. That's weird.
I'm doing
I'm
it
just
for
gonna-
you.
All right. Well, your spirit.
You should have
fingers
used
in-
Eric's
in spirit.
exit line, but I don't think he has one. He hasn't done that many videos.
Oh, you know what? Maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll just steal, and every time I end a live stream, I'll just steal somebody else's.
You've been doing that, at least with our live streams.
And I have naturally been doing that. It was unintentional.
Yeah, but you're
I don't know.
stealing shit.
I don't know anybody else's ending. Somebody give me an ending. Give me an outro.
Purple, what's your ending to your stream so he can steal that for this one? I forgot what it is. It's like I've watched her 4 or 5 times. Think for yourself. There you go.
All right, I'm gonna end it. And remember, think for yourself.